Check testing, 1, 2. Check testing. Sound check testing. Mic testing, 1, 2. Level testing, 1, 2.
Good morning. If you could grab your seats, we're going to get started in a couple of minutes. Thanks.
Is your backup? Go into this.
Good morning, everyone. If you could grab your seats, we'd like to get started. I think everybody's in a good mood, so that's a good thing to hear. We do want to get started with our day. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Perfect. All right. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for being here. We're looking forward to an exciting day. We've had a few changes happen to it already, but at 8:15 in the morning, that's, I'm sure, something we can deal with for the rest of the day. So I'm Drew Spolstra, president of OFA, and it's great to be here in front of all of you today and help lead the conversation today and see where things go. I wanted to let you know off the top that the Premier has had to change his plans for this morning because of security concerns outside. Apparently there was an incident with a number of police cars going by this morning at 6:30, so his team is unable to let him be here. But it's been a pleasure to work with him and get to know the Premier a little bit over the course of the last year. In my role here as president, and our team has been able to meet with him a number of times And we wish him all the best today, and I look forward to connecting with him at another time. I wanted to start off, call this meeting to order, and begin with a land acknowledgement. The OFA affirms our commitment to respect the sacredness of the land and its cultural significance, and our responsibility to improve relationships between all nations, including improving our own understanding of local Indigenous peoples and their cultures. We acknowledge farms across Ontario are situated on treaty lands and traditional territories of many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. As farmers, we share common interests with the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people across the province who have cared for these lands and waters for generations, and who continue to care for the land and contribute to the strength of this territory now called Ontario. As stewards of the land, we want to make sure that we leave it in equal or better condition for future generations. I'd now ask everyone to rise for the singing of O Canada, please. Great, thank you. Well, I'd now like to welcome our official opening speaker. He's the main event, Rob Black, and Rob is certainly no stranger to anyone in this room. Senator Rob Black has spent his career working in rural and agriculture and leadership fields. Many of you will know the senator from his longtime involvement with 4-H Ontario, the Junior Farmers Association, and in the Advanced Agriculture Leadership Program. His roles with the Ministry of Ontario's Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs in Ontario, and the Rural Ontario Institute for his many volunteer commitments in this sector and in his community. Since 2018, he has represented Ontario in the Canadian Senate, where he's a passionate and committed advocate for agriculture and the farming community. We're really pleased with the work that Senator Black has been able to do in the Senate. We're grateful for his support, and we welcome him here today.
Thanks very much, Drew, for that introduction. And had we had the Premier before me, I would have said thanks for your support for agriculture and industry in Ontario. Fortunately, we can't do that. I welcome the opportunity to meet with the Premier at any point in the future, because I want to talk to him about how we can work together to further support this important industry. We heard from MPP Schreiner this morning, and certainly his message to this group was a good one. So let me start off by saying good morning, folks. For those of you who don't know me, I am Rob Black, Senator for Ontario and Chair of the Standing Senate Committee on Agriculture and Forestry. It really is an honor and a pleasure to be here this morning to join you for the OFA Annual General Meeting. I want to begin by acknowledging and thanking OFA and the President Drew Sprolser and General Manager Kathy Lennon for inviting me again this year. Drew, your board, and Kathy, your staff does great work on behalf of Ontario agriculture, and I would like to say thanks to you and all you do and your staff do for this sector. You work hard to keep the issues, the challenges, and the opportunities for Ontario and Canadian agriculture front and center all year long, and you do a great job at it. At the outset, I want to acknowledge and congratulate Kathy Lennon, who last Friday was awarded a King Charles III Coronation Medal for her work in this organization, in the industry, in the province, and across the country. It was my pleasure to put her name forward, and delighted to be able to present her and 14 other individuals with the medal last week. You know, for me, attending meetings like the OFA AGM provides me with the opportunity to hear firsthand, further and directly from the agriculture industry right here in Ontario. It better helps me to represent you and agriculture in the Senate of Canada. It was great to see so many familiar faces last night. I wasn't here long. It had been a long night the night before. I was in Edmonton. I traveled to Edmonton and spent 22 hours there. I went to a horse farm, watched 99 horses being loaded onto trucks. From there, we traveled to the airport, Edmonton Airport, and I saw them unloaded into the airport and into crates and back onto a Korean airline to head to Japan. That's what I do to find out more about the bills that we're looking at, and in particular, that one is C-355, which will ban the transport of live horses to Japan for slaughter. But it was great when I got here last night to see so many people, and I look forward to further discussions today and this evening at the Harvest Gala. I'm especially looking forward to hearing from Westport Mayor and AMO President Robin Jones and the others on that panel this afternoon when they discuss about how to turn advocacy into action. Because I'm on the other side of those advocacy efforts, but please know I am your ag advocate in the Red Chamber, and I am listening to you. Advocacy in agriculture is very important, something I've learned in spades since being appointed to the Senate of Canada in February of 2018. My best meetings with agricultural stakeholders in my office or elsewhere happen when stakeholder groups are prepared. When they come to meetings with a short list of issues and priorities, when they provide options to be considered by government, when they're willing to listen to my thoughts and ideas and other sides of the issue, and when they're willing to work with me and my office to get this message out. In my case, after a stakeholder meeting, whether it be with OFA or CFA or others, I'm likely to raise questions on the issue or issues in the Senate chamber in question period, write follow-up letters to ministers on the issue, and raise the issue during debates, related and relevant debates in the Senate chamber. But please know that you don't have to meet with me or my colleagues only when there are issues and concerns to raise. Advocacy is about building trust and lasting relationships. So sometimes you may just want to drop in and say hello, and your president has done that. I've been telling folks recently that when I came into the Senate chamber almost 7 years ago, agriculture was a topic that was talked about once every 3 months at most. Today, I'm happy to report that agriculture and ag issues are being mentioned once a day, more than once a day, once a week, almost daily in the Senate of Canada. This is a direct result, I believe, of the work that you and other like-minded advocacy organizations are doing, and you're doing a great job. This means that these days, agriculture is always in session on Parliament Hill. And as we close out 2024, I want to share with you that has been a busy year for me. To date, I have risen 42 times in the Senate chamber to raise agriculture and rural issues on your behalf. The Senate Agriculture and Forestry Committee, which I chair, tabled our soil health report entitled Critical Ground, Why Soil is Essential to Canada's Economic, Environmental, Human, and Social Health. We tabled it in early June, and I've traveled and talked to folks across the country about the 25 recommendations that are contained in the report. If you haven't seen the report, it's available electronically on the committee's website. I think around the room there are postcards and bookmarks that have the QR code that you can also access the report. Just 2 weeks ago, we received the government's response to the 25 recommendations contained in the report. This response can also be found on the AgFo's website. In it, it notes support of 9 of our recommendations, full support. It notes support in principle for 13, and it acknowledges 3 of the recommendations. And when it acknowledges it, it means they really don't care. So of the 25, 22 have been put forward as supported or supported in principle. I think those are pretty good numbers. We look forward to hearing from the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food in the near future to further discuss the response that we received. And I look forward to working with organizations such as OFA to help hold the government's feet to the fire and move the recommendations forward accordingly, provincially, nationally, and municipally. Just 4 days after tabling the report in June, I was encouraged to hear that academics across the country were already using the report to apply for soil health funding, research funding. Not only have I been crisscrossing the country to discuss the soil health report, there's been a lot going on in the Senate chamber that relates to agriculture over the past, shall I say, tumultuous year. I tabled an inquiry in the Senate regarding the need for land use planning as it relates to food security. As we all know, land use planning is a provincial jurisdiction. However, by effectively managing our land resources, protecting prime agricultural areas, and embracing sustainable farming practices, we can enhance our food security and contribute to feeding the world. Simultaneously, we must address the challenges posed by the complex supply chains, rising food costs, and the need for housing. But through collaborative efforts, innovation, and strategic policy intervention, we can forge paths towards a prosperous, sustainable, and food secure future for Canada and the world. Just a couple of weeks ago, I met with Mike Schreiner to talk about land use planning and how we might work together to deal with issues like the 413 and Wilmot Township issues from a Senate perspective. We all know that urban sprawl and inappropriate or non-existent land use planning is adding to the degradation of farmlands and contributing to the loss of prime agricultural land across this country. My goal in raising the issue through an inquiry was to emphasize the need for a comprehensive agriculture policy which considers our diverse ag landscapes and the production capacities across this country. Moreover, we need to adopt innovative farming practices which maximize yield while minimizing environmental impact. That's a given. In fact, this was also one of the recommendations that was contained in the soil study. So I was prepared to tell Premier Ford that I'd welcome the opportunity to discuss land use issues with him as well, in hopes that together, this group and we can find ways to ensure that we protect Ontario's prime agricultural land and continue to not only feed Ontarians, but Canadians and the world. And I'm sure you would have agreed as well. This summer, we celebrated Food Day Canada on early August, which has been taking place across Canada on the first Saturday of August here in Ontario for 21 years. This year was the second official Food Day Canada since the passing of my Senate public bill entitled the Food Day in Canada Act. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Anita Stewart, the first food laureate at the University of Guelph, and the impetus behind the creation of the annual celebration of local food from farm to fork across Canada. Thank you, dear friend. We miss you and your advocacy for local food. As I wrap up my remarks, let me just reiterate what I'm sure you've heard many times over the years. For my few years in the Senate, I remain convinced that it's important that agriculture remain unified and speak with one voice. United voices certainly make for stronger arguments on my part of Parliament Hill. When there is divisiveness in any industry, I've realized that my parliamentary colleagues, my Senate colleagues, may use this as a way of setting the issue aside and not dealing with it. We've seen this in spades with at least a few bills in the Senate that we have or are currently dealing with: C-234, C-275, C-280, and C-282. Last week in Ottawa, I spent some time with a group of advanced agricultural leadership class members and Lead New York class members, and they heard from a panel of MPs from all parties, and this message was delivered to them succinctly by each of those MP panelists. So the need for unity on issues, just isn't my suggestion, is coming from both sides of Parliament. It's also important to build relationships even when things are going well. There is always a need for and a value for building relationships. That's why it's important for the OFA board to be in Ottawa, to be in Toronto, and to be around the province not just during times of crisis or issues management, but regularly throughout each year. As you might expect, my office has Drew and Kathy's phone numbers on speed dial and their addresses close at hand, but it's only because of the relationship that we've built over the years. If I can encourage you with one more thing, it's to build and enhance those relationships at all levels of government going forward. Reach out to your senators, your MPs, your premier, your local councillors, the ag societies in your neighborhood, your 4-H clubs. I just couldn't let the opportunity pass and not mention 4-H work and the work they do across the country. Reach out to all these groups and organizations, individuals and organizations, and start those relationships. To conclude, your conference themes provide you with much to think about and work towards over the next day or two, putting advocacy into action, growing business and increasing government customer engagement, and the economic impact of farming in Ontario. Make the most of these days together, and then don't stop when you get home. And remember, if you think there's something that I should know about, or that the Premier should know about, or your MP or MPP, just send us an email, or send us, give us a phone call, or send it through your board and staff. I always say that that I can't get up in the chamber and ask a question or get something on the record when we're debating a bill if I don't know about the issue. So I welcome those calls, those emails, whether it be through your board or directly. And I'm sure the Premier would as well. With your help, all your parliamentary representatives can do so on your behalf. So thanks very much for inviting me. It is always a pleasure to be here. I look forward to it every year. Thank you. Merci, Megwich.
All right, we've got a couple minutes for a question or two for Senator Black. If you had one, you could go to one of the 4 mics in the room, and hopefully they're turned on. I see at least one person moving. Maybe not. He's leaving. No, it's not that bad, honestly. Go ahead.
No.
It is that bad.
Really, it is that bad.
Drop the mic, and that really wakes the crowd up. You had mentioned at a previous place I'd been to in your remarks that the UN Food and Agriculture Agency referred to land in 2050 having 90% of the world's arable land no longer be able to support agriculture. And I'm just wondering if there's any possibility that that number might change with the work that the soil group that you're doing and other groups are doing to recognize the value of soil. If there's a possibility of lowering that number from 90% that can no longer support agriculture to perhaps 85 or lower?
Thanks very much for the question. The numbers that Calvin is speaking, Crispin is speaking about is the fact that today 30% of our world's soils are degraded to the point where we can't grow food on them. The UN FAO is saying that by 2050, that's 25 years from now, 90% could be degraded to that point where we can't grow food on them. I hope this report certainly does lower it well below 90. We need to. We're expected to feed our country, our province, our country, and the world. And we need to do something, and we don't have 25 years, we don't have 40 years, which was the time period between the first report and our latest Senate soil report. We don't have 25 years to wait. Thanks for the question.
Hi, Senator Black. Yeah, Gary Mountain from Peel County. I'd like to comment, you mentioned Wilmot Township. That's a criminal activity by the government trying to steal that farmland. That's prime farmland that's being destroyed for industrial use potentially. Apparently the politicians, the regional and the local government have non-disclosure. They're supposed to be working for the people. So my question is, the people of Wilmot and the region, should they, when the next election come, rally against those politicians and throw them out, put their own candidates and basically vote against them? We've got to throw those bad politicians out. That's to help protect our rights. Thanks
for the question. I sit as an independent in the Senate of Canada. I am nonpartisan, but I don't disagree with what you're thinking about. We need to protect the farmland that we have today. We're losing it at 319 acres a day, as has been noted by OFA. We need to change that. And so that's why things like the soil study and the work that I'm proposing to do with Mike Schreiner and MP Tim Lewis from the same area, we've met and talked about things that we might be able to put forward. I think we all have to think about it, because otherwise we're going to wake up someday, let me tell you, we're going to wake up someday and we're going to say we can't feed ourselves, let alone the province or the world.
Hi, Peggy Breckfeld from Thunder Bay. We've known each other a long time, Senator. I have great respect for the fact that you travel the country to get a feel for agriculture in all parts. I guess I've also never known you to sit still, and I wonder, you've put huge energy into the current report. What's going to be the next one?
Thanks, Peggy, for that. The Senate Ag Committee is currently working on a wildfire study. It is the Senate Standing Committee on Agriculture and Forestry. So we're doing a study now, just wrapping it up in the next couple of weeks, on wildfires across Canada. Following that, the next order of reference for the committee is food security, which stems from certainly our soil report and which hopefully can lead into some sort of a land use planning issue. I acknowledge that land use planning is a provincial jurisdiction, but food security is the next ticket on the bill.
I love it.
Oh, right here.
Barclay Knapp, Wellington. Thanks for coming, Senator. Always appreciate having you. Is either side of the House and the government there, are they ready for the changes that are expected to come in January with our biggest trading partner in regards to trading of food?
Good question. I'm in the Senate chamber. Certainly, we have talked about it in generalities, but I understand that there's a Team Canada approach to a task force that they're working on. In fact, I think they were meeting last night when the news came down that the 25% tariff would be placed on all Canadian. So I only know what I hear, and I hear about the same as you do. So I can't see anything. That's it. I can't see anything. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Yes. Don't run away. Don't run away just yet, Senator Black. But thank you very much for those remarks. We certainly appreciate your ongoing advocacy for our sector, whether it's speaking up for critical pieces of legislation or drawing attention to the importance of soil health and showing your support at many of our different agriculture functions. We do really appreciate it. Appreciate your time this morning. In lieu of a speaker's gift, we'll be making a donation to 4-H Ontario. It's in my hand, but you ran away. It's okay. I'll get it to you later. And thanks again for joining us. And I know the Senator will be around a little bit today, possibly tomorrow, so it's great to have you here. So we are up against our first order of the day, a motion to approve the agenda. Is there someone willing to make that motion? Bill up here at the front and Derek Vandewall, thank you very much. Bill Orford, you're going to really test me, and please don't take offense, but I can't see a thing up here. The lights are in my eyes, and sorry about the shine if you're getting a reflection off my head. So we have a mover and a seconder. I'd ask for all in favor on that motion. Just a show of hands. Any opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Up next is a motion to approve the 2023 AGM minutes. Is there a mover for that? If you could maybe stand and state your name. I saw a hand over here. Sean O'Rourke and Jackie Pemberton, thank you. Any discussion on that? If not, it's all in favor. Any opposed? It's carried. Thank you. I'd now like to ask Paul Maurice, Jeff Neeb, and Murray Short to come to the stage, and we'll work through the financial aspect of the meeting. And Paul Maurice is the chair of OFA's Finance Committee.
Now I understand what Drew was just saying. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, everybody, and bienvenue à tous nos délégués de la province. As Drew mentioned, my name is Paul Maurice, and I am the Provincial Director representing OFA members from Peel, Simcoe, and York. As Drew mentioned, I've had the pleasure to chair the Finance Committee over the past year. The Finance Committee is responsible for both budgeting process and the audit oversight at the OFA. At this time, I would like to introduce Murray Short of RLB to present the auditor's report and financial statements. Murray is the partner in charge of the not-for-profit and public sector practice at RLB, a regional accounting firm with 5 offices in southwestern Ontario. He oversees a practice which includes over 700 clients, including government organizations and programs, health and social service organizations, educational institutions, agricultural associations, and marketing boards and industry associations, among others. While this practice is primarily focused on financial statement audits, he has grown the advisory side of the practice, including board governance, training, risk management consulting, HST, and controllership services. Murray currently serves on the Audit, Investment and Risk Committee for Diabetes Canada, an organization which is near and dear to his family. Murray, I will pass it on to you.
Thanks, Paul. So if we could, there we go, just getting the slides up on screen, I believe. So I'll start with just a quick comment about our audit. So in terms of what we do when we do an audit, we have some objectives and scope in terms of what we look at. Basically, the goal of our audit is to obtain reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free of material misstatements. So that involves some professional judgment on our part in terms of the procedures that we do in order to satisfy ourselves that the financial statements are presented fairly, and ultimately coming to a conclusion on the fairness of presentation of the financial statements in conformity with the applicable accounting standards put in place by CPA Canada. We could move to the next couple slides, please. Or is there? Oh, there is. Awesome. There we go. Okay. So just in terms of our audit then, this was our first year serving as OFA's auditors, and so there was a learning curve on our part to kind of get up to speed, but certainly very happy with how the process went. So thank you to Jeff and Kathy and the team at OFA. Great process, especially for a first year audit, so no significant concerns arising from our audit process. No concerns with accounting policy choices, any of the judgment calls inherent in the financial reporting for the organization, the internal control processes or anything along those lines, and no disagreements with management in terms of presentation or challenges encountered during the audit. So our audit report, and I believe that there are copies of the financial statements that were received by delegates in your packages. Our audit report covers 2 pages. I won't go through it in any detail other than to say it is a clean audit opinion. So you can see in that audit report that the financial statements are presented fairly in accordance with Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. There's a whole bunch of additional information in there. There's a comment that we didn't audit the prior year numbers. As I said, this is our first year serving as your auditors, so they were audited by another firm, but we rely on their work as well as some testing that we do on opening balances to satisfy ourselves that coming into the year that we're auditing that everything was okay, and so we've done that, and so it is a clean audit opinion, as I've mentioned. A whole bunch of additional information in the report about the responsibilities of management and us as your auditors. Basically, these are the organization's financial statements, not ours, but we conduct the audit on all of the judgment calls and estimates and inherent risks that are in place in order to finalize our audit report. And that's what's covered all here. So moving on to the next slide is the statement of operations. There are references to various schedules. Schedules in the revenue section give a bunch of additional detail on what's included in the revenues of the organization. Same thing with expenses in schedule number 2. I won't go into those schedules. I will just highlight a few key things here. So you can see that revenues are down very slightly, about 0.7%, so less than a percent decrease in revenues, coming largely as a result of a decrease in membership fees. So very slight decrease of about $100,000, you can see on the very top line, offset in part by the increase in other income of about $300,000. So total revenues, as I said, down by about just less than 1%. On the expense side, you can see they're up slightly, about $200,000 to $10.9 million, or about 2%. Increases in departmental income, but most notably the grants, dues, and projects expense. So that's kind of the carrying out the mission of the organization. That's an increase of about 11.8%. So an increase on the expense side, largely coming from putting more expenses towards the actual purpose of the organization and carrying out its programs. Down at the bottom, you see a surplus of about $1.5 million. That is down slightly from the year before. Again, expenses are up by about 2%, revenues down by about 1%, and so you wind up with a surplus of $1.5 million, down from the 1.83 the year before. The next slide shows the changes in net assets. So the $1.52 million increases the overall unrestricted fund. That is further increased by an increase in the pension plan for the organization. Basically, the pension plan had an increase in investment values in the year of about $1.5 million or $1.6 million as well. So in total, the unrestricted fund increases up to just under $16 million. The investment tangible capital assets about 4.6. On the statement of financial position, then you can see some changes. If you add up, there's various lines that comprise the cash and investments of the organization, specifically the cash, short-term deposits, current portion of investments, and long-term investments. Those all collectively up by about $1 million, again, because of the surplus in the year. So $14 million total in cash and investments at the end of this year versus $13 million the year before. The employee future benefits line stands out a bit. It's up to about $2.1 million. That's the pension plan, as I mentioned, and increasing because of the increase in value in the investments in the plan. So that's an asset to the association. It's less that it would have to fund to manage the benefits that are required to be paid out in the future. And so those assets have increased up to that $2.1 million. On the liability side, you can see liabilities in total have decreased. Accounts payable, project funds received in advance, both down, as is the pension liability. So this is a separate pension. There's a bit owing or a bit of a liability related to a commitment made on the organization's part to top up payments to retirees from a plan that had wound up in the past. And so that balance is down slightly as those retirees receive their pensions. And down the bottom then we have the net assets, as mentioned, up by the surplus as well as the increase in value in the pension assets in the year. Also included in the financial statements, there's a bunch of information. Statement of cash flows shows the changes in cash arising from the surplus net of the amounts invested in the year. The notes to the financial statements give additional information on various of the balances that I've talked quickly about here. And then, as I mentioned, the schedule of income and expenses at the back, schedules 1 and 2 at the very last couple pages of the financial statements give additional information on the revenues and expenses to provide more detail and transparency in that reporting. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Drew's not wrong. You can't see much up here. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Murray. If there are no questions, and I don't believe there's anybody at the mic, I would ask if we could have somebody to make a motion to accept the financial statements from the auditors as presented.
Larry Davis, I would so move.
Thank you, Larry. Seconder?
Crispin Colvin, oh.
Murray Workman, thank you. Any further comments? If not, can we have a show of hands to accept the financial statements? and I will call that carried. Thank you. A second motion that we need is a motion to approve or that the auditor's report prepared by RLB, no, I got the wrong one here, sorry, that the OFA Annual General Meeting delegates accept the OFA Board of Directors' recommendation to have RLB LLP as OFA auditor for the 2024-25 fiscal year. Could we have a motion to that aspect, please? Eleanor Renault, thank you. Seconder? Jackie, thank you. Any comments, questions? If not, all those in favor? And I will call that carried. Thank you very much. And I will turn it back to Drew.
All right, thank you, Paul and Jeff and Murray, for that work, and thanks to the work of the Finance Committee over the course of the last year for helping guide the process along of our financial statements and everything that goes along with them. For the purposes of conducting a director-at-large election tomorrow, I would like to ask for a motion to appoint an elections chairperson, and that chairperson be Kathy Lennon. Can I get a motion to that effect? Erica Murray, yep. Was it Laura Good? Yep, thank you. Perth. Any discussion on that? All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. I would now like to turn it over to Kathy.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our first hybrid annual meeting. So we have had annual meetings in person. We have had annual meetings that are fully virtual. And so this is our first time. We're going to try to blend the two. We have approximately 15 or 20 voting delegates online. I've just logged into Zoom, and I can see that they are there and ready to go. Our voting delegates that are here in person and online will have the ability to participate and vote through the portion of our meeting dealing with the bylaws, the resolutions, as well as the director-at-large elections tomorrow. You'll note in our schedule we've moved away from the workshop model that we've had in other previous conventions in order that we can conduct all of our business here in this room today and tomorrow, so that we will have the camera and the Zoom feature, and our delegates that are online can log in for the full portion of the meeting. As you know, we will not be using handheld clickers this year, and the reason we've switched to this new technology is so that both the delegates in this room and those that are online will be using the same platform, so there should be no delay, and there will be automatic tabulation of all of the voting that is being done virtually as well as in the room. So what we are going to do this morning is run a test question. It's going to appear on the screen here. This is the time if there are any troubles, so I'm going to give you a minute. You need to have your username and log in. So if you can log into your device, and we're going to run through the test question. If you have any problems with the test question in getting your device to work, I would ask that you stand, and one of our team will come and see you at your table and try to resolve that issue immediately or through the video that will play next, so that you'll be ready to go in a few minutes when we talk about the bylaws. For those of you that are participating online, if during the test question you identify that there are any challenges finding your screen or voting on the test question, you will be able to use the chat box to message Dots. Dots team, I think, maybe is what the person that's online is called. So you'll message in the chat box, and they will support you to get through this and make sure that everyone's technology is working. All right, so our test question does appear on the screen now. We have a bit of time. We've saved a bit of time on the agenda this morning, so don't worry. We're going to make sure that this is working for everyone. And we've got a great colleague named Brandon here, which I'm sure is in the room, that promised he would help to resolve just about any problem that could possibly come up. So if we're ready to try this, our test question, what is the biggest energy issue limiting your operations growth or efficiency? You should have the ability to choose A, B, C, D, or E for other. And if my team is ready here and you're logged in, we'll ask you to vote. And do I have someone standing at the back with trouble? I have a couple people. Help is on the way. Can you vote? Oh, it looks like it's possible Adrian needs help here if there's any additional folks. All right, we don't want to lose control of this meeting. If you need help, please stand up. If you don't need help, please sit down. Ethan, that means you. One thing that is important to know over the course of the 2 days that we're using this technology is that you'll only be logged in for 40 minutes. So later on today, so we'll have the bylaws now, you'll be logged in. If there's a 40-minute lag between the time we do the bylaws and we move into the resolutions, you'll need to log in again because it will automatically log you out. So keep your username and password handy. All right, we're losing. All right, at the back, how are we doing with number of votes tabulated? All right, everyone, we got a busy agenda today. We got to get through this. If you need help, please stand up, and if you don't need help, please sit down. All right, I have somebody at the back here that looks like he still needs help. Do we have technical support? Paul, are you a technical support guy? Yeah. He's good? He's still standing, though. Are you good, Brian? He's not good. Somebody's working on his. Okay, I don't see anyone else still standing except Brian. Am I right? Okay. So can we have the results of the test question, please? Awesome. Thank you. Is it possible we can have the results of the test question? It's coming. All right. Looks like we've got a bit of a spread here, but certainly affordability has ranked number one for the members. All right, if there are any outstanding voting issues with your device, please head on to the back. We'll make sure that we get them resolved for you, but we'll move on with the rest of the agenda. At the AGM, part of our responsibility as an organization is to report back to you, our membership, on what we've accomplished over the past year. You'll already have received a copy of our printed annual report in your delegate bag, and if you haven't, you can pick one up at the registration desk. To complement our annual report, we've pulled together a video that highlights some of our activities and successes of the past year. At the end of the day, everything we do at the OFA supports our mission of Farms and Food Forever, and we work hard to ensure the needs and opportunities of Ontario farmers and rural communities are being heard by a wide range of audiences. As your General Manager, I'm extremely proud of what our OFA board and staff team have accomplished this year. It is my honor to take a brief moment to especially recognize and celebrate the incredible team at the OFA that makes this organization so impactful. Our staff's dedication to serving our members and supporting our Ontario agriculture community is truly remarkable. Their professionalism, expertise, and unwavering commitment ensure that our advocacy efforts are strong, our programs are effective, and our members are well supported. They work tirelessly behind the scenes, often going above and beyond to meet the diverse needs of our industry. To our exceptional team, thank you for your passion, resilience, and invaluable contributions. You are the foundation of OFA's success. And I'm also incredibly proud of the incredible work done by our county and regional federations to help represent our sector so well. It is truly a team effort. And if you can play the video, please.
It's been a busy year for OFA. Lots of things on the go, and we're grateful for the support of our membership and our team, and I'm grateful for the support and trust of our board to lead it as your president. We've worked hard to strengthen our relationships and build a foundation that will drive a strong agriculture sector forward here in Ontario.
I think our objective for today is to bring the agriculture word to Queen's Park. We want both the urban and rural MPPs to understand the issues of agriculture, and we want our MPPs to understand what we need to help do our job better.
$837 people did the survey out of 38,000 farm families that we represent. That tells us what the issues are that matter most to the members. And so those are the issues that we need to focus on. And that survey really helps us do that. It's important that they understand where their money's going, what the OFA is doing, and it's important that we get their feedback to make sure that we're on the right path.
And it's a pleasure to be here today along with Premier Doug Ford, Minister Steve Lecce, Enbridge, and other stakeholder partners. First and foremost, I would like to extend a well-deserved thanks to Enbridge and to the Ontario government for their investment and support. A greenhouse in my hometown of Hamilton relies on heat provided by burning biomass. But natural gas is still needed to ensure a reliable and stable heating supply. Yeah, I think that's what a lot of farmers across this province are striving to do is decrease the reliance on food banks and increase production right across the province.
So today's announcement will enable Ontario's agri-food powerhouse, what we have today, to continue to get the job done.
Ontario's agriculture and agri-food sector is not only a cornerstone of our province's economy, but also a critical part of our identity and our future. Our sector provides more than 200 different farm and food products that sustain our communities, fuel our rural economies, and is responsible for 750,000 jobs.
Today we hosted the OFA board, the Ontario Federation Agriculture Board, for a tour of Essex County. Got a pretty good eye-opener on how diverse Essex County is. We're really proud of the agriculture down here, and we want to showcase it everywhere.
This is my first year on the OFA summer tour as a board member. We made our way up here and really having a great experience and having some JP Wisers, and ironically where the brand was founded is Prescott, Grenville County, and all these years later, here we are on the shores of the Detroit River having a sample again.
reason we're here today is just to highlight a little bit more of the benefits that you have because you're a member of OFA. I have been finding that there are some members that are unaware that their membership includes benefit programs like with PV Mart, with Hearing Life, we've got the cooperators, and multiple others that are around.
It's a wonderful opportunity to get out and greet our existing clients and also have an opportunity to meet new clients and farmers in our area.
It's important for the board to be out in community so that we can understand what's going on in the local community, to understand the issues that they have so that we can bring it back to the board table.
Well, you can tell us what we've been doing right and what we've been doing wrong, and we're open to any opinion.
It's so important for us to be present at Canada's Outdoor Farm Show. It gives us an opportunity to connect with our members, check in with them, see how they're doing, how their farm's doing, what they're looking forward to for the year coming up, but also speak with our member benefit partners. Give them the opportunity to touch base with our farm members because a lot of time they don't see that.
They get to know who we are and they get that one-on-one conversation. And I think that's what's important about this Outdoor Farm Show is that we get that one-on-one contact.
This industry is a powerhouse, and we're driving the economy across many parts of rural Ontario. The challenges across agriculture are great, and OFA's work never stops. It's not a 9-to-5 job. It takes a lot of effort from everyone involved and a lot of support from our team at OFA and our families at home. We appreciate everything that goes into the work and accomplishments of the OFA team. Thank you for supporting OFA and making our organization and our industry the best it can be. Thanks everyone, and there's certainly there's a lot to capture in a 10-minute video. There's a lot of work being done by this organization on a day-to-day basis, and it truly is a team effort. I think there's a lot to be proud of and what's been accomplished over the course of the last year, and we hope to keep things going, of course, and we're grateful for everyone involved in the organization and helping us move it forward. We are at the time of our next order of the day, which is our bylaws discussion, and then Jason Bent has joined us on stage, Director of Policy Research. He does have a bit of a presentation, but first I think I'll kind of give the background on where we've been and how we got to this point. Many of you will know it, but just to recap for those maybe that don't. So over the course of a 2-year period leading up to our last annual meeting, we held consultations, discussions, surveys, and other engagement opportunities with PAC, with our county presidents, with members, county members, and that, as I said, took a couple of years. We also had some COVID challenges and everything else in that got delayed. But we proposed the bylaw amendment in 2023 to turn PAC into a federation forum. Of course, at last year's annual meeting, that bylaw amendment was tabled, and it's been brought forward again this year. So over the course of the last year, we've continued to consult, to have discussions with PAC, with our county presidents, with our county federation members, through directors, and our board as well. We also piloted our version of a federation forum, which I think overall was fairly successful, and we had good feedback throughout that process as well. The board, over the course of the last year, has considered a number of changes, and in October, after a few of these consultation events brought forward an amended version of the bylaw as a proposal for you here today. That proposal is our members forum. These changes to the proposal include additional representation at a spring members forum for counties in every corner of the province. Additional opportunities to host virtual meetings with county chairs or their designates will also happen throughout the course of the year. And of course, the inclusion of the members forum in the organization's bylaws, which we heard loud and clear, was a concern of the membership here last year. We've also continued to work with our commodity partners and members on ways that we can work more efficiently together on issues that matter to them, whether that be through things like general manager's quarterly meetings, like President's Council that we're actively involved in, like the Ontario Agriculture Commodity Council, which we also sit at and continue to engage with our commodity partners there, and other engagement opportunities that we do our best to take advantage of. That's kind of a short rundown of where we've been and how we got here. I will turn it over to Jason to go through his slide deck on the process today. Hoping to have good discussion, and I will let you know that we have about 45 minutes, give or take, slated on the agenda for this today. If we get to that time period, we run out of time, we do want to keep the rest of our day on time. We have some additional time tomorrow, but we are hoping to move through this as efficiently as possible.
Well, thank you, Drew. There's a clicker somewhere. Down below. Perfect. Thank you very much. And welcome, everybody. I would like to start with just what was sent out in your package, in the AGM package. And for those of you that have been here last year, part of this isn't new, because the first document there is actually the bylaw that had been tabled at last annual general meeting. There are copies on your table as well, if you need to have a reference to them. The other item there is the board motions that were passed in early November with the proposed amendment to that tabled bylaw, as well as the board adopted a member forum policy, and that is also included there. It won't be discussed today. Today is the discussion about the bylaw, but it is there for your information. So, first of all, in my slide deck here, we'll give an overview of the changes in this tabled bylaw and the proposed amendments. The chair, Drew, will seek a motion to lift the bylaw off the table. That will require a simple majority. Any amendments to the motion also require a simple majority. The final vote on the bylaw motion will require 2/3 of a majority because it's considered a special resolution. So this is just a slide to just show where we are and where we're going. So we have a current bylaw that was approved by the board and confirmed at last year's annual meeting. Our current bylaw is on our website, and that one, there was some heavy lifting actually last year because we wanted to ensure that our bylaw was in, provisions were compliant with the Not-for-Profit Corporations Act. And the Not-for-Profit Corporations Act had a 3-year transition period for some provisions, and we were able to meet that requirement with that approved bylaw last year. We also had to do an article amendment that amended our letters of patent, and that was also related to the Not-for-Profit Corporations Act 3-year transition period. So we did a lot of heavy lifting last year. One of the things that wasn't on such a short runway was this change to remove the PAC from the bylaw. And that was done in a separate bylaw, Bylaw 23-2, and it was recommended by the board. It wasn't approved by the board. It was recommended by the board, brought to the annual meeting last year, and at the annual meeting last year, it was tabled. The proposal here is to rename it actually 24-1 and to add in a new Clause 18, whereas the tabled one would remove it. And that Clause 18 would give the bylaws a bit about the members' forum. So just to review, the tabled bylaw removes Clause 18 outright. Clause 18 relates to the Policy Advisory Council. It eliminates the position of councillor, including references to the election and the length of term. It also replaces the term member representatives. Right now in the bylaw, member representatives refers to delegates and councillors. And if there are no councillors, then there's no need to have that additional term, and we can just use delegates everywhere in the bylaw. We want to keep the same number of attendees at the annual meeting. So current bylaw requires 3 delegates and 1 councillor per a fixed number of members residing in a region, or per a agricultural commodity organization member. So the change would change that number to 4 delegates. So there'd be no change in number. Just to give you a quick overview of the bylaw changes that are recommended, amendments recommended by the board, it is to insert this new Clause 18 about the members' forum. It's to renumber the subsequent clauses, and it's to rename the bylaw 24-1. This is in your package, and it's also on the table. I'm not going to read it, but basically, I will give you a paraphrase it. It does allow the board to set policy related to procedures and purposes and frequency of forum meetings. And it's inviting every county and regional federation of agriculture to send representatives to meetings of the members' forum. There are 2 types of meetings. There are the in-person hybrid meetings, and at those meetings, county federations would be invited to send the president and another designate. There are additional meetings, which would be virtual only, where it would be the county federation president or designate, so 1 per county federation. And the meetings of the members' forum would be chaired by the president or their designate. This is the bylaw that was tabled last year, and it says, therefore be it resolved that bylaw 23-2 is approved by the members as a bylaw of the corporation to come into force at the adjournment of the 2023 general meeting. Certainly that date 2023 general meeting needs to be amended, but the first step here would be to seek a motion to lift this tabled motion from the floor, and I'll turn it over to the chair to handle that.
Thanks, Jason. So as Jason said, I would like to take a motion from the floor to take this resolution from the table from last year's meeting. Is there a mover? Andy Kuyvenhoven moves. Seconder? Sean O'Rourke. Thank you. Are we doing clickers or are we voting? Yes, we are. Are we ready for the vote on that? Okay, you can vote on your device, please. Everybody's voting device is working, I hope. Don't hear any grumbling, so that's probably a good sign. How are we doing out back? Good? If we could display the results of the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. So just back to the presentation, we require another motion to amend the coming into force date, which would be from last year's 2023 date to 2024. So therefore be it resolved that bylaw 23-2 is approved by the members as a bylaw of the corporation to come into force at the adjournment of the 2024 meeting. The only change here is the 2024 piece. Is there a mover? Dave, sorry? Frayne. Thank you. Seconder? Bill Orford. Any discussion on that? Please go to your device and vote. Is that, I'm not sure what that signal is. You ready to go? More time, okay. Votes are still coming in. We're good to go. Please display the results. And that motion is also carried. Thank you. Next, this is the board's proposed amendment to the bylaw. So the board recommends the amendments of inserting clause 18 as the members' forum, renumbering subsequent clauses, and renaming the bylaw as bylaw 24-1. This also requires a simple majority of 50%. You can go to your voting screen, please. Just a reminder, this just changes the wording from last year. The next step would be to discuss it coming into force. Sorry, I need a motion. Yes. Is there a mover? I didn't do that. Peggy Breckfeld, is there a seconder? Keenan, sorry, I skipped a step, and now we're voting. All right, we have the results. That's also carried. Thank you. All right. Here's where the rubber hits the road. We're at approval of our amended bylaw. Therefore, be it resolved that bylaw 24-1 is approved by the members as the bylaw of a corporation to come into effect at the adjournment of the 2024 general meeting. Is there a mover? Lisa Meeks, seconder. Randy Gananathan. Discussion. Please go to the mic if you want to discuss bylaw amendment. There's 4 mics throughout the room. I am going to ask that we look at first-time speakers, and then we'll move along the list if that's possible, and that we stick to the bylaw. Rob.
Oh, thanks. So Rob Vredenhengel, Huron County. I'm in favor of this bylaw resolution as amended. So we talked about it last year, and since that time, as you yourself mentioned, Drew, the OFA board has listened to the grassroots members. They have made some changes to it, so being allowed to take 2 members, putting a designate. The current proposal allows for increased representation from every federation. 1 member, 2 members from each federation. I think it's a good proposal. It is a good step forward, which is why I'm in favor of it.
Thank you. Joe?
Thank you. Joe Dickinson, Beef Farmers of Ontario. I'm here to speak in opposition to this proposal. The concern that we have as commodities is that commodities are not being involved in this discussion. The commodities have worked very hard, and OFA has worked very hard to build a strong partnership amongst themselves. We feel that removing the commodities from this discussion might undermine the work that we have been doing over the past 15 years. I would rather, especially with Senator Black's comments this morning, that we continue to work in a cooperative and cohesive manner, and that involves having the commodities at that table.
Okay.
Yeah,
Greg?
Drew, Greg Finney coming here from Elgin County. We had a meeting about a week ago, on Wednesday actually, on the 20th, where the Banana Belt counties, affectionately known as the Banana Belt counties, the southernmost ones. I know that probably upsets the northern ones here. I should slow down. Okay. We worked towards building a 2 separate amendments to your resolution or to the bylaw here, and it'd be under section 18. And if possible, could we bring that up on the board here?
Is that, you've got that loaded, Pete? Okay.
I'm surprised you can't hear me directly. Thank you. Okay. So we changed the font here in the red here. What we'd like to do is we'd like to add an additional paragraph. I'd like to make this as 2 separate amendments, okay? The first paragraph is the first amendment, and we'll get to the second amendment down the line here. We'd like to add an additional paragraph between the 3rd and the 4th, and that would be that the members' forum shall meet in person, hybrid, no less than 3 times per year. Meetings may coincide with other OFA events such as AGM. The reason behind this, we have seen value in meeting in person. We are able to connect with other counties and have grassroots memberships push ideas forward. The 1 in person per year we didn't feel was sufficient. So the consensus, and it is hard to get consensus, I agree with you, Drew, this is a difficult project here to do. The consensus at that meeting was that we wanted to get together 3 times per year, of course, the 3rd being available at OFA AGM. Everybody in this room cares about agriculture. Everybody in this room wants to see OFA succeed. It may not be the exact same way, but we all want to see OFA succeed. By voting in support of this amendment, you're betting on yourselves to bring this forward and support the OFA and agriculture in Ontario to succeed.
Thanks, Greg. So Greg moves an amendment to add an additional sentence there in the middle. Is there a seconder?
Brian East from Lambton, I'll second that.
Thanks, Brian. Any discussion on the amendment?
Murray Workman, Huron. I'd just like to, 3 times a year, we're adding a considerable amount of, we have representation from each county, and then we're taking 2 people from each county. I believe the numbers are approaching 100 people. So my concern, I guess, would be the cost of this. And the other concern I would have on this too is when you, like, part of the problem we've been having with PAC is there's not always something that we need to meet to talk about 3 times a year. Like, there are times when we're going to need potentially a whole bunch of online meetings for something that's important that's happening, but at other times it's hard to fill one of these meetings, to do an agenda for one of these meetings. So I don't see a point of meeting if there's nothing to talk about. So especially for 100 people to come together. So those are my concerns with this. Thanks.
Thanks, Murray. Go to microphone number 2.
Peggy Breckfeld, Thunder Bay. I speak against the amendment. One of the reasons that this is being brought forward in the form that it is to allow for flexibility to really touch issues that are time sensitive and critical. Preparing for a meeting in person for 100 people takes more than 2 weeks to set up. And the planning of it alone causes it to sometimes be less relevant than it could be if we actually got to the meeting at Zoom and did the things we needed to do. I think there is this great opportunity to have that one time in person, to build those relationships even tighter, but also to give OFA the ability to respond to members' needs in a more relevant and effective way.
Thank you. Microphone number 4.
Are you only taking specific to this amendment
It's to
right
the
now?
amendment, yep.
Just that?
Yep.
I'll pass now.
Okay. To the amendment?
To the amendment, Angela Field, Renfrew County. I speak against this amendment for similar reasons brought: efficiency, affordability, staff time for a meeting of 100 people really cuts into membership dollars that could be spent somewhere else. Flexibility is a fantastic thing that the new format is really working towards. And I think if we insist on a minimum of 3 meetings a year, that is going to reduce our flexibility, reduce our effectiveness, and going to cost us a lot more money.
Thank you. Microphone number 3.
Derek Vanderwall from Perth County. I'd like to echo the same sentiments as the past member there. I'd also like to speak against the amendment here. One of the things we talked about last year at this AGM was we had a panel with young farmers, and myself, I work off farm, and many of you guys do as well. We're busy. I think adding potentially unnecessary meetings in the year doesn't mean that we don't have important things to talk about, but if we can try and be more efficient with our time, our energy, and spend it on the most important things, I think you'll find better involvement. Like I said, it's just tough for some people to make it out to these meetings 3+ times a year. So I think we should focus our energies on the least amount of meetings as we can. Thank you.
Thanks. Microphone number 4.
I'd like to speak in favor of this amendment. I think you're missing the point. The whole room is missing the point. This is a grassroots organization. They should be getting input from us all the time. And it's not that it's not less flexible because you're meeting 3 times a year. You can have a Zoom meeting anytime you want for something that's coming up. And you have done it in the past, wanting something from the counties this week. Next week, you need to know our thoughts on that. Having the group get together more than once, more than twice, more than 3 times is good for you. Why is OFA so scared of asking for members' input when other organizations are going that way now? They're going more that way. They're doing resolutions at these policy days. They're invoking having you having delegates on standing committees for the organizations. And we're going the opposite direction. It's insane that we are giving up our grassroots organization so that 10 members of a 18-member board can do anything. It only takes 10 votes. That's only 10 voices out of how many members? 30,000? That's insane, people. You need to be giving more input to this board so that they can make better decisions on our behalf. If we don't tell them what we want, they will do what they want because they haven't heard from us.
Number 2. Bill.
Bill Parks from Kent. I support this amendment. I agree with the lady's comment. Grassroots are important. I think 3 meetings a year makes grassroots a hell of a lot stronger. Therefore, I support this amendment. Thank you.
Number 2, or 3, sorry.
Thanks, Drew. Brian Eves from Lambton County. I speak in support of this motion, or this amendment, I should say, to the motion. I think the ability to give input from the individual federations, from the individual members, coming up to the board, to the OFA in general, including events like this, I think it's extremely important. I don't think there's, and I guess I'll say in the number of years I've been involved, we have yet to not find multiple topics to speak about, to discuss, to debate, whatever we'd like to say. The challenge usually is to understand the most relevant topics at the time. To say we don't have anything to talk about, no, I don't think that's ever going to happen. Thank you.
Thanks. Number 4.
Melissa Schneider, Allegan County. I speak in favor of the amendment to the amendment, I guess. I just want to take a second to echo Ellie's comments to say that in my understanding, PAC started as a grassroots-led organization to be able to drive issues up to the top, to the board. And if you do not have that grassroots input, who is driving the decisions? Who is driving the information? Who has any idea really is what's happening to farm members across the province? I think having 3 meetings a year, there is a benefit to that. When I started on PAC, there was 2 meetings in Guelph and 2 meetings in Orangeville. I'm not really sure how those could be afforded so many years ago, but we can't afford to meet in person 3 times a year now. From my understanding, financially, the OFA is doing okay. I understand that there would be a lot of planning required to hold 3 in-person a year meetings, which is why we said the 3rd one could and should be held at the AGM, where we're all gathered anyways. I think there is value and importance in bringing people together 3 times a year to talk about the issues. If there is something crucial or timely or something really, really relevant that needs an immediate decision, that is exactly what having a Zoom meeting is for. We did not really touch on how many Zoom meetings because there really is no cost to that other than people's time to be able to attend and give their input. It's the same reason why we added the 2nd amendment, although we have not got to that 2nd amendment yet. So again, I speak in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to go to microphone number 2, and then we have a speaker online as well, which is awesome.
Jennifer Dolman, Renfrew County. I speak against the motion. I'm very much aware of the need to network and connect. I'm from rural Ontario, just like a lot of you, Eastern Ontario. In-person meetings take a lot of resources, not only for the OFA, but those of us that are trying to represent our communities well. I sometimes wonder when we talk about grassroots, the reason why I have my phone here is this is how I connect with my director. This is how I connect with the members, like the directors at large. If I just did things with snail mail or a pager or fax, my business would have gone bankrupt. And I think we need to recognize that we now have these amazing opportunities to connect, and no one can discount in-person meetings. But I want to differentiate. The purpose of this is to advance the OFA's goal of supporting farmers. If you're looking for social networking, get a club together, right? But the rest of us all have so many other irons in the fire, or maybe join another board as well if you've got the amount of time and energy to devote to this. Because I find that in-person meetings are important networking, but that's not OFA's job, is to give us entertainment. So I just want to make sure we keep in mind of what's at point here, and that is In the spring of 2023, we had a major change to our policies, and we were able to rally during spring planting and have groups come together and solve a problem right away, farmland preservation. So the model, it works. We've already tried it. Let's try this, and if you still don't like it, we can make changes again, but we've been held in purgatory for so long here. We just need to move forward.
If we could go to the online participant.
Sure. So, Mark McGowan from Renfrew County, from the Arnprior region. And, you know, I vote against this particular amendment because I think the approach of too many in-person meetings, to be honest, shuts out Eastern Ontario, Northern Ontario. I think we would get far more interaction with far more members if we were doing this more online. And I think that's the big push for me. For example, today, I can't be in Toronto. I'm running a Christmas tree farm business. This is peak season. And I think, you know, no matter what we do, it's peak season for somebody in Ontario, in Ontario agriculture. So I think the idea of more in-person meetings is a bad idea.
Thanks, Mark. And thanks for testing out that online system. It's good to know it works. Microphone number 3.
I am Sean O'Rourke from Huron County. I really don't think I have to say much after what Mark just said. You know, it's family life, work, play, balance, flexibility. So obviously I'm against the amendment proposed, so yes.
Okay, microphone number 4.
Paul Buckley, Kawartha Halburn. I speak against the amendment, but not because of the things that are in it. We had the same situation last year where an amendment came. I think that maybe this is a good indicator that there wasn't enough time spent in the previous year trying to hash out a lot of these issues before we got to this point. Again, I like what's in it, but just discussions here, we need to spend some more time to see whether those things have merit in it or not than just a short discussion at the AGM. Thank you.
Okay, back to 3.
Julie McIntosh, Perth County. I speak against this motion. Just a reminder to everyone that you can bring stuff to the provincial board at every meeting, and also invite and ask your provincial directors to come to your local board meetings. Contact them, ask them to give reports from the provincial level, and give them feedback to bring back up to the board.
Thank you. Microphone number 4.
Abby Taylor, Elgin County. I'd like to speak in favor of the amendment. Can we please bring it back up on the screen?
Might be able to do that, sure.
We've heard a lot of concerns from the further corners of the province, which are very fair, but just as it does say, we'd like the meeting to be in person with a hybrid option. The main goal of this amendment is to make sure that we are having these meetings and that our voices can be heard from the grassroots level. And we definitely want people that are farther away to have the hybrid option, and it is up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 3.
Neil Vincent, Huron. I speak against the amendment. Basically, trust your director. If you don't get along with your director, go right with your concern to another director. But why stick another level of bureaucracy in to slow a process down? Thank you.
Thank you. You going to close, Greg?
Yeah, I was going to do you a favor, Drew, by speaking here. Helps to speed the meeting along. I just want to speak one more time. The amendment is specifically to increase the number of hybrid in-person meetings from 1 to 3. I know there's been a lot of good discussion here, but that amendment is all that this is about. It is to increase it from 1 to 3. Just more opportunity to network and share and build grassroots initiative. That's all we're trying to achieve. We're building on what OFA has worked with their proposals, and I'd just like to carry it a little bit further. Thank you.
All right, thanks. That closes discussion on the amendment. If we could pull it back up on the screen, please. So what we're voting on is the first section in red, that the members' forum shall meet in person or hybrid no less than 3 times per year, and meetings may coincide with other OFA events such as the AGM. Discussions closed.
It's not a discussion, it's clarity. What does that slash mean? Does it mean or, and, in place of? Because that's the confusing part for me, Andy Kuyvenhoven Halton. Okay, what does that slash mean? Does it mean that we can have a only hybrid Zoom, or does it have to be combined? I need clarity on that because that changes my vote substantially. Because if it says or, it has an impact, but if it has to be all in person, it has an impact. Thank you.
Greg?
Would it be possible to pull up the original OFA tabled section 18? Because I'm quite sure we pulled that language directly from that. I know it's in red, but I'm quite sure we pulled that language exactly from that. The paragraph above it, in-person/hybrid. It's the exact same language as the original.
Yeah, and I think we do have policy now that says most of our major meetings will be held in conjunction as hybrid and in-person meetings at the same time. Does that answer your question? Okay. So we're going to go to our voting devices again and vote for or in favor, for or against the amendment. And hopefully that process is started. Just checking in to make sure everyone's able to vote. No one's having any issues. If you are, jump up and down, but I don't see anybody, so that's good. Just going to make sure we have enough time to get the voting process completed. Okay, we're good. Could you display the results? The amendment is carried. All right. So now we have an amended amendment. We're back to the original proposal with that amendment.
Okay. Do you want me to keep going with the second, or do you want to take a break?
Go for it, Greg.
Okay, so can we pull up the red text, section 18? So the next proposed amendment is that the bottom there, it's largely the same sentence that was in the first one. It's just that we're going to add a co-chair to help Drew or whatever the OFA president is. So we would like a representative selected by the members forum. It just allows for the grassroots membership to be heard and direct the future of these meetings. So that's the amendment.
Greg poses, or I guess it's Elgin, proposes the amendment to add a co-chair to the meeting. Is there a seconder?
Brian East from Lambton. I'll second that, Drew.
Thanks, Brian. Discussion on the amendment. Go ahead. Microphone number 4.
Yeah, I'd be in favor of this amendment because it is an awesome opportunity for OFA to show leadership and allow its members to learn by doing. Oh, wait a second, isn't that a 4-H thing, learn by doing? Oh my God. You don't do enough of that. When I look at other organizations on how much they do that, how much they bring in their members and educate them on how to do things, this is an awesome idea. Let them get that firsthand of standing up there where Drew is and speaking to a larger group where it's safe for them to do it.
Microphone number 3.
Patrick Verkley, Middlesex County. I'll speak in favor of this amendment. I've had the privilege of, for the last year, being president of the Middlesex Federation of Agriculture, and as you know, that comes with being a chair. And I've come to realize that even if you aren't saying anything as a chair, you are steering the conversation about how that meeting's going to go, and there's tremendous power in having that ability. And I think there was a time when we as OFA delegates voted for the president of the OFA here. And so we all had a say in who that leader was because of ANCA, and I think there's legitimate reasons for why we shifted to the president of the OFA being elected by the board that you're working with. I think having the ability for grassroots to have some say in who is leading a group that they are a part of directly is important. So I think that's why I speak in favor of this amendment.
Okay, microphone number 2.
Yeah, Ron Barnard, Algoma. Point of clarity, it's talking about having the representatives selected by the forum. Now, would they be selected at each individual meeting, or would they be selected for the year? Just wanted to be clear on the mechanism, how that would be done, or what's envisioned by the mover.
Is there any thoughts from Elgin on that? I don't have an answer, but my thought would be you'd have to do that ahead of time. You wouldn't want to throw someone into the job the day of. So,
Drew, I know I seconded the motion, but I guess I could. Brian Eves from Lambton, sir.
Sure.
I was part of some of the conversation here, and I'll say from our standpoint, we kind of felt this would be like a yearly event, that there'd be a representative chosen, and that would help participate in those. But I'd really like to say we're not stuck on one way or the other.
okay.
If I can, I'd like to also make a comment towards the amendment as well. Really, our thought process around this amendment was to give an opportunity to allow other members that are outside, or I should say outside, they're not in a presidency role, they're not in any other environment but allow them to come forward, express some leadership, develop some of our younger leaders, develop people that potentially can move into a director or some other role in the future. So, thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 4.
Melissa Schneider, Elgin. I speak in favor of this amendment. No offense to whoever sits in the president's chair, but we do not need a grassroots organization run basically by the person in the top position. We have currently under the PAC a steering committee of 3 people, and I think the desire from the Banana Belt meeting was just to make sure that at least one of the members who is attending that meeting is also helping to drive that meeting, to be able to put membership input into that meeting. We have seen, again, meetings driven from the top down, and I think the whole point of this amendment was to make sure that regardless of who's in the steering committee position, regardless of who's in the presidential position, the information is pushed from the bottom up. Thank you.
All right, microphone number 2.
Jim Brackett from Kent County. I fully support this amendment to the amendment. Having representation from the forum, helping to chair the meeting, I think is vital, and I'm in support of that, as most of Kent County is.
Microphone number, actually, Patrick, I'm going to go to 4.
I'm really quick.
I want to get first-time speakers in, and you've already spoken, so I'd like to go to microphone number 4.
So I'm going to be the squeaky wheel. Henriette from Thunder Bay. I'm opposed to this. I think the staff of OFA do a wonderful job organizing Federation forums. There's a lot more being offered at federation forums than our current PAC meetings, and every federation is actually allowed to speak. And I found with the steering committees, there's always a very heavy weight to Southern Ontario delegates being offered that position. So I think that while you can offer somebody a co-position to run these meetings, with the new designation of how you're going to do this Federation Forum, there's not going to be the same people in the room all the time with Federation Forum. So there's not a delegated person. So how are you going to have a steering committee when that representation from your area is always changing? Would be my only comment.
Thank you. Microphone number 3.
Rob Van den Engel from Huron County. I am speaking in opposition to this amendment. So the way I see it, with this amendment, we are basically going back to what PAC currently is, with someone from the OFA chairing the meeting and a member representative also co-chairing the meeting. It's basically going back to what we're trying to change, the bylaw. That's why I'm in opposition to it.
Thanks. Microphone number 4.
Paul Buckley, Kawartha Haliburton. I'm not speaking in favor nor against. I like the idea of someone being, like currently with the steering committee, there's actually 3 people. I think there's a lot of value to have people from PAC or the Federation Forum, whatever you call it, to be able to bring ideas and negotiate and discuss maybe topics that should be discussed and maybe aren't as desired maybe by the board. However, with this amendment, I think there needs to be a lot, because just to chair a meeting could be anything from just, standing up there and saying a few words to actually having some direction in the process. I think that's a whole other thing. So without some description of what that role would entail, it's really hard to understand what their roles are. So just some comments.
Okay. Number 3.
Neil Vincent, Huron. I speak against the amendment that there's got to be it takes extra time if you're going to have joint chairs, because there has to be time for them to talk over what is the actual agenda of the meeting. And the real reason that, and this is a point of clarification, the reason we don't elect presidents at this meeting anymore is the Provincial Corporations Act changed, and that was what changed it, so that we weren't directly from the membership electing. I think it just takes away from being able to run in a, I'll say, concise manner to get the job done quickly. There's too much duplication once you start putting extra layers into it. Thank you.
Greg's going to close discussion.
Yeah, I thought I'd do you another favor there, Drew. I'd like to take a break. If we could pull up that last amendment again, just so that everybody's clear on this. We are speaking specifically on whether we'd like to have a co-chair to assist the OFA president or not. That is all that this amendment is about, is adding a co-chair to that meeting. It helps OFA get grassroots initiative. It's a benefit to OFA. It's a benefit to our grassroots members. That is all we're discussing with this amendment.
All right, thanks. That closes discussion. We'll go to our voting screen on the, if we can get back to the other slide with the red wording. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at it wrong. So it is on the bottom. So the amendment you're voting on is at the bottom of the screen, co-chaired by OFA president and a member representative. Please vote. Okay, we got a thumbs up in the back. We'll put it on screen. Also carried. Okay. Appreciate all the input to date on this. We are up against the clock, so we'd like to take a motion to suspend discussion on this until tomorrow at roughly 11 o'clock. Greg, Marcel, any discussion on that? Seeing none, I'll just take a show of hands if that's carried. Any opposed? Thank you. So it's 10:10. We'd like to spend some quality time with our exhibitors and a health break out here in the hallway. They put a lot of effort into their displays and being here at our AGM, and we appreciate them being here. So please take 20 minutes and spend some time out there. Thank you. Be back at 10:30 with resolutions.
On to the resolutions. Not much of a hope. My spot to bring this, I thought somebody would want to get this. I got my water on the right. You want to switch? Don't matter.
I'm left-handed, so I'll write. Yeah. Oh, you did bring that up. I brought this
I found
up.
mine.
Okay.
So do you think we need to go through it?
Good morning, everyone. If everybody could take a seat and we'll get started on the resolutions. We're a little bit behind, but we're still tracking and not in a bad time frame. So I would first like to introduce the co-chair of the resolution committee is Tracy Arts. She is a zone member from Zone 4.
Good morning, everybody. I'm just going to introduce the chair this morning, and this is Paul Vickers. He's director from Zone 2, Bruce and Grey County. Oh, yes, that's right. So I'm going to start with the first resolution. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture work with the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Agribusiness and the Lieutenant Governor in the Council to add water hemp, Canadian fleabane, and Palmer amaranth to the schedule of noxious weeds in Ontario. Can I have a mover and a seconder come to the podium, please? Oh, sorry. Thank you for waving. It's hard to see up here.
Seth.
Microphone number 1.
Alvin Huffman, Prince Edward. I make the motion.
Bob Rogers from Prince Edward. I'm speaking in favor and seconding.
Thank you. Does anybody want to speak to the motion?
Yes. Good morning, Madam Chairman, President Spolstra, Board of Directors, members, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Alvin Huffman. I represent Prince Edward Federation of Agriculture. I would like to make a few comments on why we forwarded the resolution regarding additions to the noxious weed list. Noxious weeds present a threat to Ontario agriculture. They are difficult to manage, reproduce crop quality and yield, and can impact health of workers and livestock. Noxious weeds often come to agricultural lands through neighboring non-agricultural properties or road ditches, road allowances, hydro and railway corridors, and etc. Only those species listed in the Schedule of Noxious Weeds under the Weed Control Act of Ontario are deemed noxious weeds and captured by the legislation. The legislation lays out requirements for destruction of noxious weeds on private and public lands. This is important for control of weeds that impact farming from other properties. Weeds can be added to the noxious weed list through one of two ways: locally through municipal bylaw for local control only, or provincially through the Lieutenant Governor and Council for provincial control. I want to emphasize that by being on the provincial noxious weed list, it provides more empowerment to encourage or enforce control of noxious weeds if necessary. Water hemp, Canada fleabane, and Palmer amaranth are not currently deemed noxious weeds, but present specific threats to agriculture across the province. They grow aggressively, even in drought conditions, and can reach 3 to 4 feet tall or more in height with their deep and massive root system. They also reproduce aggressively. Some of these weeds can produce as many as 250,000 to 500,000 seeds per plant. I think they're even more prolific than rodents and flies. Every year, these plants are found on farmland where they have never been seen before. They are multi-group herbicide resistant and can pose a real challenge to growers of IP food soybeans, which are limited to what herbicides can be used and have to be used pre-planting or pre-emergence, which is earlier than these weeds cycle. And of course, certified organic farms cannot use herbicides at all. So for these reasons, Prince Edward Federation of Agriculture is requesting OFA to lobby and work to add water hemp, Canada fleabane, and Palmer amaranth to the Ontario Schedule of Noxious Weeds, giving farmers a tool to use to protect crops and livestock when these weeds threaten their operation. Thank you.
Thanks. Mic 3, please.
Andy Kuyvenhoven, Halton Region. On behalf of the Halton Region Board, I'd like to make an amendment to this and add Phragmites to the list. Jeff. Thank you.
Okay, that's an amendment. Okay. Okay, is there discussion to the amendment? Andy, do you want to add anything?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Peter, do you need a moment to, before we vote on it? You're good? I can't really see him. He's good? Okay. Okay, voting is open if you guys want to vote on the amendment. I can't hardly see back there.
I just want to ask them to close it back.
Yeah.
If somebody by the doors could get up and close them, it would be appreciated. There seems to be a bit of back noise coming in the auditorium. Thank you very much.
I couldn't see him because of the lights.
Yeah,
eh?
yeah, he's in a bad spot.
Yeah. He'll just put it up and it's good.
He should give you the thing yourself.
Okay.
Basically, you call them over. This is too open.
Yeah. I think I said that.
Yep,
didn't I?
yep.
Okay. I might not have worded it that way.
Basically. There.
Okay. Okay, they'll bring it up on the vote on the amendment. And that passes. should we go to vote on the actual? Okay. So does anybody have any comments on the amended resolution? Oh, thank you. Mike 4.
Isaac from Elgin. I want to say I like the resolution in principle, but unfortunately I don't think I can support it because when you look at Regulation 1096, Section 3.1, under the, it says no person shall transport farm produce containing weeds or weed seeds from a farm that is free from noxious, that has noxious weeds to a farm that is free from noxious weeds, and I think that is tying our hands a little much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Okay, I don't see anybody else, so let's vote on the resolution. I think that was a thumbs up.
When he gets right underneath that, like, I agree with you, it's tough to see.
Good. Yeah, because for me, my ankle needs to right in this place. Okay, it will come up on the screen when it's ready to go. And that passes.
On to resolution number 2. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture at the 2025 OFA annual general meeting hold an in-person administrator program. Do we have a person to make that motion? Somebody from Halton? Anyone from Halton?
My condolences, sleeping at the wheel. So moved, Andy Kaivano.
Andy, and seconder?
Jeff Maltby.
Whoa. You're supposed to speak to it. I think the resolution speaks well for itself, that we need to have assistance for our administrators. A lot of administrators are struggling with being by themselves and feeling isolated. So as they go through the process of doing their work, they're looking for a little bit more support all around. So that's what this resolution is about. Thank you.
Microphone number 3, Julie, or?
Hi, Julie Danon from Perth County. We are against this resolution. We have an administrator that's part-time and she has a full-time job, has a hard time getting away to come to the annual meeting. We would like to maybe suggest maybe a virtual thing or something like that, but to have an in-person meeting for the administrators to attend would be very difficult for some administrators, because across the province our administrators are all very different and they have different jobs and different things that they do as well. Thank you.
We'll go back to number 3, and then we'll go number 4. Number 3, go ahead.
Erica Murray from Huron. We spoke with our administrator on this resolution, and in principle, we agree with it. However, there are opportunities for Zoom meetings, and as Julie from Perth stated, they're very different across the province, so maybe sort of almost a lunch and learn where they can build those networks and relationships amongst the administrators would be a better use of resources than an in-person meeting.
Number 4.
Yeah.
State your name and county.
Eleanor No, Leeds County. I would basically be in favor of this because everybody wouldn't have to be there. Years ago, OFA did this for the secretary treasurers, And we came in, and there might have been 10 or 15 of us at the OFA office. But I got more out of that day as the secretary for the county, just from talking to the secretaries of other counties, more than what OFA was putting in front of me as, this is what you know, this is how you do this, and this is how you do that. Just being able to talk. So if you couldn't do this, if you could have at least the ability to bring them together like you do your summits, and allow the secretary treasurers that actually do end up here as a delegate for the convention to be able to talk to each other, to know who each other is. And yes, I do know you do the online stuff, but it's not the same. So the idea of being able to talk to each other is what's that word? Priceless.
Microphone number 3 and then number 2.
Yeah, Jeff Maltby from Halton. First of all, we have no problem if you want to put the in-person/hybrid on there, if that helps people, if we amend our own motion. Also, I'll speak to why this really is. Like, a lot of administrators have been doing that job for a lot of years, and it's really tough to find somebody that can take over for them. So if we had something that could help them pass the torch, so to say, and also, you know, mentally help them, because there's a lot of times they are part-time workers, but they work full-time hours. And we just see a need in several organizations near to us that we're going to be left administrator-less shortly.
So since you're the seconder, if you could get the Andy would like to change that, I think we could classify that as a friendly amendment.
Every change is not necessarily friendly, but if you put, I'll support whatever he said.
Peter, are you good with that in the back, or do you need any clarification? Can you give me a thumbs up? Or if there's major changes to any resolutions, we may ask you to take a written copy back to Peter in the back, just so it's a bit easier for the scribes to get it on the screen.
Are we done?
I think that's good. Yep. Does that look good, Andy? And the seconder? We got 2 thumbs up. Microphone number 2.
Peggy Breckfeld, Thunder Bay. On behalf of Thunder Bay, I appreciate the addition of the hybrid, but I actually think understanding the organization of OFA, having an in-person hybrid still means you still have to coordinate all the in-person things. It still requires a lot of resources from OFA staff. They are willing to support the administrators and the counties all over the place, and they do. I do think it should just go to a Zoom meeting. The second reason I speak against it is it's very, very limiting, because you very specifically said it has to be at the AGM and it has to be at the 2025 AGM. You're tying the hands of the organization if you go and move this particular motion. But I am quite confident that if you ask them to hold a Zoom meeting or to support the administrators or even to encourage some training, I bet you they'd be happy to support.
Okay, we'll go to number 4 and then number 3.
Paul Mussel, Ottawa, Carleton. I speak for it if it would help anybody in this position as administrator. I speak for it, but just a note, Ottawa Federation reached outside of the agriculture community and hired a professional secretary to come in and run our meetings. They had no agriculture background, but they do an excellent job running meetings, providing all the secretary and treasurer reports. Everything's laid out every meeting, and that's their job. They do that. This person does it for other nonprofit organizations, but I encourage other federations to look outside of agriculture community and may be able to hire a secretary treasurer within their community that would come in and do the job and not just oftentimes suck somebody in to do this job. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll go to number 3.
Thanks, Paul. Brian Eves from Lambton. I guess I'm going to say I'm going to echo Peggy's comments. The way the resolution is written, very restrictive. I fully support having a new administrator in Lambton. She's benefited greatly by meeting with other representatives, other administrators, having a meeting, and I think the concept is really good. but it needs to be something, the addition of the hybrid is massive in my eyes, but needs to be every year. Not necessarily at the AGM. It would just need to be able to set up something to allow these administrators to get training. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no further people at the mics. We're going to close the discussion and we'll allow the voting to start. At this time, I'd like to remind people we are going through the resolutions in order. If your county is up supporting a resolution or bringing forward a resolution, if you get to the mics beforehand, it might speed the resolution process up somewhat. I know it's riveting sitting out there with these long pauses, but we would like to move it ahead a little bit faster. Thank you. I don't know the right word. Okay, with the voting is closed. It's going to take a few minutes to get it to move over to the other screen, and we will wait for the results. And we'll call that resolution passed.
Permitted by unused disposal permits. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture aggressively, whoops, sorry, Peter.
Hey folks, Brendan from Dots here. I actually made a mistake on that last ballot. Those are the actual results for the previous ballot there. I flipped the numbers in favor and opposed. I apologize. Sorry for that.
Oops. It has been lost.
Yep, so that resolution was not carried. Thank you for clarifying the mistake, and we're going to go from there.
Okay, we will go to the third resolution. Permitted by unused disposal permits. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture aggressively lobby the provincial government, Ministry of Environment, Conservation, and the Parks and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, to revoke these disposal site permits if unused for 5 consecutive years. Do we have a mover?
Brad Snoblin, Kent, I move it.
Thank you. A seconder?
Brian East from Lambton. I'll second that motion.
Okay. Does someone want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I will. What's brought this on was they're in a town in Chatham, Kent there, Dresden. A company came in, purchased a piece of property with one of these permits on, had declared that they were going to use it as a recycling depot. They then turned around, purchased more farmland surrounding that land, and tried to get that permit put onto the additional land that they purchased, and then wanted to turn it into a large dump site with hundreds of trucks coming in every week. What we were wanting to do is have these unused permits, these landfill permits.
Sorry, can you speak into the microphone a little bit more? You're hard to hear.
Sorry.
Thank you.
What we want to do is there's permits out there. They have no expiry date. There's no fees associated with them to keep them up. They're just existing out there, and these companies are trolling, looking for these properties to form landfills with no consultation to the neighborhood. So we would just like to see everybody pull back these unused permits and go through the consultation process to create landfills.
Mike 3.
Brian Eves from Lambton. I just want to speak in favor of the motion. Through the issues associated with this potential landfill site in Dresden, this was very much an enlightening and discovery process. Realized that this situation that they can purchase a property that has an existing permit, decades old permit, and then go through an amendment process. Not environmental, not a new, they can just simply apply for an amendment to the permit to expand the site, in this case, from 36 acres to over 200 acres, and permit or change the permit to allow different types of disposal. I know the numbers in Canada, I think, there's 13 different of these existing permits. Again, they're decades old, have been unused, sitting out there that could be activated at any point in time. I know these permits exist, these old permits exist all across the province. It's an issue that we were unaware of until it happened. So, thank you.
Mike 3.
Neil Vincent, Huron, and in my municipal career, I was very involved in Huron County landfill discussion. My particular township had 3 landfills. We went to one to do a better environmental job of taking care of it, cutting the amount of soil that we had to use as cover at least twice a week, and that municipalities can control what happens. But just to say you're back to square one, applying for a permit, if you don't put something in every 5 years, do you want municipalities forced to put one truckload in every 5 years just to keep that permit open? I think that's wasteful and counterproductive. Thank you.
We're going to go Mike 2 and then Mike 4.
Angela Field, Renfrew County. In theory, it's a relevant concern of everybody who lives around them. As a municipal councillor who just finally got a landfill expansion complete in my municipality, I have to say that taking away permits after 5 years is not necessarily the best way for people to go, for municipalities to go. There are a lot of municipalities in our province that are struggling to find places to put their waste. They're struggling to deal with the incredible amount of waste that we produce every day. It's not a simple or a simple matter to just open up a dump because I have a permit. Our municipality, just with an expansion of our current landfill, had to go through hydrological, had to go through geological, had to go through archaeological, there we go. There are significant hoops that need to be jumped through even if you have an existing permit. I think 5 years is a little bit nearsighted or short-sighted, and if someone, I won't do it myself, but if someone is willing to make an amendment for 10 to 25 years, then that would be a little bit more reasonable. But we have a trash problem in our province. It doesn't matter where you live. We have a trash problem, and just taking away these permits is not going to help anybody in this room or in the cities. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike 4.
Eleanor Renault, Leeds County, and I'm at a loss as to be whether I'm for or against, but the last 2 speakers make very good points. There is no more licenses going to be given, and perhaps instead of wanting it shut down, they should have to start from the scratch. If you've got a property that has already said it could be a landfill, then, and they haven't used it, well, perhaps they should have to go through all the hoops that they had to go through before to get it back, especially if that's owned by a company, an individual, something outside of a municipality, because quite frankly, if a municipality owns it, they'll have to jump through all those hoops anyway. It's just the way the world works. But I'm not so sure. It's kind of like, be careful what you wish for. You might get rid of these sites that are already licensed and then have nowhere, but they should never be able to just, okay, I've had this license for 20 years, I'm just gonna go and start up a landfill, where how you got it 5, 10, 15 years ago has changed so much. You should have to do this, the environmental studies, all the other studies, and consult with the neighbors before you do it, so that everybody knows what's going on. But I'm just not sure about the closing it or taking it away altogether.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to it? Okay, I don't see anybody else at the mic. Go ahead, Brad. Okay.
No, I appreciate everybody's comments on our motion. Once again, we're not trying to stop anybody from having a dump. What we're trying to do is just so that they have to go through the consultation process in order to have one, so that the neighborhood gets a chance to have a comment in it. That's all.
Thank you. So that closes discussions. It will bring it to a vote. So get your clickers, or not clickers, your devices. It will be up in a moment. So that closes voting. So that passes.
Okay, we'll move on to resolution number 4, slow-moving vehicle education. Therefore, be it resolved, the Ontario Federation of Agriculture lobbied the Ministry of Transportation to increase its outreach regarding slow-moving vehicles when educating and licensing drivers. Do we have somebody to make the motion?
Lana Reading, East Nipissing, Parry Sound.
And a seconder?
Michael Marchant, Northeast PAC.
Would you like to speak to the motion?
Incorporating slow-moving vehicle education into new driver curriculums is a vital step toward enhancing road safety. Many new drivers are unfamiliar with the meaning and purpose of the triangle SMV emblem, often leading to dangerous misjudgments around farm equipment, horse-drawn vehicles, or other slow-moving traffic. By including these lessons on recognizing slow-moving vehicle signs, understanding their speed limitations, and practicing safe passing techniques, driver education programs can better prepare new drivers for rural and mixed-use roads. This proactive approach fosters safer interactions, reduces accidents, and instills a deeper respect for all roads users, creating more mindful and confident drivers.
Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Speakerphone number 2.
Yeah, Johannes Reniker, Manitoulin, West Sudbury. I'd like to speak in favor of this motion. Speaking from personal experience and somebody who's recently gone through, driver's ed and that, there is no education about slow-moving vehicles, how to navigate around them, both in the classroom and on the road in driver's ed. And I think this has been needed for a long time. And I know from moving farm equipment down the road personally, I've been in some pretty scary situations with drivers just don't know how to drive around slow-moving vehicles. And I think this would go greatly to improve that, especially in our area where the roads are far too narrow to meet provincial standards. They need to be upgraded, and getting over to let traffic by on a regular basis can be a challenge. So I think this is much needed in our driver education system.
Microphone number 2, and just remind people to try and really speak directly into the microphone so we can hear the comments.
Larry Freeman, Hamilton Wentworth.
when you farm near an urban community, there's so many drivers that have no idea what the slow-moving vehicle sign means. They don't concept it. All you get is the finger up. And it's just not, it's so important that they understand more what it represents. So I speak in favor of this.
Okay. Would the mover like to speak to the motion? If not, I'm going to call the discussion closed and we're going to vote. I see nobody getting up to the microphone, so we'll start the voting. We're just going to give them a couple more minutes before we call the voting closed. We got the thumbs up. The results will be on the screen here in a few seconds. We'll call that resolution passed.
All right, we'll move on to the next resolution. Climate change research. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture focus its research resources on studying both sides of these issues, starting with the International Panel on Climate Change Research Reports and including sources such as Friends of Science Society out of Calgary, Alex Epstein, Roy Spencer, Willem Happer, and many others, so as to provide the OFA membership with a comprehensive and balanced report on these issues. Do we have a mover? Mike 2.
Jim Brackett from Kent. I move the motion.
Thank you. And a seconder?
Jay Cunningham, also from Kent.
Thank you. Do you want to speak to it?
I just want both sides of the equation to be thought of and studied. Most of the time when we talk about climate change, we're talking about fossil fuel and moving away from it, which we've got land being taken up for battery use. We've got, if you take a look at both sides, positive and negative, fossil fuel has been the single most, the single economic driver for raising all countries out of poverty in the last 100 to 150 years. So I want both sides studied so that we get a fair evaluation because of how dramatic it affects our business as fuel for our machinery, as nitrous oxide, and all of those types of things. The cost to agriculture is huge.
Thank you. Mike 1.
Jen Dolman, Renfrew County. I speak against this motion. I really do appreciate the intent here. However, this goes beyond the scope of OFA's ability to do either foundational research, or it takes away from other resources. This is a very obviously well-researched and heavily politicized topic. So again, it's very important, but a lot of that research and a lot of those funds are already in place. So I just think we're better to focus on things that are well within our mandate.
Thank you. Mike 3.
Ed Lee from Middlesex. I speak in favor of the resolution. And I don't care which side of the issue you fall on. Science should never be driven by government ideology. And I know in recent years, the OFA, we have tried to fit our asks of government into what their current agendas are. So sometimes it's not based on science anymore. When we're trying to say science fits a government ideology, we're losing half the science. And now, under current governments, if you want grant or research money, you have to show how your project relates to climate science. Whether it's pro or not, you have to relate it to climate science to get that funding. That's why I speak in favor of this resolution.
Thank you. I'll go back to Mike 3.
Andy Kuyvenhoven, Halton. Once again, I've been tasked to put forward an amendment to the resolution. Our issue sits straightly with the naming of resources that you need to look at in order to have this study done. And we would like to remove all of the references to the International Panel on Climate Change, Friends of Science, Society of Calgary, Alex Epstein, Roy Spencer, William Harper, and so many others. So I do have some text here if you can put it up there, and I'll attempt to do that. But I do need a seconder to the resolution. Jeff?
I need a seconder for that.
Jay Cunningham from Kent. I will second that.
Okay, do you mind taking that back to Peter for me, please? Thank you.
Can I say that's a friendly amendment and that I'm in favor of it? Or is that not necessary?
That's not necessary. We'll need to vote on the amendment, but I'll just have to give Peter a second to be able to catch up to us first, and then we'll vote on it. No, we don't know it yet.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Mike Van Nieuwenhuis from Kent County. I heard earlier that as long as it's a friendly amendment and the mover is in agreement with it and gives you a thumbs up, we don't have to go through this process?
It has to be the seconder also. But I think this is a little bit more than a friendly amendment, is it not? Yeah, but I think this is a little bit more than a friendly amendment, I believe. Is it not a little bit more?
I accept it as a friendly amendment.
The previous amendment that I took from the floor was actually made by the person that made the motion and the seconder. Andy was not did not make the motion and did not second the motion. This is why it's not as simple as a friendly amendment.
Okay, so the amendment is up on the screen. you want me to reread it? So therefore be it resolved, the Ontario Federation of Agriculture focus its research resources on studying both sides of these issues, referencing research reports to provide the OFA membership with a comprehensive and balanced report on this issue. And we're good to vote. Oh, does anybody want to speak to it? Sorry, I'm missing one motion here, one step here. Does anybody want to speak to this? Sorry, Mike 4.
Paul Buckley, Kawartha Halburn. I just wanted to speak in support of this. I guess that's without knowing what the research resources are of the OFA. But I would say, and to the previous comment about political things, it would be really nice to have some sort of analysis of current, especially political things with an agricultural and Ontario context to them, to allow board members and the members to help start to formulate their own opinions on some of these matters, not from a political piece, but from a overall understanding of the issues at hand. Thanks.
Thank you. Mike 4.
Terry Otto from Ottawa, Carleton. I speak opposed to this resolution for a number of reasons. I think it's very important that we know the backgrounds of this climate change stuff. However, OFA doesn't have the funding available to go into in-depth studies to do this. There's all kinds of experts all over the world that are doing this. And even if we had the ability to do it and the money, and came up with valuable and sensible reasons, the government's not going to listen. The government, for an example, these battery storage issues, they're forcing industry to build batteries in Canada. We're going to be leaders. Yay, yay, yay. They don't even know how to recycle the damn things yet, but yet we're being pushed into it. The one in Quebec has just filed for bankruptcy after taking billions of dollars out of our pockets and pension funds and provincial government and federal government. They're not listening. So for that reason alone, I speak against the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike 1, I believe.
Keenan Stone, Renfrew County. I speak in opposition to the resolution as well. Just noting that we think that OFA's resources could be better spent in figuring out how our farmers could be compensated for the environmental services that they provide, rather than spending resources on this kind of work.
Oh, Mike 4.
Yes, Eleanor Renault, Leeds County, and I'm speaking in the middle. This is a good idea. We should have both sides of it. Yes, I agree with the ones that say that there's not enough money in OFA's coffers to do this, but in conjunction maybe with other organizations or working with University of Guelph, maybe a grad student, maybe one of the university professors would like to take this on. So maybe just a lobby effort from OFA to get somebody else to do the work. Just a thought.
Madam Chair, are we speaking to the amendment?
No, I was just going to remind people to speak to the amendment. Is there anybody else who wants to speak to the amendment? Okay, I don't see anybody else up at the mic, so I will close discussion and we will vote on the amendment. Okay, voting is closed, and it will be up on the board in a moment, the results. So the amendment passes. Okay. Is there any discussion now? Well, I see one at the mic. Go ahead.
Can you bring the resolution back up, please? So therefore, be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture focus its research resources on studying both sides of these issues. What are these issues?
Mike 3.
I wanted to point out, Andy from Halton again, I wanted to point out that we're referencing research that has already been done. This is not about commissioning OFA to do new research. It's referencing, so it's actually researching research to come to a pile of information. Thank you.
Mike 4.
Paul Muscle, Ottawa Carleton, I speak against it. When you mention resources, are we talking resources $10,000? Are we talking $1 million? To me, it's an open-ended motion here. I'd like to see a figure put on this before we I'd vote on something like this.
Thank you. Mike 2.
When it just says these issues, that could refer to anything in our book. It needs to reference climate change if that's the topic here.
Does anybody else want to speak? Go ahead. Mike 2.
I would be quite willing to put the word climate change. It was in the whereases before. Everything was about climate change. We're already spending money now, but we're only spending it on one side of the equation, assuming it's caused by man, and that anything that is not, according to some sources, that they're all the other sides of the question are funded by the oil industry, which is just not true. So, if you can accept putting climate change into the resolution, I would accept that.
That would be a friendly amendment. So as long as your seconder is good with that, we can do that.
I am good with that.
Just a point, to go back to what Larry raised, Ron Bonnet from Algoma, the resolution has to stand alone. The whereases aren't included, so I think the word climate change has to be inserted to describe the research to make the resolution appropriate.
That's what the friendly amendment just did, is put climate change in there. Okay. Thank you. We're ready to vote? He put his thumbs up. Okay, we are ready to vote on this resolution. Pete, 1 second. Peter, are you putting climate change? Sorry, we went a little fast on you. Do you want to go back there and let Peter know?
I made the friendly amendment to put the words climate change in, and it was seconded.
Put it between referencing and research.
Sorry? Oh, all right.
Did you get that, Peter? Between referencing and research, put climate change, please. Pardon? Yeah, he's going back there. I didn't catch it wasn't in there because I was looking at that stuff. I can't see it. It's okay. Melissa kept it going back. change issues. I think it's crossed off. Yeah. Well, all the other ones. That's good. I will read it out loud. Okay. Now that the change has been made, we are going to restart the vote. Sorry for the confusion, everybody. I will read it out so that everybody's on the same page. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture focus its research resources on studying both sides of climate change issues, referencing research reports to provide the OFA membership with a comprehensive and balanced report on this issue. You're welcome. You can start voting. Voting is now closed and it will be up in a moment. While we were waiting for that to come up, just to let everybody know that the sixth resolution will be moved with the other group of resolutions later today, as we are running behind and we have some speakers that need to be on time. So thank you. This resolution fails. 61.2. Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. We're going to move forward. We've got a presentation from the cooperators. I don't think Mark Reeser's in the room, is he? Oh, there he's coming up. So I will leave the introduction for him. I'll ask Nicole Waldron to start making her way up to the stage as well. We've got a couple things we're going to put off until tomorrow in terms of staff presentations. We're going to work through this, get to lunch as quickly as we can.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Reeser. I'm a director for Zone 9 in OFA, Dufferin, Wellington, and Waterloo, and I farm in Wilmot Township. Not only are the cooperators an OFA benefit partner, but our two organizations share a long history that dates back to just after World War II, when farmers found it challenging, if not impossible, to find insurance to meet their unique needs. I am one of the two delegates that OFA sends to the cooperators, and our next speaker sits on the cooperators' board of directors. Nicole Waldman joined the cooperators' board of directors in 2021, where she is a member of the Governance and Cooperative Identity Committee and the Cooperators Community Funds Board. She is a professional event planner, speaker, author, podcaster, and research collaborator, and serves on committees with Stella's Place, the Ontario Family Caregivers Advisory Network, and the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health. Please join me in welcoming Nicole Waldman.
Good morning. Am I standing between you and lunch? Oh, God. Okay.
So I am absolutely stoked to be here. It's my first OFA meeting, and at Cooperators, one of the things that we have as a board that we can do is that we can put our names down for the AGMs we want to attend, and this has been on my list. And I finally got a yes. Secretly, between you and me, I always wanted to be a farmer. I was telling good old Jack there, my fellow board member, one of my mentors, but I don't have the resilience, the risk, the ability that I find anyone who is in the business. You guys have this strength that I think Canada and the world needs to know about. Coming from the island of Trinidad and Tobago, I have been around farmers for a long time, and I always admire what you do. And I know I'm going off script. Anybody who's in the staff, like Joel Santos, who's here from Member Relations, and if you go out to the booth, you will get to meet him. But, you know, they know I go off script because I just love people and I just love what you do. So thank you so much, before I get into the official part, for allowing me to speak to you for a few minutes on behalf of Cooperators. Kathy and Drew, I so appreciate you and all that you do and what you're doing for Canadians and advocating for us to have food on our table that is cultivated with care, cultivated in a way that Canadians can have quality food. And I know sometimes you're taken for granted. And I listened to Mike this morning, and I'm listening to the conversations, and I'm so reminded of the purpose of co-ops and how co-ops were founded. And Mark, referred to back in 1945, Cooperators were started in Regina, Saskatchewan, and it was by a group of farmers and credit unions. And when you look at the history of co-ops in general, it was always based, and it was based from finding and solving challenges to economic needs. And this is what you do. And as you continue to do the work as farmers, don't be discouraged. Continue to fight the fight, because at the end of the day, without food, we cannot live. So back on script, okay? Is that okay? Am I good to go back on script? So at Cooperators, our purpose is financial security for Canadians and our communities. We offer a myriad of products and solutions and advice that meet the far-ranging investments and well-planning needs of our clients and members. In all cases, we strive to build the long-term financial prosperity and stability required to navigate times of uncertainty and recover with strength when challenges arise. We catalyze sustainability through our investments by leveraging our financial strength to fund solutions to environmental and social challenges. And that was coming out very clearly through the debates that were happening just now. At the end of 2023, we had invested 48.4%, representing around $5.90 billion of our total investments portfolio in impact and climate transition investments. Through Cooperators Community Funds, we support young, undeserved Canadians and people with mental health challenges as they build their financial security. And I am so happy to see, as a mental health advocate myself, to see what you are doing to foster the mental health and wellness of you and your families. I've been collecting stickers all over the place. It is so important. And I encourage you to remember that our mind is our brain and our brain is our mind. And our mental health is connected to the wholesomeness of who we are. So continue in that piece that you're doing. In CCF in 2023, we gave about $1.1 million in grants to over 42 organizations. So if you are doing anything where it involves young people and mental health, and you have organizations or programs, please look at the CCF fund to see if there's anything that you may qualify for. Now, we contributed around $2 million to the ongoing development and advancement of the Canadian cooperative sector in 2023. A significant portion of this comes through our cooperative development program, which contributed over $500,000 to 38 emerging and expanding Canadian cooperatives. We firmly believe cooperatives are well positioned to support our communities and the economy through difficult times. We have become very good at working together to develop meaningful, collaborative, long-term solutions to complex challenges. I believe, and at cooperatives we believe, together we are stronger as we embrace and leverage our differences rather than use them as justification to move forward. In some of the African cultures, we call this Ubuntu, U-B-U-N-T-U, coming together. Now, our new head office is in Guelph, and it's exciting. I've just gotten to visit it a little bit, and it has already earned green certification, zero carbon design, LEED Gold, and WELL Platinum certifications. And we're really proud of that, and Cooperators has just been named one of the top 100 employers as well. We are strengthened at Cooperators by a diversity of perspective that coalesce around a common purpose. Our 46 member organizations bring the interests of millions of Canadians to our governance tables. We believe a board is best served when its members bring varying experiences, perspectives, insights, skills, and knowledge to the table. And by the discussion you had this morning on bylaws, I can see you as well are thinking around those lines about the regeneration and building new leaders in this organization as well. To that end, we have launched our second strategy to guide us from the early stages of our journey to embed principles of IDEA. That stands for inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility into how we operate across our various roles and identities in communities and our industry. In 2023, I am so proud to say we launched a reconciliation strategy as an important initiative within our broader IDEA strategy. We are dedicated to continuously not just learning, but unlearning the need for reconciliation. We are hopeful and optimistic about the positive impact of our communities to truth and reconciliation will have on the future. One of the initiatives that we most recently, highlighted would be the expanding of our partnership with First Nations University by offering scholarships and providing mentoring and career management opportunities. And as I wind down, I'll say this. The mutual benefit is key to all cooperatives, and one example of how we build this together is through our member benefits program for the OFA. This program in particular offers exclusive discounts and enhanced coverage for your grassroots members on many products as farm, home, and travel insurance. And these are just some of them because we know there are nuances that you have that other organizations have. So please definitely check out Joel. He's somewhere in the back there outside, and ask him some questions. And last but not least, I'm pleased to share that Cooperators had a profitable year in 2023, not as good as 2022, but still solid enough to allowing for a member loyalty payment. We are proud to meet the insurance and financial service needs of OFA. Your support, all of your support of our business and promoting the member benefits program that benefits your grassroots members impacts our success. And when I say our success, I mean all together. Thank you for your continued support of our organization, and it is indeed my pleasure on behalf of the board of Cooperators, our staff, our members. I just feel so humbled to be invited to speak and to be a part of your AGM. I'm learning a lot, and I'm going to take a lot with me. I wish you continued success, and I would be advocating for farmers at some of the tables I sit on. I sit on housing tables, and I sit on mental health tables, and I believe we need to make sure that the advocacy is done and done well. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Nicole, for your words and coming today to share time with us. And thank you for choosing to come to our convention. That's special. Thank you so much. And in lieu of a gift, we are making a donation to 4-H Ontario, an organization I think that you would be interested in and proud of. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I'd like to call on Larry Davis to come up to the stage and introduce our next speaker.
And just before I do that, could I have someone from Norfolk, Keys, or somebody just go out to see the silent auction desk, please, if they would. So good morning, everybody. My name is Larry Davis. I'm the Director for Zone 3, Director for Zone 3, representing Brant, Haldeman, and Norfolk. And I'd like to introduce Jay Adkins, the CEO of Agricultural Credit Corporation. Jay was raised on a cash crop, beef, tobacco, and vegetable farm in Norfolk County and is a graduate of Ridgetown College and Western University. ACC is a not-for-profit farm organization founded in 1992 by a coalition of farm organizations and now represents 19 producer associations and marketing boards. The organization offers low-cost operating loans to producers across Canada, and in the more than 30 years since the organization was founded, ACC has provided more than $3 billion in operating funds to Canadian producers. They're also a sponsor of our lunch at this year's AGM. Please join me in welcoming Jay Adkins.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Well, first, it's a privilege to be here, but I have a question. How many people drove to this event? Stick your hands up. Okay, I want to personally thank you. I'm looking for a new pickup truck, and all I had to do this morning was drive around the parking lot to see every model, make, size. So thank you for that. I'd also like to thank you all because I eat. And if it weren't for you, I wouldn't and couldn't. So for the meals you provide to me and my family, thank you all very much. I also would like to thank Kathy and Drew. Drew thinks he has a stalker because every place he's at, I'm at. We're trying to work that out. But it's great to work with the Ontario Federation of Agriculture. We appreciate it. And by the way, if you don't know, you're our landlord. So, but I'll just come to Kathy if I have an issue. But we moved into the office about a year ago, and we found the relationship between our two organizations have become closer, and we appreciate the opportunity to sponsor this event of yours. Kathy asked me to take my 5-hour presentation down to about 5 minutes, because I know I'm between you and lunch, and that's not an envious position to be in. I'm going to do a little shameless promotion of our organization here. ACC is a not-for-profit organization. We administer the Ginseng Loan Program, which is a program that provides up to $1 million to ginseng growers so they can hold inventory until the market changes. We administer the Commodity Loan Program for the provincial government, a program where a producer can get up to $750,000 at prime for a period of 23 months or until the crop is sold. And our largest program, which we administer in Ontario, Quebec, British Columbia, and starting into Alberta, is the Advanced Payments Program. Close to 40,000 farmers use this program each year across Canada, and almost $4 billion was loaned out this year alone. More and more farmers are understanding that this program is easy, it's easy to apply to, and why not let the government pay the interest on your operating loans? The process is really easy. We ask you to call us. If you got auto steer on your tractor and a field 20 minutes long or 16 minutes long, we can do a loan for you over the phone. Our renewals take about 6 minutes, and our average time from the time you sign a loan application to the time you get money in the bank is 9.6 days. I've been in agriculture my entire career,
And a number of times that I have heard, there's just too much paperwork. We've tried to take the paperwork away from you so you don't have to do it. All you need to do is contact us. We've got some really nice folks there. Be happy to talk to you and complete an application for you. So for those who deal with us today, thank you very much. We appreciate your business. For those of you who don't, when you get tired of paying interest, come and see us. We'd be happy to talk to you. Kathy asked me not long ago to come and speak, and as a major sponsor of this conference, and I said, what would you like me to talk about? She said, well, tell us what interest rates are going to do. That is the moment that I realized that Kathy thinks I'm a lot smarter than what I am. Interest rates are change, and the way they're calculated are changing. And I'm going to share with you, just take a couple minutes to share with a few things that are changing. Interest rates are being set differently. Things like CDOR, Canadian Deposit Overnight Rate, this year was changed to a new acronym called CORA. So when you borrow money, for example, for us on bankers' acceptance notes, then it's a different calculation. It's also a higher interest rate. Number one. Number two is there was an international banking regulation that was put into place about a year ago called Basel IV. And it was put in place by the international banking community in lieu or as a result of COVID. And what happened was the banking industry wanted to be more liquid and have more liquid assets. This Basel IV was accepted by Canadian government and implemented. And what it did was it took about $30 billion out of the bank's ability to lend in Canada. Now, $30 billion is a lot of money. And what that's doing is with the banks, as I had one CEO of a bank say to me, he said, well, that's $30 billion we can't lend out. We're going to get it from someplace. And the result of that's been interesting just in the last few weeks. You'll know that 2 weeks ago, the Bank of Canada came out and dropped interest rates by 50 basis points. Coincidentally, the bond market didn't drop. As a matter of fact, mortgages for housing went up. And so there's going to be a lot of changes take place and a lot of discussions had with a lot of businesses, not just agriculture, but with a lot of businesses, that although the prime rate may be going down, which I think it will, might be wrong, Kathy, but I think the prime rate you're going to see going down. The difference is going to be the borrowing rate. And when you go into your banks and talk to your financial institutions, we use them too, be cognizant of that and understand that be expecting it, that rates may not actually go down for borrowing, even though Bank of Canada rate is dropping. That's my forecast for interest rates, Kathy. So good, bad, or indifferent. And I do feel everyone's paying. We borrow about $900 million a year, so we watch interest rates pretty closely. So with that, and I know lunch is out there, I'm going to leave it at that. I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank Drew and Kathy and the OFA organization for allowing us to be part of this. It is an honor. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak here today, and I hope everyone enjoys their conference. Thank you.
Jay, on behalf of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, it's been an honor and a pleasure to have you speak to us today on behalf of ACC. And please accept a donation from the Ontario Federation of Agriculture to you in presentation to Fort Ontario. Thank you.
Very much. Thanks, Larry.
So don't go away. We have an important speaker coming up. So last year at Canadian Federation of Agriculture, I noticed there was a young speaker came to the stage, a young speaker from British Columbia, I believe he was, and he spoke passionately about agriculture. And then coming back home here to Ontario Tracy was sitting beside me at one of the meetings we were at one day, and she said, "Oh, my son was just in a competition and had a winning speech." And so I said, wouldn't that be interesting to bring a young farmer to the Ontario Federation of Agriculture? So the OFA is a strong believer in developing our next generation of leaders and supporting young people who are passionate about agriculture. Our next speaker is Lucas Arts. He is a student from Oxford County, and his mother, Tracy, of course, is an OFA zone director. Last year, Lucas enjoyed some recognition as a public speaker with his presentation called "Beyond Every Great Hamburger is a Great Farmer." How resonating is that? And he's going to come onto the stage now and give us some of that winning, passionate presentation. Lucas, come and join us.
What did Mr. and Mrs. Berger call their daughter? Patty. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lucas Arts, and I am in grade 8 at the Oxford School in Woodstock, Ontario. Today I'm going to be talking about one of my most favorite foods, burgers. I'm going to be talking about the history and the best restaurants in the U.S. Get ready to lay back and relax for my speech. It is a common mix-up that the burger was invented in the United States. However, it was the Romans that created it. They began with a flat patty and then added a thin layer of animal fat. The hamburger started off as a meatball with animal meat, sometimes made with fish or vegetables, and was served as an appetizer. The invention of squishing out the meatball is what created the burger. First, it was only the patty in the middle of the bread, then people began adding toppings they liked. The delicacy in the Roman time survived the collapse of the Roman Empire and eventually made its way to the United States. The first burger in the U.S. was in a place called New Haven Burger in the 19th century that kicked off one of the most famous creations today. Next, I am going to be talking about some of the most famous restaurants. The most famous restaurant in the U.S. is McDonald's. The most famous burger at McDonald's is the Big Mac. It's most famous because of its unique creation and taste. McDonald's was the first fast food restaurant to create the drive-thru, creating a fast and easy experience. White Castle was the first burger restaurant with the steak patty. It was a sit-down restaurant, so it was not as fast. Wendy's is also another burger restaurant, just like Burger King and McDonald's, that are very popular. Burger Chef was a popular restaurant in the 1950s that invented the kids' meal with a toy, like the Happy Meal. However, McDonald's put them out of business with their Happy Meal. Finally, I love burgers because of their taste and variety. I think burgers can be very good for you because there's a lot of healthy toppings that you can put on them. You can make them in a lot of different ways, and a lot of people like them. The best toppings on burgers, in my opinion, are bacon, cheese, ketchup, mayo, tomato, lettuce, and the Big Mac sauce. They are very convenient when you have people over for barbecues because everyone just loves them. There are vegan and vegetarian burger options as well to meet everyone's dietary needs. There's something out there for everyone. It is just really nice to eat and fun to put your own toppings on it. You should eat burgers because they are very delicious. One of my most favorite fast food chains is McDonald's because the fries are good. My typical order from McDonald's is a Big Mac, a McFlurry, and fries, if my mom allows me. The next time you go out to get a burger, remember this speech and how the options are endless. Just remember how the Romans made the first burger until it became the modern day and the best restaurants in the U.S. There's something out there for everyone. And now, the speech like a burger is well done.
Hang in here for a second. Lucas, on behalf of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture and everyone here, don't quit speaking. And I'm sure everyone here has a big round of applause for Lucas. Thank you, Lucas.
Thanks, Lucas. That was great, and I see a lot of mouths drooling, especially Greg Fenty. He moved right up front here, and I think he's got a hunger on for sure. It's been a great morning, productive, and I'm glad to let you know that we're about to go into lunch. We do have a lunch speaker, MPP Ted Hsu from the Liberal Agriculture Critic. We'll be speaking at 12:45 back downstairs where we'll have a plated lunch, and then we'll be back in this room at 1:30. Thank you very much to Jay and ACC for their sponsorship of lunch and attending our meeting and the partnership that we've been able to create and keep going over the years. And I'd invite Teresa Van Ray to say grace before we head to the other room for lunch.
Thank you. And Jay, I would like to thank you also for helping the Van Ray Farms cash flow. So we much appreciate it. And I do say it is very easy and the staff is really awesome, just for an FYI. So thank you and hello everyone. When asked to do this, I went to ChatGPT. For those of us learning about it, it stands for Chat Generative Pre-trained Transformer. It's a type of conversational AI, artificial intelligence, not to be confused with that AI that I was very familiar with when we were pork producing in the sow barn. ChatGPT is a model specifically trained for generating human-like text responses in natural language conversations. So I have two versions of expressions for thanks. I was amazed at how multiple one words were turned into sentences, and when you add the word humorous, well, you get this. Well, here we are, taking a moment to say thanks for all the good stuff in our lives. First off, we're grateful for the food we get to eat. Whether it's homegrown or from the local store, we know there's a lot of work behind every meal. But big thanks to our fellow farmers for the endless hours spent in the field, for the crops that didn't read the latest weather forecast, for our unsung hero, duct tape, and for those moments when we're fixing equipment and wondering if that tractor is actually possessed by a mischievous spirit. Big thanks to our families who support us, for putting up with our dirty boots, for loving us even when we look and smell like the barn, for patiently waiting for us to show up for dinner. Thanks for understanding that just a quick job means we're going to be hours late. And to our industry partners for helping us figure out how to grow crops and nutrient-rich foods, and for offering advice when we break something again. Seriously, you all deserve medals for patience, especially when we say, I swear it was working last year. A big shout out to the chefs who turn our humble harvest into culinary masterpieces. It's like magic. 1 minute it's a pile of potatoes. The next it's mashed potatoes with gravy, and we're all in love with food again. And let's be real, you're the ones who make our work look good on Instagram. We're thankful for the freedom to do what we love, even if it means 16-hour days, questionable weather forecasts, running on coffee, and a lot of stubbornness, or a little bit of stubbornness. We may grumble about the early mornings, long nights, but deep down we wouldn't trade it for the world. Except maybe a vacation, but that's another prayer. And being Canadian, well, that's just the cherry on top, eh? Finally, let's remember to be kind to each other, because let's face it, farming is a tough gig. Let's laugh off the broken tractors, the surprise rainstorms, and the fact that we always forget to wear sunscreen. Here's to more patience, more laughs, and maybe a few less mosquito bites next year. And as always, here's to more coffee, fewer breakdowns, amen, or as we say in farming, let's get back at it and hope the rain holds off. And here's what I was really asked to do. May we bow our heads. Today we pause to give thanks for all that we have. We are grateful for the food we grow, harvest, and share, for the earth that provides, for the hands that tend it. We thank our families for their unwavering support, for the long hours and the hard work they share with us, and for their understanding when we miss a meal or two. They are the heart of what we do, and we couldn't do it without them. We offer thanks to our fellow farmers for the shared struggles, the lessons learned in the field, and for that camaraderie that comes with knowing we're all working toward the same goal: a full table, a strong community, and a healthy future. May we continue to support one another in this journey. We thank our industry partners for their expertise, guidance, and the relationships we build together. Your support helps us to grow stronger, and we know that together we are building something lasting. Here's to the partnerships that keep this industry moving forward. We are grateful for the chefs who take our harvest and turn it into something extraordinary. You bring the fruits of our labor to life in ways we never imagined, turning simple ingredients into meals that bring people together. Your creativity and skill helps us to see the beauty in what we grow. We give thanks for the freedom we have to do the work we love, for the ability to plant, grow, and nurture the land, and for the privilege to live and work in this amazing country. Being Canadian is something to be very proud of, from the vast fields to the welcoming communities. We are thankful for this land, this life, and this opportunity to contribute to it. Finally, let's remember to be kind in our work, in our communities, and in our lives. Kindness can make all the difference. Let's choose to listen more, to support one another, and to approach each day with patience, understanding, and gratitude. Together, we make this journey worthwhile. For all of this, we are thankful. Amen. Bon appetit. Yes, I was busy. All right, take it away.
I'm gonna have to get somebody to restock my suite.
You were going to get Steve.
I don't know what happened.
Do you need anything? Good? Yep, on that.
I think that's what they were going to do, share the questions. Yep. We're not all answering the same question.
I'm not gonna sign it. Questions? Whoever can chime in. Yep, me too. All right, good afternoon, everyone. How was lunch? That's good to hear. So we're going to move into our afternoon session, and thank you for getting back so promptly. We are, of course, always crunched for time, so we're going to do our best to continue on and make up some time this afternoon. But if we're going to have your attention up front, we're going to move into our How to Deliver Powerful Municipal Delegations panel. So we're really excited to present this group up here with you today. So again, I'd like to welcome everyone back. I'm going to be your moderator for this afternoon's session, and of course, many of the issues that affect all of us on our farms today are municipal in nature. This session is going to give you the tools, tips, and confidence to make your voice heard at the local level as you advocate for issues or present to local councillors. First of all, I'd like to introduce our panelists. I'll start with Mayor Robin Jones. Robin has been the mayor of Westport in Eastern Ontario for the past 10 years. In August of this year, she was elected president of the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, or AMO, and she's also the current past chair of the Rural Ontario Municipal Association. And it's been great to get to know Robin and work together, both at Roma and now AMO, and we look forward to a productive working relationship going forward. Kathy Burkhart-Jessen is the mayor of Lucan Biddulph in Middlesex County, a position she's held since 2014. Between 2014 and 2023, she was also a councillor and the warden of the Middlesex County and now serves as deputy warden. She was first elected to municipal council in 2010. It's great to have you here today as well, Kathy. Albert Witteveen is in his second term as a Niagara Regional Councillor representing West Lincoln. He farms near the 20 Mile Creek and is a longtime member of the Niagara Federation of Agriculture. He is also a commissioner on the Niagara Escarpment Board and the chair of the Greater Golden Horseshoe Food and Farming Alliance. Welcome, Albert. And last but not least, Jenny LeBlond. And Jenny has been the Chief Administrative Office Clerk Treasurer in Northern Ontario Township of Chisholm for 6 years. She's a first-generation cow-calf farmer with her husband Jason and their 3 adult children, and previously spent almost 2 decades working in the mental health and addictions sector. Please join me in welcoming our panelists. So we're going to get right into it, and I think we'll do our best to maybe set the stage. And I imagine that each delegation that you folks face is a little bit different. But the question to start off is, what does a typical delegation look like? Maybe I'll turn to Jenny to start. You probably do, yeah.
Okay, from my experience, most of the time it's one person speaking. Don't bring your entire group because most council chambers are not going to be able to fit everybody. And make sure that you're clear and concise with your message and that you're following the procedure bylaw. Every council has to have a procedure bylaw, and in that bylaw will have the rules for your delegation, whether it's time limits, the number of people who can speak, There's also a code of conduct in that procedure bylaw, so make sure you're on your best behavior in council chambers. So those are the kind of the technical pieces of a good delegation.
So I think I'd add that it's a process. And that's what you need to think about. And I think why we're here today is to make sure that you're really comfortable understanding the process and what our expectations are. And so for a typical delegation, my first advice would be get to know your CAO. And particularly in rural Ontario, you know your CAOs, your mayor, you can probably walk up to their door and knock on their door. And so I probably start with a bit of a tutorial on what happens in that council chamber so that you can be effective. The people who come with a delegation and do not engage the CAO beforehand have a really hard haul because you're coming in cold and your council is cold. So if I say it once, I'll say it many times today, really get to know your clerk or CAO, depending on what you have. Share with them what it is you want to take to council, and 99.9% of the time, they're going to give you really good advice on how to land it.
Great. Did you want to jump in?
Well, there's not much more I can add to that except just be prepared. And usually there's a deadline for the agenda, and make sure that you've got your presentation to the clerk so that it can be included in the agenda so that council can be prepared prior to your presentation. They can have questions that they might already have before you've already presented so that there is a discussion. And I would say, you know, maybe find an ally on council that, you know, if there's some point that you want to be brought home, maybe make a friend with one of the councillors so that that councillor can help deliver your message as well.
So following up on that, of course, I think probably as mayors, as councillors, you have goals out of what you want to see come out of the delegation discussions and how you want to move those conversations forward. What's in it for you? What do you folks like to get out of these delegations as they come forward?
So what I like to see out of a delegation is a community engagement and people that are engaged in their community to feel that they can make a difference by coming to council and making their community a better place. And knowing that their voice can be heard and they can be instrumental in what they're trying to achieve, and that's probably from a counselor's position. I think that's very satisfying.
Yeah, I would echo that. I mean, I'm a big proponent of delegations because I really feel that there's just such a great opportunity for grassroots to bring an idea, a concern directly to council. Not only do you have council's ear, but quite often you have the press's ear. So if there's an issue that is important to your organization or to a situation, even if it's a safety issue, quite often then the press is there and that they can jump on it and carry your story forward. But I'm the same way. I want to hear directly from our residents. And in a formal setting like that, it really does formalize the request and the need. And it takes the conversation out of Tim Hortons and it actually brings it to a table where maybe partnerships can be formed. You may not get an answer that night, but something could come of that, and it could be a building block to something else.
Let's go back to the piece around advice. As you know, we have 51 county federations around the province. A lot of those county federations are very active in their municipalities, working on different issues from time to time that involve agriculture. What other advice? You mentioned getting in touch with the CAO. You mentioned finding an ally on council. Those are important things. Are there other pieces of advice that you could give our county federations to move their issues forward?
Yeah, for sure. Don't assume that the members of council know anything about your delegation. And so, you know, sometimes we kind of wink at each other. We like it when people print big and use small words. And it's not a reflection on you, and it's not a reflection on us, but we want to understand it. So there'll be a submission. Kathy's already mentioned that, you know, it'll be something that gets included in our agenda. So let's walk through a couple of things first of all. We are normally a two-meeting organizations. We have a meeting, we call a variety of things, but generally speaking, it's called a committee of the whole. That is where we debate. That is where 99% of our delegations are. They are longer meetings, they are more robust discussions. And then at the end of the committee of the whole, a few things can happen. So if that's where you have your delegation, we get our information somewhere between 2 and 7 days before that committee meeting. So if you know that the committee meeting is the 1st of December, you have to start backing up in your mind of how you're going to get your report prepared, how you're going to get it in, and that you hit the deadline that Kathy's already talked about, that'll be 7 or 10 days in advance. But when you come to committee of the whole, it's a little bit more relaxed than council, intentionally by the mayors, because we really want that conversation. When you make your delegation, they will read your information, and generally speaking, there is not a lot of questions to the delegates other than what you have said and produced. So when the delegation is over, there will then be, generally speaking, another debate without you, but about your information. So the 10 minutes or the 15 minutes, whatever it is that the specific procedural bylaw in your area allows, you really need to nail it. And part of that is to have an information package that is not 100 pages long, that really nails what your issue is and what your ask is. Those are the two things that council really want to know.
I would say make sure you're clear on what your ask is. And you should always have an ask. You know, the other part of delegations that I think are important too is the building of relationships. And it's not always just coming to council when there's a problem. You can come just to tell a good news story as well. Those are all important in building relationships and partnerships going forward, because you need council, council needs you, and you've got to make sure that that relationship is built on. But you always should have an ask. And it could be as simple as, can you share this information on your social media? Can we include it somewhere? But you should always have an ask. It should be specific, and you should always follow up on that ask after the meeting.
And I think the relationship building is not just with council, it's building those relationships with the staff too, because there are some councils where the mayor and council do put the agenda together, but I think more times than none, the staff are the ones that put the agenda together. So if there's hot topics in your community or something that you want to bring forward to council, it's building those relationships with the staff too.
So I would say, being a farmer, get your delegation together, if you're coming to complain, also offer a solution, and I always say, serve it to us on a platter, will you? And we'll decide whether we're going to eat it. And I think that's important. I deal with lots of issues, and so the less complicated it is to process it I think is very important. So always, but offer that solution to what you're delegating on, and offer that direction, and then usually councillors will take ownership of that. And I think that's what a successful delegation is to make that council feel like they want to be owners of what you're presenting and the solutions surrounding it.
Yeah, Drew, if you don't mind, I'd like to finish up. I left you at committee of the whole. And now you're at committee of the whole, and we've had the debate, and then you're going, well, now what? So a couple of things happen at the end of committee of the whole. It may be we need more information, and from the discussion, the clerk, it's very clear to the clerk and the CAO that we need another report or we need some research done. It's not a decision-making body, so they're not going to jump up that night and shake your hand and say, well done, we're going to go ahead with that. That decision takes place at the council meeting, which generally is 2 weeks afterwards, or if more information is required, then there'll be another discussion at committee. And then when all the questions are answered, you may be invited back to committee to answer more questions, a second time or a third time around. And then the final debate takes place at a council meeting. That's when the decisions are taken. So it could be from the first time you appear at committee, it could easily be 2 weeks and you hear your answer, or it could be 6 or 10 if I've done my math right. Thanks, Drew.
Yeah, no problem. You actually got into a bit of the next question around research and preparedness, and I'm sure you've seen everything when it comes to different types of delegations. When it comes to preparation and research and background information, what do you generally like to see? Do you want a lot of facts and figures presented? Do you want the emotional side of the argument presented? How much it's going to cost?
I know, I'm just going to jump ahead, Kathy. I know my council every time, so before we go to the bottom line, we're human. So if there is some humor, if there is a story that you can tell, because you're looking for a hook, right? You know, we have our jobs to do and we're going to stay in our lane, but if you can start, as probably every public speaking course ever says, if you can start with something humorous, that's good with council as well. But your research needs to be solid as it can be, and because generally speaking, most of our asks have something to do with municipal property taxes, we really need to have some hard numbers on what that's going to cost initially, whether it's a capital or whether it's operational, and then forecast if you can. I'll go to Kathy, yeah.
No, I think I'll jump off what Robin started to say about telling a story. That's what you want to do. And make sure that it's got a beginning, a middle, and an end. That you are prepared. I would say don't come with 100 pages, but you can leave stuff. You can leave more information for council, that's for sure. But be precise in what you know, be direct, and leave a little bit of time for any conversation that council might want to have. They may look for clarification on some of the things that you've delivered to them, but be precise. That is key.
And I think another thing to be mindful of when coming to council is if, especially a lot of the farming delegations that we've received, if it's about official plans, zoning, anything like that, you have to assume that council does not know the official plan and zoning bylaw like by memory, because these are huge documents. So if you can reference the sections of their own official plans and zoning bylaws that you're having problems with, that you're looking for change for, then reference that. And yeah, it doesn't have to be a 100-page document, but the leave behind should reference the specific pieces of those documents that you might be having an issue with.
So I would add pictures worth 1,000 words. Slideshow, keep it neat, tidy, and not like more than, I would say more than 5 slides. As we all know, we have long attention spans these days. So, from a counselor's perspective, I think if you can visualize what you're trying to do, but stay very focused and never bring more than one issue in your delegation, because if you bring 2 or 3, and I think this alludes to whether it's provincial or federal government, it allows us the ability to do nothing. So from my own experience, bring an issue, one issue at a time, and if you have multiple issues, come multiple times with those issues. Don't bring them all at once, because nothing will be followed through, and I think that's where success is. Also, counselors like that focusedness. Keep it short, keep it simple, do the visual. We all like pictures. It's impactful, and I would say, emotion depending on what you're bringing, but I prefer facts, and emotion goes elsewhere. So it's some people like to pull on your heartstrings to try to make you sway a different way, and I think eventually to me that's effective, but not effective in the long run.
I'm sure Albert didn't mean they're going to do nothing. There's always lots to do, but we get the point. When it comes to communication strategies, and you've touched on it a little bit, but whether it's one presenter, several presenters, slide decks, leave behinds, follow-up emails, what's the preferred method of getting the message across?
Well, I think you need to read the procedure bylaw because there'll be a set of rules in there that say how many presenters, what's your length of time. I know mine doesn't get into detail on whether you can do a PowerPoint presentation or anything like that. Make sure the technology's there if you're expecting to do a PowerPoint or if you need internet, because not all municipalities, especially in the north, have all those capabilities. And again, talking with the clerk about how the process is going to work and making sure that your plan will be able to carry forward. And I really do believe in leaving something behind after the meeting, because there's a lot of information being thrown at council in a short amount of time. And I mean, even if I've read something 10 million times before council's even seen it, you have to leave something behind for them to ponder for the next meeting when they make their final decisions.
Just going to interrupt one sec. That's about the third phone I've heard go off today, and I was reminded earlier that I should say something about it. So the next phone that goes off gets to restock my hospitality suite tonight, just so you know. Especially the duck quacker. I did want to follow up with you, Jenny, on the procedural bylaw. Are there consistencies within different municipalities on that, or is everyone a little bit different?
Everyone's different. I mean, they'll have similar feels to them with, a time limit, a person limit, and some specific rules, but every council has the right to their own procedure bylaw, so it's whatever that council has approved in each municipality.
Great.
I might just jump in on there. And the procedural bylaw, because it is key on how much time that you have. And you need to be respectful of that. It's one thing if you present and then council continues to engage and it goes on and on. That's on council. But you do need to respect what that time limit is. And if you think that you're going to go over, then I would have the conversation with the clerk to say, is this the meeting that I can take 20 minutes instead of 15, but you do need to give the clerk and council the heads up that you might be longer, but more importantly, respect that time limit.
And because some of the challenges that we have, if we give one delegation 20 minutes, see, they're all nodding their heads. If we give one delegation 20 minutes, then the next one that comes along and the clerk says, you've only got 15, then we're in slippery slope there. So we really do stick to it, and we'll cut the speaker off, and that's never comfortable for anybody. So it's really important to hit that as well. When you think about your own speakings, you don't need to be an orator. So we don't want anybody to get anxious and thinking, oh, I don't speak as well as other people. We want genuine. We want the genuine people to come with their concerns. And I know my own personal preference really is one speaker. I know that there's a team that puts it together, but it's a short amount of time. And so it may not be the person who is driving whatever the issue is. It may be somebody in the group who you think might be able to land the message better. So don't get all concerned and sweaty about how you speak. We really want genuine. And Drew's first question was, what's a successful, how do we determine a delegation is a success? We want you to be successful. We really expect our clerks to work with delegates before they get there so that all your questions are answered beforehand. So we're really rooting for you. There are just a few lines you need to color inside.
Great. You talked about telling the story. You talked about having genuine, real people up there telling the story, getting the message across. What are some other ways on how we can ensure that these delegations are persuasive and that they're well received, and we can get that point across and heard by councillors and staff?
I'm just going to go back to storytelling, Drew. Anecdotes that support the delegation because we may not understand, or if it's something like the OP, you know, I can't see anybody in here, but I'm sure some of your eyes are rolling back in your heads when I said OP, and the only other initials that would make other people roll their eyes back are PPS, because there's just nothing really exciting about that. So how to hook the council is if you have an anecdotal story that really explains what you're asking. Okay, we're head nodding again. Like, then we really get it, and then our questions are much better, because we are about 90% there with what your ask is, but we can ask clarification.
I think too, sometimes the history, like if you're talking about an OP amendment or something, the history, where did this come from? We don't always want to go back, but we have to know where we've come from. So if there's anecdotally a story that you can tell that relates to the issue on the floor, I think that's important. And also, you come with a solution. That, you know, that is key too. Not everything needs to be negative. Not everything needs to be a question. We want to work with you. We want to partner with you. We want you to be successful. And sometimes it's up to you to give us that information.
Well, I can add to that. Is it's been kind of said before, but if you're delegating, you're engaged in your community, you know, talk to your local councilors offline at the coffee shop, try to express what you're trying to do. It's kind of a form of lobby them. I think that because you're trying to build a champion around the table for you, that when you may not come across as clear as you want to be, you'll have, hopefully by lobbying councilors, they'll be there to help you achieve what you're set out to do.
Another thing to your advantage is, really since COVID, we all record, and most of us, where we have the ability, we live stream our messages. So when you're building an ally on council, that's great, but your presentation, your delegation will be part of the official record, but more importantly for you, for building allies, is it's going out to the community. And even if they aren't watching it at 6 o'clock on a Tuesday night, they can easily go back within 24 hours and look at it. So if it's an issue that you're trying to build consensus in the community, think of your delegation that you have council as an audience, but you also have the broader public.
And I think you should keep an eye on the council's agendas. I mean, you don't have to go to every meeting. I have one farmer that comes to every one of my council meetings, which is totally fine. Keep an eye on those agendas and maybe attend the ones that have the topics on there that, you know, your delegation might be closely allied with, because then you can, you know, you're stronger in numbers, and if you're coming at an issue from 2 or 3 different angles, from two or 3 different people, it's going to really support in council making a decision in your favor.
Great. What about some real life examples? Have you had anything that's ever stuck out in your mind, a specific delegation that's really made an impact in your communities, you know, and what made them most impactful or successful?
Well, I can think of 2, and one is as simple as a dog park. Our community never did have a dog park, and to Jenny's point, there were a couple of different groups that there was lots of chatter in the community about it. And so one group came to council, another group came to council, the 2 of them got together, and then we were able to work with this neighborhood group and put a dog park in our community. Most recently, and it's actually somebody that's very familiar to the OFA, Joanne Fuller. She introduced me to a woman not in Middlesex County, just outside of Middlesex County. I think that many of you would be familiar with the Three Oaks cabin with the Bergsma family. And so she introduced me to Diane, and Diane came to Lucan and did a delegation on the cabin. And from there, was able to build relationships with our first responders and with our agricultural community. We're just outside of, where Diane is, and so a number of members of our agricultural community weren't necessarily familiar with the family or the cabin. And so we were able to build relationships there from that delegation. So I would say that that's probably one of the most recent successful ones.
The one that is sticks out in my mind, there were several. So my municipality is in the northwest part of the United Counties of Leeds and Grenville. And I call us lots of things to make my point that, our EMS response time is the highest. That when people come as delegates to counties council and social service type nonprofits and make all these comments about the services they deliver, it's incumbent upon me as the mayor of Westport to put my hand up and say, what about us? So I talked to the organizers or the leaders, executive directors of the social services organizations, and I said, we need attention in North Leeds, in the north part of the counties. So for 5 months of committee of the whole meetings, they came and made delegations. And it was an opportunity to ask them what they were going to commit to Westport. So it was a little reverse onus, I think. They had great ideas of the services they provide, but we really needed to get a commitment from them. And then we built a web page, a one-page access to all of the services so that people in my community and the surrounding township that I kind of call the greater Westport area, that they would have one page to go to see how they could access social services. So it worked in a reverse, but it was very successful.
Well, one I can recall, and it probably you'll go, yeah. So Niagara hosted the summer games, so it was a presentation on the proposal of bringing the summer games to Niagara. So of course you would say yes, of course they're a very professional group, but it was a good delegation because of that level of professionalism and the partnerships and the opportunities. So it was a delegation that truly did get you excited about being a leader in your community, and also the legacy part of such an event, and so that's probably one that resonated the greatest with me.
Yeah, I think one that resonated with me too was back in COVID when the city of Hamilton was trying to expand their urban boundary. Another 5,000 acres lost to urban development, and there was a survey done with over 18,000 people contributing to the survey in terms of having a no urban expansion type of option. And the community really rallied together. There was at least 3 different public council meetings, all singing from the same songbook, all talking about farmland preservation. And it was really impactful, and they moved that no urban boundary option forward. Of course, that's mostly been thrown out the window and another number of other things since then, but hey, we had some success that day. Let's talk about relationship building. Certainly we know that a lot of our work as farm advocates, as municipal leaders, is based around relationships and moving our issues forward. Are there particular strategies that you folks can point to in terms of building strong relationships and moving issues forward?
Well, I'll start. Well, it's just like any one of us, it's being in your community, making yourself available, attending social events and official events, and just, to me, it's just making yourself accessible. And then people may not, hopefully they're friendly at that time, and then they'll remember you when they have issues. A lot of, in our area, we're rural riding here in West Lincoln in Niagara, and it's traffic safety, and I would attest that that's an issue throughout the province. And so, everybody wants to slow traffic down, but they don't like automated speed cameras. So they want more police, but police cost $140,000 a piece to put them out there. So I think, it's putting yourself out there so that you can educate people that have concerns, and that's how I build relationships, is go to those community events, make yourself available, engage, and then they'll, if they have issues, they'll come to you and ask for help.
Yeah, it is. It's building those relationships and remembering that, you know, it doesn't just stop at the delegation. Those conversations can happen in Tim Hortons, in the grocery store, can continue. And if it's something that is brought to council over and over again, repeating the message, you know, you go to different tables, we go to different tables. If we can work together to build partnerships, we can take those messages to the tables that we're at. You know, I sit on a municipal board. I can talk to some of the members of my board, deliver your message. This is what I'm hearing in Luke and Biddulph. This is what I'm hearing in Middlesex County. What are you hearing? And getting the message from our area to a different area of Ontario, or even at a higher level, whether it's with the province or the feds.
I also think that one of the things that is important, particularly when your council is not, doesn't have farmers or many farmers on it, I think that the role for you is to help educate the members of council about life in the day of a farmer. And so there are many events, fall fairs, maple syrup festivals, plow matches. There's lots of things that are happening, but it's like anything else. If we don't know about it, we may not think we'd be welcome. We may think that, you know, we wouldn't fit in. They might ask me to do something stupid and I don't want to do that. So walk up beside the members of council and see if you can have them bring greetings, serve pancakes, have a task at one of these functions so that they, because they're human, right? So that they feel that they have a role, and that may be a way of kind of bridging the water with people who've never been on a farm, and if they have a ward, that their ward may be totally urban, but you need their help when something goes to council. So if you can think of it that you're a teacher, trainer, coach, educator, I think that would be a really important place for you to start with members of council who don't have that background.
And I think the same pertains to staff. I'm noticing a shift in our township where we're not just getting calls about complaints. We're starting to get calls that are, good job, thank you. So those follow-up messages with, you know, if council has approved, you know, an increased service or something different, that those thank yous and good jobs go a long way with staff and council.
Let's talk about follow-up. How important is it? We, as farmers, we're doing a million different things all the time. It sometimes falls off our radar. I know it does on mine. But I know it's, I think, an important thing for a lot of the conversations we're having. What's your thoughts?
Well, oh, sorry. Like, we're all busy, so I mean, it falls off your desk, it can easily fall off my desk. So it's as simple as making a Post-it note and just reminding the follow-up either with council or with staff. Where is it? What do I need to do? Ask for timelines in your delegation, because quite often when I know when I've got a delegation and if I'm asked what the timeline is, quite often I'll make a note and I'll write it down, and that'll trigger something for me in the future to follow up appropriately with the appropriate staff member or to follow up with that organization directly.
And knowing when the agendas go to council and when they're posted on the website, following up with the clerk a few days before that, just checking in, am I on the agenda? Is this topic back on the agenda? Because like everybody says, there's a lot going on in municipalities, and you know, it does sometimes slip through the cracks. So just following up with the clerk to make sure that their item is still on the agenda.
I'm getting near the end of my questions, so there may be a few minutes for questions from the audience if you want to think about a couple of things in the next few minutes. But I wondered about measuring success. How do we measure the success of a municipal delegation? Obviously, they're not all fully successful, sometimes partially, sometimes, you know, you do have a good significant win. But what's your view on measuring success of a delegation?
So I would measure the success of the delegation right at the front end. and how much support did they get from staff? Because even saying, well, we need to follow the procedural bylaw, most people who are not municipal councillors don't know really what the municipal procedural bylaw is, and I think that falls to staff to help prepare you. I mean, obviously what it means is it's how we conduct business, and there's lots of rules. So through my success would be, did my staff work with people and help them land their delegation? We've talked about it being over multiple meetings, multiple opportunities. We've talked about building relationship with people on council, with members of council, so that they really hear you when you speak. Probably most people in this room would measure success if they land it and get what they asked for. I'm more about process and really hoping that they're successful that way.
And I think you could still be successful even if you don't land it, if you can give a good reason why council can't, whether it's a money thing or, you know, not enough interest or whatever those reasons are. If you're putting all that effort into a delegation, as a clerk, I like to be able to respond to the delegation group that, you know, it didn't work in your favor. These are the reasons why, you know, keep doing your good work kind of thing.
It goes back to, you know, you ask a question, you really just want an answer. And so you may not get the answer that you like, but that doesn't mean that something might not change in 6 months or something might not change in a year. And if you've had a impactful delegation and you've done all the things that we've suggested, then you're on council's radar, and you never know when something is on the table, when one councillor might say, well, didn't we have a delegation? Wasn't the Middlesex Federation of Agriculture here talking about this exact same thing? Maybe we need to bring them back, or maybe we need to revisit. So it's having those discussions, having the conversation, because if you don't have the conversation, then you have absolutely no chance of success.
Nothing to add. All said? What about learning experiences? How can a delegation learn from its experiences and improve on them to do better the next time around?
How can they learn? I would say ask those questions. So if the delegation and their request in the process, and they were, like you, Drew, were excited and you presented to the city of Hamilton and it was not successful, I think is to encourage delegates to come back in the future to continue to delegate. I think if it's not successful, you don't want to lose that community engagement, to be discouraged and never come in front of council again. And I think those are the words of encouragement that councillors can reach out to them and say, look, you know, you didn't win this round, but you know, we really appreciate what you did and your engagement, and we want you to not lose and to continue, you know, your focus in the community and bring other issues before us. So I think it's that encouragement.
I think also you can ask at the end of your delegation if council needs more information, or is there something that I left off the list that you were hoping to hear? If you can, because then you're hooking council, you're getting them engaged in what your ask is, so be bold. Be bold and say, you know, I thought I had everything together today. If you need more information, please let me know, and I'm happy to come back next month. It's not a one-stop deal. I think we've said that a couple of times, whether committee decides that they need more information or you're looking for feedback. Your feedback would come from the clerk if it doesn't happen in the council chambers by and large, because generally speaking, the individuals wouldn't provide it afterwards, but certainly the clerk will hear what the discussion is by council and share that information with you. So again, we want you to be successful to the extent that the request is something that we can actually do.
And like it's been said before, the clerk is there to help you. So ask the questions, get all of those rules and the process and everything down pat so that you're going in to the council meeting very prepared.
Great. I wanted to jump back to procedure and parliamentary process and addressing questions and concerns and the delegation through the chair, or other types of signs of respect of council and members of the committee. What's your thoughts on how to follow through and how that's looked upon towards the presenters if they're following through with that?
So there definitely is process and procedure, but it just comes down to respect. My local council, we're a small council. Like, there's only 5 of us on council. We're a community of about 6,000 people. We know everybody, and I'm going to see Drew at the grocery store and at the hockey game. But when you come to council, it is just respectful in addressing the mayor, and I don't get caught up in your worship, but if you just address the mayor as the chair, just do it once. That's all. Nobody's going to stop you from speaking, to say you didn't say through the chair to the councillor when answering a question. It is just respect. If you're there and there's a delegation from a more formal group, from a department, from the community, whether it's public works, you'll see them address council that way. But from the public, there's no, at least on my council, there's no expectation of that sort of formality. It's just respect.
Yeah, I think we're a very small council too. There's only 5 of us, and I think between the mayor and I, we sometimes have to do the good cop, bad cop. Whereas if we're going way offside, as the clerk, I can say, try and rein people back in. So I try and take the bad guy role more often so that the mayor doesn't have to.
I like that.
Yeah, I would agree. If you come and be respectful, if you come to be disrespectful, the Roberts Rules of Order and myself as chair, I'm going to control that meeting, like really control it. But if you come and this is your first time, there's lots of latitude, as long as there's respect, and I think that's the key, and to keep the emotion minimal.
Do you have any last examples of successful outcomes from municipal delegations in your area, whether it be on property taxation or land use or anything like that?
Well, I'll start. So a number of years ago, we went through the official plan process of, I forget what growth was, 2031, now it's 2051, but it was the compromise of how we land use planning with conservation and being Niagara, we have Greenbelt, we have Niagara Escarpment, we have lakes, we have rivers. So through that process, I would say we've had many delegations, and at the end of the day, the complete package of the official plan was a very balanced approach where everybody walked away feeling that they got something out of that process, and we had chosen made a good compromise where growth should occur, protecting everybody's interests. So that, to me, would be a win.
So I was going to go back to COVID and make it not a win situation. We had a delegation that wanted not to, so remember the whole mask and public buildings and the province passing legislation, and we had a delegation that felt that they should be able to use a municipal building and not mask and have public access to it for the event that they wanted to do. And we heard all the arguments of that masking doesn't make sense, and at the end of the night, council made the decision or recommended for it to go to council that the rules that were in place were the rules at the at the time that we felt was in the best interest of everybody in the community. And so although they didn't get what they wanted, which was to have this free open event in the middle of COVID, so the win kind of came on council's side, because the people who were watching it online were really hoping that council wouldn't kind of blink with the public pressure. So it can go both ways, and you know, as we all know, if we take our mind back a few years, you know, it was a no-win situation for all of us trying to do the right thing. But anyway, that was, I think, a success for the community, because I wanted council to stay the line.
Your question specifically said about land use, and I think it's going to be interesting going forward how many successes we actually have when it comes to land use planning. Because prior to October 21st, we had a provincial policy statement that allowed for responsible growth within communities. And, you know, for a small community like mine, you know, if you're going to expand your growth boundary, you know, you are looking at agricultural land. But it was done in a responsible way. It wasn't done just willy-nilly. And we were able to work with the last municipal comprehensive review that we did. We were able to work with not only our development community, but our agricultural community to put a plan on paper that made sense for everyone. And you know, it wasn't easy. It took time, and everybody had patience, and we worked through it. So you know, we had I think a good building block for our future. I don't know what the future holds going forward on that.
Great points, thanks. We talked a lot about what to do, but what about what not to do? Have you seen examples that weren't successful, or where council or the committee stopped listening to the groups that were presenting? Go ahead.
I have an example for that one.
Yeah.
Most of the delegations that we get are complaining about something, and the person who was doing the presentation started knocking the staff, knocking the council, and using names, and so-and-so did this and said this, and it was just getting out of control, where we had to shut that person down. So you can't, it can't be personal. Make sure your delegation is a topic, a fact, whatever you're pursuing, but don't involve the personal component of staff and council in it.
I'm hearing dittos up here. Okay, any questions from the group out in the audience? Got about 5 minutes if we got any, but if not, oh, yeah, go ahead, microphone number one.
I have a bit of a comment, and I'm sorry if it might be slightly off topic, but I still think it's very relevant. And that's the, Stan Bryan from Chatham-Kent, by the way, the strong mayor powers that the province has delegated to municipalities. I'm really opposed to this. I would like you all to comment on it. I feel that we're not going to be able to get people to run for council if their power's been diluted by a strong mayor. Now, a strong mayor might be all right if the mayor's good, and how do you define good is another story. But to me, who is going to want to put the time in to run for council and the money when the power is not going to be with the council, it's going to be with the mayor? And I feel, in terms of staff are going to know where the power is, and the power is with the mayor. I feel it's a very dangerous road to go down. I guess we can't stop it because that's what the province wants. I understand it was done to speed up housing proposals, but I don't like it, and I just wondered if you could comment on it, strong mayor powers.
So if I heard that correctly, it would be more of an opinion than an experience, because, you know, strong mayors, I think that's where we can vote in the right people in our communities, and it does give them further power. But I think there's always people in your community that will persevere and want to do good things in the community. So I always say your municipal politics, you're doing it for the right reasons, hopefully, and because you want to make those differences in your community. And with strong mayors, that's no different than a strong chair or something. I think you're going to deal with personalities when you're in politics anyways. And I always encourage younger people. I just say I don't want to be in politics my whole life, so I try to encourage younger people to step into the municipal role and to do succession. So I guess that's my answer.
I think we have yet to see how strong mayors are going to play out. Certainly in my community, that is not something that's on the table. We aren't at that threshold. But to the point is elections do matter, and strong mayors, the strong mayor powers only emphasize that. So, you know, it is up to the voter to make sure that they do their research and that they are electing people that really do have the best interest of the community at hand, and will continue to always work with council. It is a tool, and we'll just have to see how it actually plays out.
Good. Any comments on how the CAO would work with the mayor
Well,
with strong
I mean,
mayors?
there's only very specific tasks that the strong mayors can do, and I think majority of the municipalities don't meet that threshold. I think it's 50,000 population. So it's not going to affect a lot of the municipalities. Definitely our population is only 1,300, so it's not something that I have to worry about. But again, I think it's still new, and it's been practiced in the big cities, that even like the city of North Bay now has the opportunity to do it, and I don't even know how it's playing out there yet.
All right, thanks. Probably just time for one more question. We'll go to microphone 2.
Yes, Mike Van Nieuwenhuis is also from Kent County. You talked about building alliances with councilors. We have done that in our county with some of our councilors. I guess my question is, how can we build alliances with our other councilors, you know, when they're so far on the other side of the fence? I'm going to say especially when it comes to agriculture issues in our county. As I said, we have zero representation of agricultural people on our council, and we actually have, I would say, very few even rural people. So I'm just wondering how would you go about building that alliance with the councilors that, you know, you want to get on your side? You've already, you know, preached to the converted people and they see your point, but the other ones don't.
Thanks, Albert.
Can
Oh, sorry.
I jump in? So from a federation standpoint, in that case, what we would do is we create a field day or farm trips. So every, you know, we will also bring out staff, but councilors, I think you need to bring them out to the farm, and you need to show them what you're doing and engage them that way. And sometimes it does take, you know, food and some drink, and, you know, hire a bus or move them around. I mean, and show them your operations. And I think because of the disconnect that you're talking about, I think that's an effective tool for them to understand, you know, whether it's planning, whether, you know, it's development charges. So you pick and choose a bit of a, we'll call it a field day, and you invite those counselors out, whether it's with their spouses, and you just show them what you do and make it an educational tour, and that, I think, is highly effective.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to suggest, or, you know, talk after at the break, not knowing what you had already done. And that's immediate and now. But let's not lose sight of the fact that, you know, we need to see rural, and ag represented on municipal councils. And so, those are maybe some decisions and discussions that you need to have with your federations and with your colleagues, because that is really how you can shape things by being a part of municipal government. I know the first time that Kathy and Drew and I met, Roma had not always had a terrific relationship with OFA, and so we met several years ago and decided that we were going to start doing some things about that. In an offhand conversation, we were coming up to the Roma elections, and I made a comment that, and I just can't remember at what point in time, but it sounded something like, we need more ag people to sit on the Roma board. And I'm not sure how you did it, but soon thereafter, the elections within a couple of months, obviously the calls went out, and we added to a board of only 15, we added 2 or 3 that election to the board, and it started to change the discussion. So for you who are wondering, how do you influence council, be part of it as a member of council. And you certainly got some stellar people here who can help guide you. And there's lots of other ways forward. AMO is doing a lot of work on democracy and how do we get more people to engage in the upcoming elections. We've got 2 years, so we could start thinking now, how do we increase the number of ag, rural representation on councils and bring your perspectives?
And I would say don't give up. I have a very split council right now, 2 very pro-ag and 2 couldn't care less. Keep working at it and get the staff. If you can get the staff on board, then they will be pushing it through council, and eventually they're going to get it.
Awesome. Well, this brings us to the end of our panel session this afternoon. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for your contribution, your insights, and your experiences in sharing those this afternoon. It's been certainly an informative session, and there are key takeaways for everyone in our audience that they can put into action the next time they interact with their local representatives. In lieu of speakers' gifts, we are making a donation in each of your names to 4-H Ontario. And please join me in thanking Mayor Jones, Mayor Burkhart Jessen, Councillor Witteveen, and CAO Jenny LeBlanc. All right, I'd like to turn things back over to Paul Vickers and Tracy Arts to resume our resolutions session.
Yep. So we're going to start with number 6, Glengarry. It's your resolution, private drainage education program. Therefore, be it resolved, the Ontario Federation of Agriculture develop an educational outreach program that local municipalities can use to address the knowledge gap in private drains. Do we have somebody to make a motion? Microphone 4.
Yep. Chris Ferguson, Glengarry.
William Lang, Glengarry. I'll second it.
Okay. It's on the floor. Chris, would you like to take the first stab at it?
Yeah, so we'd like to propose a resolution in regards to OFA.
Can we have everybody pay attention to the speaker, please?
Have OFA put forward a resolution which has OFA lobby the municipalities to kind of create an outreach program for private drains. At the moment, there's probably been quite a new faces in our rural neighborhoods, and some new property owners are purchasing or acquiring private drains. That's also helping out other farmers either up or below the drain, and we'd like to hopefully see an outreach program that would help educate those new landowners in terms of private drains.
Anybody else would like to speak to the resolution? Come to the mic. If not, does Glengarry like to add any more comments? Okay, we'll call the vote. You can start now. Bruce County's on deck. The voting has been completed, and the results will be on the screen in a few seconds. Yep. No, no. That resolution passed. 93%.
Drinking Water Stewardship Program. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture lobby the provincial government to adequately fund the Drinking Water Stewardship Program under the Clean Water Act. Do I have a mover?
John Rogers, Bruce County. I so move.
And a seconder?
Chris Cossett from Bruce County.
Can you speak right into the mic, please?
Chris Cossett from Bruce County.
Thank you. Speak to the motion.
So 2025 actually represents the 25th anniversary of the Walkerton water tragedy, and 25 years is an interesting number because that is starting to pass out of intergenerational memory. As either a refresher or perhaps as education, a series of failures led to the contamination of a municipal water supply in Walkerton, and the results were quite dramatic. In the inquiry that followed, the Ontario Federation of Agriculture basically demonstrated its value as a general farm organization in the development of the Clean Water Act. In other words, this organization played an important role in developing an effective piece of legislation. Under the Clean Water Act, Ontario was divided up into source protection regions, and municipal wellheads were given wellhead protection areas, or WAPAs. And if you were in that wellhead protection area, you had a set of conditions that you had to meet. Under the Clean Water Act, there was a fund created called the Drinking Water Source Protection Stewardship Fund, And that stewardship fund allowed people that found themselves inside wellhead protection areas provided funds for them to meet the regulations. There were about $30 million put into the fund. It's run out of money, and it hasn't been funded since 2016. Now, wellhead protection areas can change. So if the population goes up, they become larger. If you need to drill a new wellhead protection area comes in, or if the technical rules change, the wellhead protection area can change. And so a lot of people are going to find themselves inside those wellhead protection areas, and additional funding to the Drinking Water Stewardship Program would benefit both them and their municipalities. We recognize that this is an existing policy with the Federation to adequately fund the Drinking Water Stewardship Program, but we think this might be an optimum time to develop a more comprehensive strategy for a lobby for 2025.
Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Okay, one moment.
Hello, Jeff Maltby Halton. I actually sit on one of these source protection committees, and absolutely that's the truth. I've been on it for 12 years now, And there's a lot of actions that can be done. Legislation's coming through that by the end of next year, they have to have all their risk managements completed. And it's up to the individual landowners to meet all of these requirements. And some of these requirements are super, super onerous. And every meeting we have, they always talk about, we wish the province would actually adhere to the legislation as it's written and fund these programs. So I support it.
Thank you. Mike 4?
Oh,
Yes, that's you.
sorry, I'm out to lunch. Eleanor Renault, Leeds County, I almost forgot who I was. I would definitely support this resolution. I don't think it goes far enough because this only does affect municipal drinking water systems. So if you happen to be in the WAPA for the municipal, it doesn't do anything for any of us that are out on our own wells. And I know our particular conservation area was trying to get some kind of education for people that owned private wells, but definitely need more money in the source water protection for these plans. People need to be able to correct whatever they are doing wrong to make sure that the drinking water is protected, but we need more. It needs to be actually more for the rest of us.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else. Would you like to?
Yeah, I'll just close it off
Close
by
it?
saying I agree with everybody that agreed with me.
Okay. That closes discussions. So we will vote on the motion. So go ahead. Just say Bill Parks and Bob Purr again. Bill Parks and Bob Purr, you are up next. You didn't see a thumbs up, did you? Okay. That closes voting, and the results will be up in a moment. And that one passes.
So annual compensation for Hydro One networks. Therefore, be it resolved, the Ontario Federation of Agriculture aggressively lobby the Ontario Ministry of Energy and the Minister of Finance to require Hydro One networks to provide annual compensation to all affected private landowners in addition to any initial compensation paid.
I
Would you
move
like-
this resolution.
Bill Parks made the motion to put the resolution on the floor.
Bob Kerr, I second the motion.
We have a seconder. Would one of you two gentlemen like to speak to the resolution?
I have a question. How would you feel if your land was on the route of a new hydro line? I've just had this experience on a new line from Chatham to Lakeshore in Essex County. And what I've learned from this process is that Hydro One pays adequately for the easement. They pay injurious affection for a theoretical calculation of the potential drop in value of the land from before the taking to after the taking. And they also pay for the cost of disrupting your farm operation, for crop loss, and for, say, ongoing compaction injury for a period of time of 6 years. The problem is that there's no compensation beyond that, and farm operators had a field that was unobstructed, and now for the future you're going to be stopping, lifting, creating an internal headland, working around it. Farm equipment has increased in scale and productivity. Productivity is lost. There are costs, there's a management burden, and there's a crop loss in that process. And this injury continues not just for 6 years, but potentially for the whole life of the easement. Maybe it's 100 years. And how do you anticipate those costs and recognize that all up front? I want to point out that hydro uses or operates under the authority of the Expropriation Act if they need to. And under the wording and the spirit of the Expropriation Act, these annual costs that I just mentioned should be recognized and compensated in addition to the upfront payments. Other utilities in Ontario, I'm thinking of wellheads, tank farms, windmills, solar panels, cell towers, do not operate under the Expropriation Act. They're in the free enterprise system, and they make settlements with farmers without using the Expropriation Act, and they have to pay compensation that's good enough to satisfy the landowner, and Hydro One should be doing that too. And there's an important precedent in Alberta. The Alberta Electrical Utility pays annual per tower compensation in addition to upfront payments. And if you look at their program and translate it, there's a difference in land values, but if you translate it to Ontario, that value would be around $7,000 per tower. So there are new power lines coming. There's, in addition to the one that crossed my farm, there's 4 more being planned in the area of southwestern Ontario, southwest of London. And so it's a matter of economic justice for farm landowners. Please support this resolution.
Microphone number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Larry Davis. And it's my fault for missing this, but it should be, we're speaking about the hydro towers here, and so if I could make an amendment, and I hope it's a friendly one. So in the Hydro One networks to provide annual compensation to all affected private landowners of hydro towers. Those 3 words, of hydro towers. Otherwise, this resolution doesn't speak to the whereases. And it's my fault for missing that. I'm sorry.
And I would move that we support the amendment.
Bob, Kerr, do you, are you in agreement with this? Yes. Peter, do you need more clarification to make those changes? Do you have the changes, or do you want, it's good? Okay. Any more comments? Number 2, are you to speak to the, resolution?
I still believe in this resolution. It seems to me that Hydro has balked for 84 years. I have a tower in my backyard that I was told that the original farm was paid $50 for 84 years ago. The damn thing's still in my backyard. And I get nothing. That's fine, but we're looking to the future. That's what counts. The resolution that's originally presented by Bob is bang on for what we would like to get and what we think is fair to all agricultural landowners who have these power lines going across their farms. Thank you.
Okay. We have a person speaking that wants to speak online. You can go ahead.
Hello, my name's George Dickinson. I'm from Lamping County. I would support this. was a precedent set. I'm going to guess in the early 60s. It was when I, kind of before my time, but when the line that went from Sarnia to London, at that time, a group of farmers, with the help of the OFA, worked with Hydro, and they had the opportunity to take one payment or to take a payment that was revisited in a number of years. This is a far better system than that was, but there was that system where there was a revisit. And it is an ongoing thing. We have a number of towers on our property, and yes, you have to work around them. The other thing it takes out of the equation is you can't aerial apply fungicide or area seed or that sort of thing. So for that reason, I'll be supporting this.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other further comments? If not, I will call the vote. Number 9's on deck, Renfrew on MDS 2. Give it to you afterwards. Okay, voting is complete, and the results will be on the screen here in a few seconds. That resolution passes 83.4% in favor.
MDS 2, therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture work with OMAFA to determine if there could be greater flexibility to amend MDS 2 or create an exemption from MDS 2 in areas designated zoned as agriculture, provide additional guidance, information, and guidelines, documentation with examples of what works and what land use matters to consider beyond Section 8.2 for MDS 2 reductions, and continue to stress the importance of MDS 1, particularly with politicians and the agriculture community. Do I have a mover?
Jennifer Dolman, Renfrew County.
Thank you. A seconder.
Keenan Stone, Renfrew County. So I
to-
apologize for the length of this. We really struggled with trying to get the wording right, but for a lot of us, we're not experts on this, so we wanted to make sure that people voting had the information ahead of them. In this circumstance, we had a tragic barn fire in our neighborhood a year ago, and while the local municipality was very good at helping try to get the dairy barn moving forward with all of its policies, we have no full-time planners in our regions. It's complicated, and even though the municipality sincerely wanted to help the farmer, it was a frustrations on both sides in trying to deal with the provincial guidelines because they're very black and white. And now we don't want in any way the unintended consequences of this to undermine the MDS 1 or the MDS 2. However, depending on where you are in the province, we have river lots, which are long hundreds instead of square hundreds, and so it really does restrict the ability of any type of livestock agriculture to actually be able to make improvements or upgrades, a lot of the time because the MDS 1 wasn't always followed.
Thank you. Does someone else want to speak to the motion? I'll say it one more time. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to the motion? Okay. Mike 4.
Yes, it's Melissa Schneider from Elgin. I'm not 100% sure, I guess, on where I stand on this motion. My sticking point was, I guess, the way that it seemed to be explained is that he didn't just build his barn back, he built it back larger. So, you know, it wasn't just a replacement of the thing that already existed, it was a larger replacement. So obviously, when you make something bigger, you know there's going to be challenges in trying to make that item a little bit bigger, and I'm sure that's kind of where you get hit on with MDS2 and MDS1. So I can't really speak in favor or against because I myself am not completely decided right now. I just thought that was an interesting point to consider.
Okay. Jen?
I'm not looking to close discussion, just did you want clarification?
Okay.
In this case, the barn was a tie stall barn built in the 1960s that burned. Therefore, the next generation taking over, which had planned on doing a new barn in the next 10 years, were suddenly forced to do it now with robots because of staffing shortages. And as we all know, the overhead it takes, you need to be milking more cows now than you did in the 1960s. So again, in this way is not in any way meant to undermine, but from the time the barn was built in the 1960s to where it is now and just where the well is, where the hydro lines come in, where the driveway is, and the limitations of the width of the lot, the family was not able to move the barn. So it was either you get out of dairy farming or we see if we can find some ways to clarify these guidelines to still meet the needs of protecting non-farming neighbors while still allowing this family farm to continue.
So Jen did not close because she was clarifying. I'll go to Mike 3.
Andy Kuyvenhoven and Halton. When you enter into discussions about things that are existing, for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. It's the reaction that has my concern here. There's a lot of good policy and procedure set in place underneath these existing rules, and when you start opening up the can of worms, what happens? That's my concern, and at this point, no one really knows what's going to happen when you start tinkering and wanting to change these rules. So it works in many other places. Is there an other solution other than this? And that's a question I haven't been able to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike 4.
Fons Vandenbroek, Elgin County. I would speak against this. I think there's minor variance in place for the stuff like this, at least in our end. I'm a livestock farmer. I would not want to, I guess, limit by the MDS opening it all up because it's the only tool we have at the moment. Is it perfect? Probably not, but that's my take on it.
Thank you. Mike 4.
Yes, Eleanor Renault from Leeds County. This is kind of one of the resolutions that it's be careful what you wish for. And as the gentleman at Mike 3 had suggested, you don't know what's going to happen when you open it up. Perhaps OFA could make sure that it's clear that you have some flexibility in the municipal, because obviously somebody's not looking at it the same. If two municipalities aren't looking at it the same because they have managed to figure out how the gentleman can build the barn. So there was a way around it. So it should be more, if you're going to make any changes, it needs to be one-offs, not a blanket change for the whole province. But just, is there a way for the interpretation to be flexible or for that people understand the interpretation of it? Because if two municipalities can interpret MDS 1 and 2 differently, they're going to come up with a different answer, and that's not fair. So maybe there was just a misunderstanding in the township. Don't know, but we have to be careful what we wish for.
Mike 1, I believe, is someone standing there?
Angela Cameron. So planning policies are designed to give municipalities the ability to interpret them and allow so that they can have development go forward. So as everyone is saying, MDS was put in so that farmers can move forward to do its development. So if we open this up, as everyone's saying, be careful what we wish for. They found a way that this farmer could build their barn and move it back and move it. So if we open this up, they could make it so that we cannot build new buildings of husbandry. I'm not in favor of making this change.
Thank you. Mike 3.
Murray Workman from Huron. I just some background. We've been seeing variances up to about 48% in our area, and we're concerned with the size of the variances that are coming, and some of the ones we're seeing. So that's just our background.
Okay. Mike 4. Go ahead, Mark.
So my name is Mark Reeser from Waterloo. I'm old enough to remember the long and arduous process that we undertook to get MDS 1 and MDS 2. It has been an incredible success across Ontario in that it has protected animal agriculture in particular. I am concerned that it is very risky to ask for a change, and it jeopardizes MDS1. There are developers and individuals across the province who salivate at the chance to get rid of MDS1, and I think that jeopardizes animal agriculture in this province. So I'd ask that we defeat this bill.
Thank you. Mike 1.
Brenda Cochran, Lanark County. I'm speaking in favor of this motion or this resolution. The resolution is requesting clarification of the rules as they exist. It's not asking to change any of the rules. It's just looking for clarification. So I'm in support of it.
I don't see anybody else up at the mics. Does anybody else want to speak to this motion? Jen, do you want to speak again?
Yeah, just to close, just to reiterate the comments of the last person who spoke at the mic, is that we're not looking for changes, we're looking for greater clarification. This was actually at the request of our local planners that we bring this forward because they were so frustrated. And so again, nobody wants to undermine the importance of MSD1 or MSD2, but there's definitely, especially in places that don't have such intensive livestock, there's a lot more ambiguity in a lot of those places.
That closes the discussion, so we will vote on the motion. Oh, yeah. Renfrew, you're up again at the mic for number 10.
Sorry, I just had to finish voting.
One moment, we're not done. You just got to get ready.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so it will be up momentarily. That ends voting.
They're going to read it. I just get this.
That resolution fails at 63.9.
But they also don't understand the wrong numbers.
Yeah, they don't want to see. They just don't understand it. And there's marriage.
CRA paper filing of HST returns. Therefore, be it resolved, the Ontario Federation of Agriculture work with CRA to ensure that farmers and other individuals who are paying GST, HST restraints are made fully aware of the potential penalties and the process required to be exempted from these penalties, and provide with annual reminders of the same. And further be resolved that OFA work with CRA to ensure that adequate training is available to assist with transition to ensure compliance with these new requirements for filing returns online or via telephone. I should start wearing my glasses more often. Microphone number 1.
Angela Field, Renfrew County, I so move.
Jennifer Dolman, Renfrew County, I second.
Microphone number 1.
So to give everyone in the room the history of this resolution, we had a request from a senior member of the Renfrew Federation of Agriculture who was actually fined by CRA for filing a paper HST report. The gentleman does not own a computer, does not own a cell phone, et cetera, and is quite frustrated with the way things are moving, I believe was the wording. So we had another member come to us and request that there be assistance, essentially, for seniors, people without reliable internet, that sort of thing. Northern Ontario, Eastern Ontario, we don't have the luxury of actual fully functioning internet, believe it or not. We don't have the luxury of full service cell service. So it's not quite as dependable as it is in other areas. Having said that, not everybody's comfortable using it. So we would like a bit of assistance for our senior members, people who have challenges as far as technology. Something as simple as training, and unfortunately it can't be online, just some assistance for the senior members to help them get through things like taxes or laws, anything that manner. It's a simple request. It's not going to dip into funds. It can be something that an MSR can do, but just that OFA helps support their senior members who have been OFA members for an extended period of time. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to talk to the resolution? If I could remind everyone to have respect for the people at the microphones. It's hard when you get a lot of background noise from one side of the room to the other side of the room. The quicker we can get through this, the happier everybody will be, and the best way to do that is to pay attention. Microphone number 4, please.
Yeah, Eleanor No Leads. You might think this is a simple one, but they're missing a point here. Didn't the government put into place rules for being inclusive and all of that stuff and handicapped accessible and blah, 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 blah? So if they're going to change the rules, tell everybody that they've changed the rules. But I'd be supportive of this. They should not have fined that gentleman, and they should be helping him, not hindering him. And hey, guess what? All of us will be in that boat one day.
Thank you. Any other further comments to the resolution? Any further comments from Renfrew? If not, we'll open voting and we'll start. Renfrew is up for number 11 too, MTO highway access management policies. Voting has finalized. We'll have the results here in a second. That resolution passed with 65%.
MTO highway access management policies. Yes.
On 4?
Pardon?
Point of information? We're having some problems with this technology. It's taken me 4 or 5 times to try to get into the particular access. I think we need a little bit more time for some of us to be able to do it, because when I finally got through just now, it basically kicked me out. So you're not giving us enough time. Maybe you have to ask, has everybody voted? And then we will know, or we could tell you that we're having some issues with it. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have to tell them to get it? Okay, so that will give us some more time for voting. Thank you for letting us know that. Okay, so number 11, MTO highway access management policies. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture work with OMAFA and MTO to put in place reasonable exemptions for farm businesses to add agriculture buildings such as grain bins and dryers to their property without being reclassified as a commercial entity and subject to additional costs to upgrade or change their property entrances onto a controlled access highway. Do I have a mover
Keenan Stone, Renfrew County.
and a seconder?
Brenda Cochran, Lanark County.
Speak to the motion.
Yes, so this came about where in Renfrew County in particular, we have Highway 17, which is classed as a controlled access highway. It's classified as a freeway, even though it doesn't meet the definition of a freeway under the MTO's access management policies. And we have a lot of farms that have entrances onto Highway 17. It's the only access that they can have. As we know, farms are trying to expand, and we're trying to encourage these farms to expand and value add. But in cases where some of these farms are within a zone of control, which means they're within 395 meters of an intersection, they're required to get an MTO permit before they can do any building or expansion. And MTO has been coming back saying that with their new policies that were implemented in 2017, a lot of these entrances can be revoked because they are now deeming these farms to be no longer a farmstead entrance but a commercial entrance, and under their definitions a commercial entrance is prohibited onto a controlled access highway that's classified as a freeway. There are other instances in other parts of the province where similar problems are happening, where MTO is creating kind of these arbitrary classifications. When they're zoned agriculture, they are a farm, they're just a farm that is growing. So we just want some additional protections, I guess, for these farms to be able to maintain their entrances or continue working without being forced to bear the cost of changing their entrances, or in extreme cases where the MTO can actually force them to cover the costs of improvements to the highway or installing signalization or things like that at the intersection where they may be forced to move their entrance to.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to speak to the motion? Okay, I do not see anybody up at the mics. So I will say that the discussions are closed and we will vote on that. You didn't see a thumbs up, did you? Well, yeah. The ordinance. I just want to check, has that been a long enough time for you to get? Perfect, okay. So, voting is good, and the results will be up in a second. So that passes as 86.8, and Perth County, you are up for rail butchery.
Number 12, rail butchery. Therefore be it resolved, the Ontario Federation of Agriculture work with Meat and Poultry Ontario and all other appropriate commodity groups to lobby the provincial government to A, have rail butchery included in the list of skilled trades as defined by Skilled Trades Ontario, and B, investigate and develop appropriate butchering courses with Ontario post-secondary institutions. Do we have somebody to make that motion?
Derek Vanderwall, Perth County, I so move.
Thanks, Derek.
Joost van der Heijden, Perth County, second the motion.
Okay. Derek, would you like to speak to the resolution?
Yes, please. So whether a large or small abattoir, labor is often cited as the limiting factor in maintaining, let alone expanding an abattoir's output. Any business owner here knows that the people that work with us are often our most important asset. pushing for rail butchering to be a skilled trade and developing a program here in Ontario to educate more butchers will entice and allow more qualified individuals to enter a field in desperate need of their help. I don't think I need to speak too much about the benefits of having and supporting our own abattoirs in Ontario, or at least north of the border, but namely by being able to provide millions of dollars of value-added products to our supply chains means we are keeping this money in our local economies. A couple of stats for you. Currently, about 1,500 cattle per week there's currently 1,500 cattle per week that are sent to the States to be slaughtered and processed, much of which ends up coming back to Canada as a processed product. On the pork side, thousands of hogs are also sent out of province for processing. Each carcass at least doubles in value when it is processed, and so it doesn't take an economist to realize that we are missing out on a lot of opportunity here in Ontario by not being able to process our own meat. Having improved animal welfare due to lower transportation times and the costs associated with transportation back to the farmer are also noteworthy, not to mention reduced wait times and booking spaces. As our population and demand for meat increases, as well as the potential questions surrounding international trade and tariffs come January, this issue of inadequate Canadian butchering capacity will only become exacerbated. This is not a new issue, nor is this resolution going to solve the problem on its own, but we believe that making butchering a more attractive job and trade is an important step in solving this problem. I want to thank our local representatives from Perth County beef farmers for working with us on this resolution and the opportunity to speak to this motion. Together, we ask that we get the ball rolling and support OFA in this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Does the seconder want to make any comments?
This is more the beginning than the end. We want to build more processing, but in order for that to be accomplished, we need the skilled trade to be part of it. We need to start here. We need to walk before we can run.
Okay. Microphone 4.
I just wondered about...
Name?
Can you hear me? Is this...
No, name.
Oh, Melissa Schneider. Come on. I've been up with this microphone how many times today? Sorry, guys. Melissa Schneider from Elgin County. I wondered about what we talked about a little bit in the Southwest Summit meeting yesterday about proposing a friendly amendment to add that additional layer, because I think what you guys are proposing is important, but after they're in school and, you know, trying to get trained, where are they going to go for that? So I don't know if we could add like a little bit of the next layer, or you guys want to just concentrate on this for now and then bring something else back next year, or it's up to you.
I would request that if you have a friendly amendment, that it be written out so we know what you're talking about. Open
Okay.
to ideas, and if not, we would like to keep it as is, I guess.
Okay, well, it would basically be something to the effect of, you know, how you would offer an apprenticeship to these people once they're out of school, so that what they're doing doesn't just stop after their post-secondary education, but they have a way to find their like real life way into a trade through an apprenticeship. So I don't know if that's...
You just have to keep in mind,
Yeah.
if you want these amendments, you can sometimes approach the counties beforehand and propose it a little bit before it gets on the floor. So microphone 3, Derek, do you have...
Okay, then just leave it the way that it is.
Derek and his seconder has to accept the friendly amendment.
We appreciate your comments and sentiments. At this time, we're going to decline.
Microphone number 4.
Yeah, Eleanor Renault, Leeds County. This is just for clarification, and I'm not sure if I get this right. The skills, Ontario Skills, is that not a program? If you go in there, if you put it there, that's a licensed thing. So then the apprenticeship and all that comes with it. I don't know, and I'm just asking if that's what you were looking for, was a license for that, or did I have that wrong?
I will admit I'm not in a skilled trade. Don't have all the answers, but as far as I understand, it'd be something to that effect, that like some other trades, they would have a certificate under their name that they can use to now practice with that certificate.
Microphone 1.
Keenan Stone, Renfrew County, just kind of in addition to what Eleanor just said. wanting clarification on the level of licensing required, because there are skilled trades that are licensed differently. Automotive technician versus heavy equipment mechanic, for example. Some are very mandatory and others are not mandatory. So we just want to make sure that the level of licensing is not a limiting factor in your proposed resolution.
Microphone number 4.
Robert McEachran, Kawartha Lakes, Halliburton. This subject's been tossed around at BFO meetings for the last number of years. So any work done on this needs to be done in cooperation with BFO.
Microphone, or Derek, would you like to add clarification?
Sorry, I should add some clarification. I maybe misspoke. I don't want to confuse anybody. When I say, I guess I didn't mean license that you need a license to be able to practice it. I guess more of a certificate to give you an added level of recognition so that maybe you're more hireable, or someone who is an employer would look at that and again want to hire you.
Okay, microphone number 3.
Joe Dickinson. I'm here as a representative for BFO, but I'm going to wear my other hat for a brief second here. I am the coordinator of the Dairy Apprenticeship Program at Ridgetown campus of the University of Guelph. I think this is an excellent idea to bring in additional training. This is something that's already working within the agricultural sector. And basically what we need to do is we need to develop a curriculum. We need to work with butchers, find out what they need. We need to work with the Ministry of Labor and get this going. This is badly, badly, badly needed.
Microphone number 2.
Laura Good, Perth County. Basically, the reason why we came up with this in the first place is we sat down and had an MP and MPP day in Perth County. And there was a young gentleman in our, a neighbor of ours, was in the crowd, and he wanted to be a butcher when he grew up. So he went to find something in Ontario to give him the ability to be your local butcher. And there is no such thing in Ontario. So it is a skill that supposedly, according to what we have provided, has no skill to it. So what we were hoping in this resolution to do is to give it some backbone, to say it is important that we have local butchers because we're losing them all the time. It's an important skill to have. So if we work with the post-secondary institutions and create something that gives us the opportunity to have more butchers in Ontario, let's go about doing that.
Okay. Microphone 1.
Michael Marchant, Northeast PAC. I speak in favor of this resolution as stated. I believe it's not only as important as the previous speaker said, but I also echo the gentleman that was at microphone 3. And we all know what a struggle it is to get abattoirs where they're needed, and this would only benefit that and probably help promote the educational program that's been trying to be instituted into the north. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 4.
I'm Debbie Koch from Lambton County, and there are programs here in Ontario. I looked it up at our summit meeting last night. There's one in Fanshawe, Ontario. There's one at George Brown, so there are available. And I think the apprenticeship that Joe talked about is important, and I think hopefully we can get that going. But there are some programs right now.
Do we have microphone number 3? Are you in favor or opposed?
I'm in favor.
Everybody else has been in favor, so if you want to say something quickly, I'd like to wrap up the discussion.
Just wanted to say this motion, the therefore, has been presented exact same words pretty much at BFO convention and passed by them. So they are looking for more help with this, and that's a big part of why we brought this forward.
Okay, thank you. Derek, do you want any final words, or we're putting it to a vote?
Just one quick thing I'd like to say to the lady who presented just previously. I believe, as far as I understand too, I would just look at the wording between like butchering and rail butchering. So there is a little bit of a discrepancy there, and as far as I understand, rail butchering is very specific, so I think that's the ask that I've heard from BFO. potentially needs more clarification, but I'm going to leave it maybe up to OFA to kind of figure that out, and I just want to give them the mandate to do so. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Derek. We're going to call the vote. I'll announce this in a sec. So we're past 3:20 right now. I would like to ask for permission to continue with the resolutions for another 5-10 minutes until the break, but we will have to defer the CFA video report till tomorrow. Is that acceptable to the crowd? Any opposed? Okay, we're going to do one more after this one. We're going to close voting. Elgin BC 293 is on deck. With 99%, that one's carried.
Okay. Bill C-293. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture work with all of the livestock commodities and the Canadian Federation of Agriculture to inform all farming members about the impacts of Bill C-293. Do we have a mover?
Abby Taylor, Elgin County, I so move.
And a seconder?
Melissa Schneider, Elgin County.
Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, please. Bill C-293 is very concerning to animal agriculture. It would give a great deal of power to the government that if they believe it is a pandemic risk, they could regulate or even phase out large-scale animal agriculture. And that would be a scary power for our government to have, as we know there's little agricultural representation at that level. Unfortunately, the bill's on its way already, but what we would like is to be kept informed by OFA of the progress of this bill and its implications on us as farmers.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to speak to the motion? I do not see anybody else up at the mics. Would you like to? Okay. Oh. I'm calling a vote. There we go.
So while people are voting, Tracy, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Okay. So I understand that it's kind of a new method insofar as we're having a hybrid meeting, and that's why we don't have the usual clickers that we have. What I've noticed, though, is that every device is keeping a log of how everyone voted on every single resolution. Where is that information going?
That's Brandon from DOTS would be able to answer that. That's a Brandon question. Brandon? One second, we will. I think he is making his way to the front. One moment, people.
Hey folks, Brandon from DOTS here. So yeah, you can see your voting receipts on your own account on the device you are logged into. However, all the voting is anonymous, so none of the back end, I don't know how anybody votes in any situation. I can only see that you have or have not voted. But the voting receipts are specific to your account. So you, of course, wouldn't be able to see how anybody else have voted.
Thank you, Brandon.
You're welcome.
Voting is closed, so the results will be up in a moment. That passes at 96.1.
We do have one late resolution that was submitted last night. It has to do with trade and the tariffs that have been announced, potential tariffs that have been announced by our neighbor to the south. There's no, so if the, if you would like to accept and this resolution, not to accept it, but to accept discussing this resolution, can you put up your hands? Because you have to, it's your decision to say yes or no on this late resolution. Opposed? I'll call that carried. And does somebody on staff have the resolution? It's on the screen. Therefore be it resolved. Oh, I want to read. Okay, yep. So 25% tariff. Whereas the incoming Trump administration has announced an across-the-board 25% tariff on products imported into the United States from Canada and Mexico, whereas this will drastically affect reciprocal trade between Canada and the U.S. for many agriculture commodities. Therefore, be it resolved, the OFA, Ontario Federation of Agriculture Board of Directors work with the CFA Board of Directors to immediately engage with the Government of Canada on the following actions. A, ask Canadian officials to negotiate with the U.S. to obtain an exemption for agriculture products and continue to respect current CUSMA trading rules. B, have the Government of Canada identify a target list of U.S. products imported into Canada, identified in order to have a targeted list for strong retaliatory tariff actions. C, investigate the opportunity for Canada to be the preferred supplier of agriculture products to replace U.S. exports to countries affected by U.S. tariffs. That's it.
And I move that, Ron Bonnet, Algoma.
And do we have a
I'm
seconder?
moving that as an individual member.
Say that again, please, Ron. Oh.
It's moved as an individual member because it's such an emergency issue.
Okay.
And I'm seconding it, Jason Garside, Algoma.
Okay. Ron, you'd like to, you have the floor.
Speaking to the resolution, the announcement came down last night, and I think a number of us in this room would realize the impact that this could have on products that we export into the United States. Everything from beef, canola, soybeans, corn. The list just goes on and on. I think I have full confidence in the OFA board and the CFA board on doing this, and my motive for this was to take it to a public forum like this to raise awareness of the concern that this issue is going to have in the agricultural community going forward. And for that reason, I decided to raise it as a resolution so a message gets sent, not just to the boards, but to the general public that this is an issue that will really affect Ontario and Canadian agriculture.
Okay. Thank you, Ron. Is there anybody else who would like to speak to the resolution, either for or against? Number 2. Number 3.
Oh. Hi, Brian Gilroy, Ontario Fruit and Vegetable Growers. I live in Grey County. Could you put the therefore be it resolved back up, please?
Could we do that, Brandon?
The second part, the last C there. to replace U.S. exports to countries affected by U.S. tariffs. I'm puzzled by that. Are we talking about U.S. exports or Canadian exports? I think.
Just to clarify what I was thinking about, and this was done about 5 o'clock in the morning. So what I was thinking about, Mexico is going to get hit with tariffs as well. They export a lot of product into the U.S., and U.S. exports a lot of product to them. So what I'm talking about is products that U.S. is currently exporting into Mexico. We should see if we could become the preferred supplier for Mexico as opposed to the U.S. That clear it up?
Yep, I think that works. Microphone number 2.
Yes, Mike Van Uwenice from Kent County. I guess if we could get it put up again.
Do you want A or the B and C?
Actually, the B. I'm in
The
strong.
B?
Yes, I'm in strong favor of this resolution. I just don't like the wording strong, retaliatory.
Do you have any suggestions for verbiage that you would
Not
prefer?
really. I'm not a resolution writer either. I just feel strong retaliatory. And I realize you did this at 5 o'clock in the morning.
And I was mad.
But yeah, well, yeah. I would agree if I probably did it at 5 o'clock and the wording might be a little bit different and even a little bit stronger. So I'm not sure of the word, but I just feel maybe this was an emotional resolution done, and we should maybe think about the wording a little bit in that B.
How about the two of you take a step back and talk about it? And the gentleman on the right, I am sorry, I should know your name.
Sorry, what about just taking out the words strong retaliatory and just leaving it a targeted list for tariff action?
Ron, did you hear that? Did you hear the suggestion from microphone 4?
Sorry, it's Melissa. I just said if you want to drop the word strong retaliatory and just say in order to have a targeted list for tariff action, then there's no, you fling mud, we all end up covered in mud kind of thing, right?
I got 2 nods from the 2 people. So, Peter, did you get that adjustment? Okay, and it's up on the screen. Microphone number 2.
If this was actually happening, I would be in full support of this. Donald Trump is not in power. This is a threat that someone has said that he's made, whether he made it on social media or somewhere. It is a threat if the borders are not, border action isn't taken with illegals crossing the border either from Canada or from Mexico into the United States. It's not something that's happening. It's something that might happen in the future. I don't know how we as an organization can addressing something that is potentially going to happen but not actually happening.
I have another speaker at microphone 4.
Paul Buckley, Corps of Haliburton. I'm not sure if I should speak on this or not. I support this resolution. However, I feel that this, my understanding is this 25% tariff is in result that the U.S. would like to see stronger border controls and security and safety. I don't think that's out of line, especially some of the other things that they've proposed to do. There's a lot of the things that go on in the States that they're talking about. There's going to be a lot of pressure on our border. I don't know if it would be a friendly amendment, but I'd maybe like to see an additional piece put in there, maybe D, to if they are asking the Canadian Federation to put pressure on the government, maybe they could, for D, they could also lobby to start to improve the border security and things like that, just as a good faith measure. Because I don't think that Canada will be able to push back really hard on the U.S. It's a huge export market, so.
Ron, it's your resolution. I don't know whether you want to take that advice or whether you want it to.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a concern adding a bullet in there about investigating the border security issues, work with the U.S. At investigating border security issues. But I'd like to go back to the one that had taken the word strong out. I'd like to see it on screen again.
Could you do that for us, Peter or Brandon? The screen on the right isn't working up here at the front also. Can you put the B and C up on the screen?
It was B. And it was my understanding we were taking the word strong out, but I don't think we can take out the word retaliatory tariff action, because if we just leave it as of the list for tariff action, what kind of action are we talking about? And what we are talking about is retaliatory tariff action, because that's one of the tools that we have in our toolbox. So I would agree with taking out the word strong, but the word retaliatory would have to remain in there. And I think Larry pointed this out to me, that it clarifies the action we're requesting.
So can somebody make that adjustment? Take out strong, leave in retaliatory?
Yeah.
And we'll go to microphone number 4.
Hi, Cornelia Donnie from Leeds County. This hasn't happened yet. He's not in a position that he can make any kind of demands or executive orders at this point in time. And I think a person like that, we're letting the world, if we start, we have to be prepared quietly. But if we let him live in our brains rent-free, and the rest of the world does too, that gives him far more power than that he deserves. So I don't think we should be acting on this at this point in time. I'm opposed.
We have a hard stop at 3:45. That gives us 3 minutes. The people at the microphones, do you want to still have your voice heard for this resolution? They both nod yes. Number 3, if you can go quickly, please.
Julie Dane in Perth County. I just want to say that I'm in favor of this motion. When you see our federal governments and provincial governments asking for meetings to try and deal with the incoming administration in the U.S., you know they're taking it very seriously on a federal and provincial level, and I think we should take it seriously at an agricultural level as well. Thank you.
Microphone number 2.
Betty Jean Cruz, Northumberland County. I speak in favor of the motion. In the greatest part because it came from Ron Bonnet, who was our Canadian Federation of Agriculture president for many years. He knows how this game is played, and he knows when to send a message. And the time to send a message is right now. I support Ron on this if that's his opinion. I wouldn't question him. I support the motion.
Okay, thank you. It didn't go through. Can we get the verbiage on the screen?
Can I just speak over it? Paul?
Number
Greg
4.
from Elgin, Greg from Elgin County. This is a large and important resolution. I want to give it the time it deserves. I move that we table this till tomorrow for discussion.
You don't need a seconder. You need a seconder. Yep. We're voting on and it'll be a show of hands. Who is in favor of tabling this motion for tomorrow? Put your hands up. We do need a seconder. Do we have a seconder for the tabling motion? Isaac from Elgin. All in favor of tabling this motion till tomorrow? All in favor? Opposed? Can we get the verbiage so everybody can see it on a screen by any chance? Oh, it is. It's not on the one screen. Can you stroll back up to A, Peter? D was never decided on. It was a suggestion. Ron didn't say he would include it. It wasn't used as an amendment. So as far as I'm concerned, as chair, D isn't such a thing right yet. That's great English.
Basically, I would like to thank the people with comments supporting this, and I would like to close off debate at this time. In the interest of time, I think we've got 3 key points down there. I think the other consideration that was raised can be brought into some of the discussion at the board level.
Okay, thank you, Ron. So we'll call the vote. Is everybody ready? It's a break. So who's introducing? Yeah. Okay, the voting has ended. We need about 10, 15 seconds to get it onto the screen. And it was carried 93%. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and understanding. Tracy and I, this is our first year to do the resolutions, so we'd like to thank you, and we've now completed the resolutions for this year.
Thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the AGM.
Alrighty, thanks. Thanks, Paul and Tracy and everyone for your cooperation. We are running a bit behind, so this is the point where I'm supposed to welcome you back from the break. Sorry about your luck. I am going to welcome Ed McDonald to the stage. Ed is the, hang on a second, that's not in here. But Ed is Executive Director at the Greenbelt Foundation here in Ontario. He's CEO, of the Greenbelt Foundation here in Ontario, and Ed's been a great partner to work with on some of our land use challenges, and we're happy to continue that conversation. So Ed's going to introduce our guest speaker today.
Well, after that last item, it's a bit of a hard act to follow, but it's been great to be here and hear some of the important conversations. So as Drew said, I'm Ed McDonald. I'm the CEO of the Greenbelt Foundation, and certainly pleased to be here as part of the AGM, this year's AGM, an opportunity to celebrate this year's theme with you, Ontario Agriculture, always in season. I was going to say that one of the reasons I was so glad to be here is because I spent the last 4 or 5 days with my in-laws in northern Alberta, where I can inform you it's -16 plus wind chill. So that makes being back here even more enjoyable. But actually, the opportunity to introduce your keynote speaker on a critical topic, one that's near and dear to our heart at the Greenbelt Foundation, is really, really important. Part of about the Greenbelt is telling the story of food and ag and the immense opportunity here in Ontario with food and agriculture and how we can support that. But before I go any farther, I did want to take a moment to pause and thank the Ontario Federation of Agriculture and its leadership. To say the least, it's always a bit of a challenge in agriculture, but the last few years have been particularly challenging. In the face of increasing demands and pressures on farmland and major policy changes, throughout that, the OFA staff and leadership have not only shown their usual commitment and hard work, but have taken brave and principled stands throughout. We share the commitment to preservation of farmland and farming, as well as realizing the immense opportunities Ontario has, and we've been lucky enough to be working alongside the OFA on many of those issues. So I want to say to you, as OFA members, you can take great pride in the leadership of Drew Spolstra. I know Peggy Breckfeld, former president, is also here. Immense amount of work, leadership, and all the entire hardworking board of directors of the OFA. And of course, Kathy Lennon and all the great staff. And we've certainly, through these last number of relatively difficult years, been very grateful for them. Maybe I'll just take a moment just to, for those of you who are not from Southern Ontario and maybe a little bit less familiar with the Greenbelt. The Greenbelt really dates back to the 1960s when we protected the Niagara Escarpment, and we started talking about in Southern Ontario, how do we balance growth in an area, the most urbanized area in the country, while we also protect critical resources and landscapes, including our precious agricultural and farming resources. And so the Greenbelt itself was created to protect critical water systems that serve millions of people, to support healthy natural systems and features, including the Niagara Escarpment and the Oak Ridge Moraine, and of course, some of the best agricultural lands in the country. More than 40% of the Greenbelt area is agricultural land. Much of it is Class 1 and Class 2 soil, and it includes 2 specialty crop areas, the Niagara grape and tender fruit area and the Holland Marsh. These are incredibly important areas to agriculture in Ontario, and we know that they're incredibly productive. So the fact that we have a Greenbelt in Southern Ontario with all the growth pressures we face has been an important part of this story. But that takes me a bit to our speaker, because we know that doing good and having opportunity is one thing. Having people understand how much creativity potential exists is another thing. So in introducing Jerry Miller, someone who really understands this, very excited to present today's keynote speaker, Jerry Miller. He's president of Sticky Branding. He will help to simplify the process of learning how to grow your business, reach the right audience, and even create a brand for your farm. Jeremy shows organizations of all sizes how to stand out, attract customers, and create remarkable brands. He is globally recognized brand expert and the author of Sticky Branding and Brand New Name. His blend of humor, stories, and actionable ideas will hopefully inspire you to innovate and grow your business and brand. And so I look forward to hearing his remarks, and I'd like to welcome Jerry Miller.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? What a productive afternoon you've had so far. This was incredible to get to observe just the community at work, so I really appreciate that. Today I want to have a conversation with you about branding, but I really want to talk to you about your brand, your personal brand, your family's brand, and your business's brand. But I'm going to approach this from a different angle, because for me, branding isn't about logos or taglines or colors. Branding is about that bond you form with your customers, a bond where they choose you first. And if you think of any remarkable brand, Apple, Nike, Starbucks, or maybe it's your favorite restaurant that you visit on a regular basis with your family, they all have that one thing in common. You choose them first. But it's bigger than that. You think of them first, you refer them first, and you come back again and again. And you do that not because they have the best products or the best prices. You do that because you know the brand, you like it, and you trust it. And when your customers know you, like you, and trust you, they will choose you first. And that's what it means to have a sticky brand. And any business of any size can do this. It's a choice. It's a choice to stand out and be remarkable. It's a choice to serve your customers brilliantly. It's a choice to innovate and challenge the giants of your industry. And when you do that, you have an opportunity to be remarkable, to be recognized, to have that first choice advantage. The challenge, though, is we live in a world of immense change. The previous resolution, just talking about tariffs, shows us that. We are in a constant state of evolution and having to adjust our business models, our services, and our approaches. And this means the way you approach your brand is in a constant state of motion. And I learned this firsthand in my family's business. 20 years ago, I joined my family's business that was in the recruiting sector. And I gotta tell you, that first year on the job was hell. I had my ass handed to me. I thought I was gonna come in and teach my parents a thing or two about how to run their business. I come from the software industry and I was just filled with my ego. And it was just humbling to go through that experience. And it was around this time that first year, we had our annual Christmas party, and I remember sitting down with both my parents and saying, if this is what it's like to be in a family business, I can't do this. This was just awful. I could go back to the software industry and I have a lot less stress and make a lot more money than what we're doing right now. And this is when I got the best advice of my career. My dad said to me, you know, it's not about the business we've built, it's about the business we're building. What are we going to build next? And it was in that moment that gave me permission to actually start challenging what my parents had created and to start thinking differently about what our business was. And what I realized is that we had a branding problem. Our customers couldn't distinguish us from anyone else. And that set me out on a 20-year journey to master what is a sticky brand and how do you do that. And in our case, it was a dramatic change. We changed everything. It wasn't just evolutionary change, it was revolutionary change. We changed the company name, we changed our systems, we changed our positioning, we overturned a lot of our staff. It was dramatic, but it worked. And the business turned a corner and rocketed into growth mode. And it was in that lesson that really gave me an important lesson in terms of how do you grow a remarkable business and brand? And it's in your ability to look forward and adapt. It's how do you win when the rules keep changing? And that's something I really want to talk about today. It's how do you deal with disruption? Because I think this is fundamental to our entire conversation. So this will be our starting point. But the problem I have with this is the word disruption. When you see that, it inevitably starts these big conversations around artificial intelligence and blockchain and machine learning and globalization and inflation and tariffs and all these big things. But a disruption is actually a really simple and easy concept to understand. It's when a person or a company finds a better way to do something and then everybody copies it. So a person or a company finds a better way to do something and it creates a new convention or expectation in your industry. And these disruptions are happening all the time. It's a constant. Some are very small, some are large, but it's in these changes that is really setting out the opportunity for growth. So let me give an example of this. My favorite example of a disruption is Dick Fosbury and the Fosbury Flop. Does anyone know who Dick Fosbury was? If you do, shout out what he was. Exactly, he was the high jumper. Now, Dick Fosbury is credited as being one of the most influential Olympians of all time because he's the guy that transformed the sport of high jump. He's the guy that went over the bar backwards. Now, before Fosbury, high jumpers have been jumping over things, well, since the dawn of time, and high jumpers would perform the sport in a couple different ways. They did this. This is known as the scissor kick. So you run and you jump, you push one leg up and then the other, and you kind of hop up and over the bar. Or they did this. This is known as the barrel roll. This is where you push your shoulders and your hips up and over the bar, and hopefully you land on your hands and knees. There's one guy who did this. Every time I see this, it makes me laugh, and that's why I keep it in my presentation. You remember when you were a kid and you have a G.I. Joe or a Barbie and you put the head one way and the other way? So it turns out this guy was the Olympic champion before Dick Fosbury. And obviously, he did not create a disruption because, well, nobody else can dislocate their hips from their body. But Fosbury did this, and it changed everything. At the 1968 Olympics in Mexico City, Dick Fosbury shocked the world by going over the bar backwards. But not only that, he landed on the back of his head, his neck, and his shoulders. His new style of jumping was weird, but nobody could deny it worked. Fosbury won the gold medal. He set an Olympic record, but most importantly, he transformed the sport of high jump. To the point now, when you see this jumper, this looks like the right way to perform a high jump, right? We had the Summer Olympics in Paris this year. We saw the high jumpers, and they were all doing this. And for us, this is the right way to perform the sport. But in 1968, Fosbury was a total oddity. He had crowds of people following him around. He had the media following him around. Everyone wanted to see this guy land on his head until he won. And in the next Olympics, we saw more high jumpers performing it this way. To soon, it became a new standard. And that's what a disruption is. A person or a company finds a better way to do something, and then everybody follows suit. And these disruptions are happening all the time, all around us. And we've just lived through a moment that created so much change in our lives. We'll very much look back at 2020 as having this dividing line between BC versus AC, or before COVID-19 versus after COVID-19. And I don't want to dwell on the pandemic because we've heard enough of it. It's been beaten to death. But what I really want to do is celebrate the entrepreneurship of that moment in time, because it was incredible to see how leaders and teams and organizations pulled together in a crisis and did stuff that was truly astounding. We saw companies' true potential in this moment in time. There was a meme that went around at the time that asked, who led the digital transformation in your company? Was it the CEO, the CTO, or COVID-19? And obviously circled COVID-19. And this was really the truth. We did not invent Microsoft Teams and Zoom to meet remotely in that period of time. The technology was already available to us. We did not transform our business models in ways that were unknown to us. Much of what we did, we took and we applied. And I really think that COVID was not a change agent, but an accelerant. It showed you your potential and allowed you to execute in a very deliberate way. And it's in this that I think is such a huge opportunity. How do we get back to that and harness that entrepreneurial spirit to grow our businesses? Because when you're pushed to the wall, you can innovate. So you can do that any other time. And it's in this moment in time that we took widely available technologies and we applied them to win. And this is why I actually tell the Fosbury flop story. What most people don't know is that Dick Fosbury was a moment in his time because he used a small technological advancement in the sport of high jump to transform the sport of high jump. Let me explain. So in the 1964 Olympics and all prior Olympic Games, high jumpers would perform the sport and land onto a pile of sand or hay. This photo is actually from the 1904 Olympics when they were in London, England. And notice the high jumper's not even landing on sand or hay. He's simply landing on the pitch. Now, I'm sure you could do the Fosbury flop onto that once. Could you imagine? That is concussionville. That is just an absolute world of suck. And there is examples going back to the 1920s where high jumpers were experimenting with variants of the Fosbury flop. But you can imagine the jumpers did it once or twice, rung their bell and went, you know what, winning is not everything. And they went back to doing it the way they've always done it. But between 1964 and 1968, the IOC and the IAF, the governing body of track and field, implemented a new safety device, foam mats. And these foam mats provided the perfect surface for Dick Fosbury because it provided a raised surface and a softer landing area. So if you want to land on your head, you absolutely want foam mats to do that. Here's the part of the story that's so interesting though. All the high jumpers had access to this technology. All the high jumpers competed and trained on them. And still none of them changed their behaviors. Also, everybody knew exactly what Fosbury was doing. Nobody shows up in the Olympics and goes, hey guys, can I compete today? No, it doesn't work that way. You got to do local and regional events. You got to compete and earn your spot at the highest level of competition. It is a rarefied group of people that can do this. And they all know each other very well, and they all knew exactly what Fosbury was doing. But still, they didn't change their behaviors. But it was not until Fosbury won the Olympics that it set this expectation. And he changed it, and everyone started to copy it. But I think for us today, these foam mats are a beautiful metaphor for ourselves, for what we're looking for. I think of them as opportunistic tools, which are widely available tools, technologies, or resources that are available to all of us that innovators use to hack convention to create a competitive advantage. We have access to technology at an astounding rate today. We have access to so much technology. And one of the things that's so incredible about the agriculture sector is just how much you are attuned to technology, whether that's through equipment, through drones, through different types of human resources, even the amendments we were talking about earlier. These are the types of moments where we can look to see how we can hack convention to create an advantage for ourselves. How do we compete when the rules keep changing? So I'd like to turn this into a bit of a conversation and a table talk. What I'd like us to do is at our tables, brainstorm 2 to 3 examples of our own proverbial foam mats, our own opportunistic tools that we can use as Ontario farmers in order to create our own advantage. This could be on the way we go to market, it could be the way we staff, it could be in the way we operate our businesses. What are some of the examples that you see that could be potential opportunistic tools for us? I'm gonna put 3 minutes on the clock, let's brainstorm it, and then what I'm gonna do is we'll bring this back for some conversation. Ready to rock? Let's get chatting. It's terrifying. All right, 3 minutes. That goes by really, really fast. So I'm really curious here to get your thoughts. We've got some mics around. You've been using them all day. Let's try to share a few examples here because I think this is what is so useful in this moment in time. And I will prompt this ahead of time. Participation will be rewarded today, folks. So who has an idea that they would like to share with the group, and for the people online, let's make sure we go to the mics. Yes, number 3.
Water.
Pardon me?
We have water in Ontario.
Okay, tell me more.
We have fresh water that's available all the time. We can put the water. We have drip lines in our garlic, and we're able to grow a good product because that water is readily available.
Love it. Thank you.
Well,
Have a
thank
book.
you.
Yes, go.
Over here.
Yes, go ahead.
I think all farmers should consider getting a 3D printer.
A 3D printer, okay, tell me
so
more.
they can do their innovative ideas and make them tangible versus just sketching them out.
Yes.
And then they can be able to talk about them with other people and have something right there.
I love that.
I have a friend that's working on some of that for me on a particular thing I've conceived, and all of a sudden it makes real sense. So
It's amazing how you can reduce, thank you so much. It's amazing how you can reduce the cost of prototyping through a 3D printer and make ideas tangible, especially when you're working on equipment. So thank you, that was wonderful. Yes, we got one back there.
Soil testing.
Okay.
Help with increasing our yields in our crops and just productivity of our land.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Give you one more and then I'm out of my hands. Yes, you got one here too?
Photos, videos, and AI.
Tell me more. Photos, videos, and AI, that's very broad.
Well, if you can take a picture of something that's healthy and then take a picture of something that isn't, AI will eventually be able to tell you what the problem is.
So a form of early disease,
For
disease detection?
control, pest control, you fly a drone over your cornfield and then instead of spraying the whole cornfield, you just hit that hot spot. It reduces. I know some of that is happening in strawberries in California.
Thank you, that's wonderful.
And it's happening in greenhouse production.
I love that. These are the kind of ideas that we need to take advantage of, is how do we continue to play with technology and tools that are around us in a very meaningful way, that there's so many opportunities ahead of us. It just takes, like Fosbury, that guts to go after it, to chase it, and to find that innovation. And when you see these innovations, they become your opportunity to actually grow your business and brand. So how do you do this? Well, I want to introduce to you today 4 principles, what I'm calling the 4 Bs, which is be creative, be helpful, be creative, be persistent, and be everywhere. And we're going to unpack each one of these, and you're going to see that so much of what your brand is built from the inside out, and it's going to start with innovation. I really truly believe that the first step that we need to focus on is being helpful. I don't know about you, but I find a lot of marketing really icky and gross, kind of opportunistic. I want to play for you a short video that came out from Adobe a few years ago, but I think it kind of sums up what I kind of see happening in marketing a lot of times. So let me play this and we can talk.
Get me through this quarter.
Turn to the right.
What are you in for? Clicks.
I don't know about you, but so much of what marketing feels like to me is this. It's that it's gross. We're using a lot of manipulative tactics, whether it's in our pricing, our communications, or how we try to treat consumers and talk down to them, that it really gives sales and marketing a bad name. And I think this is really problematic because it's not necessary. I think the cure to feeling opportunistic and icky is to be helpful, to create a brand of service. And this is where the innovation can be truly remarkable. 3 questions I love to ask so you can truly focus your brand positioning is, who needs your company and its expertise the most right now? What are the products or services that you can deliver to solve real problems that are valued? And then how do you proactively sell and deliver your services to the people with the most need? And if you look at it, these are really simple questions, but they're all based on service. So what is your customer's problems? How can you solve them? And how do you promote that so that they know to find you and go after you? And if you create a brand of service, you will inevitably be successful. It is not that complicated, but we screw it up by getting into those bandwagon marketing tactics that just aren't authentic. But you'll create a truly authentic, valuable brand by being of service and being helpful. And the benefit of this is not only does this help you when times are good, It truly helps you when times are bad. When you face a crisis and you need to dig deep, being of service will give you that compass that you're looking for. In the pandemic, I'll tell you a broader story. So Learngistics is a live event training company. They think of themselves as their specialty as the logistics of learning. And so they work with large organizations to plan the training, set up the computer labs, book the venues, hire the training providers. They put all the pieces together to put remarkable training events on for large corporations. Now, their business pre-pandemic was focused on live event training. And you can imagine what happened to them. They lost 90% of their revenue in the first 2 weeks of the pandemic because all their clients canceled their contracts. And they faced a substantial crisis. They had 5 months of cash flow. And Louis Trahan, the founder, basically said, you know, we have a choice. We can either fight or we can close. And we're going to fight. So he made a commitment not to lay off any of his staff. He made a commitment to move forward. And he really dug deep. And I want to pause on that for a moment, because one of the things I think is really critical in success and what really separated brands in the pandemic was what I describe as that warrior mindset, that desire to fight, to win, to overcome adversity. And it's in this type of entrepreneurship that really creates good and remarkable brands. The pandemic had this moment that divided the entrepreneurs from the wantrepreneurs. The people that dug deep, that had that warrior mindset, could actually do something truly remarkable. And again, how do we harness that even when times are good? Now, in Learngistics' case, we took those 3 questions and then we focused it. And so we had a model called the 4 zones of growth. And this shows you where you can look for new opportunities to grow your business. The first place we look is the core, which is your existing customers and your existing products and services. And for most of us in most industries, there's plenty of growth just by being a better operator in our own industry. But when you hit that wall like Learngistics did, where we start to look next is the corners. So you can take your existing products and services to new customers or new markets, or you can go down and go and offer new products and services to your existing customers. And so Learngistics went down, and they recognized that their customers still have to deliver live event training. They just couldn't do it in person. So they became pioneers in virtual production services. And in the early days of the pandemic, everybody was figuring it out. Today, they are producing wow events, hybrid events, and they're doing it at a surprising level where you can turn a webinar into TV quality broadcast for surprisingly cheap compared to what it was a few years ago. And this pivot transformed the business. With it, before their cash flow ran out, they were back to profitability selling services they'd never sold before, simply because they focused on a need and were helpful and they were aggressive and they chased it. And I think this is the key lesson that I want to point out, is being helpful doesn't necessarily mean being passive. It's being proactive and engaged. How do you serve the people that have needs, and then how do you get out there? But part of this is going to be figuring out that how question, which takes us to the second principle today, which is be creative. Innovation like this doesn't just happen. You're not copying what you've always done before. And so what we need to look towards is creativity. I firmly believe that all great brands are built by people. Smart, ambitious, creative people. People like you and I that care deeply about our businesses, our customers, and our employees. But the operative word here is creativity. You are creative. Your team is creative. Everyone in this room today is creative. And I want to prove that to you. On your table, you will notice we've distributed some pieces of paper called the Portrait Challenge. If you could grab a copy of that and a pen, if you don't have one, just a standard piece of paper and a pen will do for this exercise. What I would like us to do is prove our creativity. Is everyone ready for this? Cool. So here's what we're going to do here. I would like you to look to your left, look to your right, and choose a person sitting at your table or near you. And I would like you to draw their portrait, draw a picture of their face. So I'm going to put 60 seconds on the clock, and I would like to see everybody participate. So everybody ready? Got your paper, got your pens? All right, 60 seconds starts now. Let's go. Don't forget the eyes, it's the window to the soul. And time. All right, everybody, pens down. Now comes the moment of truth. I would like you to share your portrait with the person you just drew. Go ahead, share your pictures. I'm hearing a lot of laughter. There's a lot of giggling going on right now. This is great. All right, let's pull this back in. 1, 2, 3, look at me. Excellent. All right, this was really cool. So as soon as you shared the portraits, the volume went up to 11. I heard a lot of giggling and a lot of laughter. So I have to ask you, who here had that twinge of guilt or shame when they shared their picture? Who was like, sorry about my drawing skills? Sorry about what I did to your face? Show of hands, who is a little bit guilty about what they just did? All right, good chunk of you. Let me ask the reverse of it. Who's proud of their portrait? Oh yeah, this is amazing. Okay, I would love to ask for some volunteers. Who can stand up and share, actually go to the mic so we can hear you. Who can share their portrait? Who's proud of it that can show us their portrait? Yes, please. Yes, tell us, can you hold it up so we can see it? So, tell us about your portrait. Why are you proud of it?
I don't know. I think I captured in Cost Camp. It looks similar. Like if you wandered around looking at my picture, I think you could find her in this audience.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. Have a book.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I drew this picture, and I tried to do it as my cohort beside me, and I think I got the essence of it.
You got the essence? Thank you so much. That's wonderful. All right, anyone else who I'm going to fall over. Yes, stand up at the mic and tell us what you like about this. Picture of the back. That is a first. I have not had that one, but that's true creativity. Thank you so much. I love that. So we've now got pictures of the back. So here's the thing that I think is so interesting about this exercise, is the volume of us that, whether we said it or not, had that twinge of shame or guilt when they shared their picture. And it's a real shame about this because we have been conditioned to believe that we are not creative. We've been taught for a very long time that we are not creative. And we've been conditioned to think that our technical artistic skills, whether it's in drawing, painting, singing, is a measure of our creativity. But it's not. You think of it, the word creativity, it's the act of creating. And you are born that way. You are creative. But as we grow older, it gets taken away from us. If you were to do this same exercise with a group of children and ask them to do an exercise saying, I would like you to draw a picture of mommy or daddy doing their favorite activity, you might get something like this. My mom likes drinking wine. Of course she does. It's wine. It's delicious. And you can guarantee nobody criticized the child when they brought this picture home. It was put up on the refrigerator. Mom took a picture on Instagram. It got 1 million likes on it. And nobody criticized the child for asking, why is mommy's arms bent the wrong way? Or why is mommy's wine glass the size of her head? I think we know the reason for that. But as we grow older, this gets taken away from us. When we're young, our creativity is celebrated. As we grow older, we are taught that this is not who we are. And it's validated in the data. There's been 2 long-term studies that have compared IQ with creativity, the Flynn effect of IQ and the Torrance test of creative thinking. According to the Flynn effect, we are getting smarter. In fact, we get smarter by about 10 points per generation. And you play a big part of that. Nutrition is at a fundamental reason why we are becoming more intelligent. It's also better living conditions, better breeding. All these things come together to make a smarter human being. But since 1990, creativity scores have been plummeting. According to the Torrance test of creative thinking, we have seen a dramatic decline in creativity, and since 2008, it's gone down even more. So let me ask you, and again, let's use the mics so that people online can hear us. Why is this happening? Why are creativity scores plummeting like they are right now? Because of these things. Picking up the phone, yes. What else? Computers, yeah. Lack of interaction. No free time, yes, 100%. Anything else that stands out? TV, internet. You're absolutely right. We're doom scrolling on TikTok. We are lacking free time, but it's also in our education system. Since in the late 80s, early 90s, we implemented standardized testing. We changed the education system to focus more on STEM and mathematics, and we dropped away the arts and humanities as primary education skills, which is a shame considering AI's critical component today is critical thinking, and we need the humanities more than ever. So there's going to have to be a change in things. Your wife. So got to refocus on that one. So the creativity has been declining, but it's as leaders, I want you to harness that one. I want you to pull on it, because in order to do something remarkable, you need creativity. In order to challenge convention, you need creativity, because without that, you're going to continue to do the same things over and over again without change. And inside your organization is immense creative potential. Albert Einstein's attributed as saying, creativity is contagious. Pass it on. Creativity is contagious. How do we pull the people that are working on these problems together to give them and empower them to participate? Because when we work on being helpful, when we empower our teams, we're able to do something truly remarkable. But this doesn't happen quickly. Our third principle this afternoon is be persistent. When we look at what branding is it takes time. It's like wine. It gets better with age. Your brand gets better with time. When you look at brands like Coca-Cola and Procter & Gamble, they're well over 100 years old. Brands actually get better with time because we learn and associate with them. But the act of branding is something that requires constant effort. Branding is a marathon, not a sprint. It's something you've got to work on constantly. And the second you stop working on your brand is the second it starts dying. We need to take this as a long view and a consistent view. And it goes back to what we talked about this morning with some of the panels, is we need relationships, whether it's with our counselors in our communities or our customers or our employees. And so the backbone of this is an idea that I call the 3% rule. The 3% rule argues that at any given time, 3% of your market is buying, the rest are not. Now, this triangle represents anyone who can give you money, current customers, past customers, and prospects. Now, the 3% may be different from industry to industry, but what the model is truly useful for is it demonstrates there's two modes of marketing. There's the top 10% who have a need and will make a purchase decision in the next 30, 60, or 90 days. And then there's everybody else. The irony is your brand is built in the lower 90%. All brands are built in the lower 90%. They're not built at the point of purchase. Think of this like buying a car. The act of buying a car sucks. It's stressful, it's irritating, going through the loan processes, dealing with the car salespeople, going into the dealership, test driving, it's all a big process. Whereas the brand is built upwards of 3 years before you make that purchase, so your affinity to that product, or once you become a customer. Brands are built in the relationship phase, whether before or after, and we need to try to figure out how do we stay connected and engaged with our prospects, our customers, our centers of influence, our stakeholders, our employees, our prospective employees. How do we connect those relationships and make them consistent? And this is a journey. If you go to Fredericton, you may come across a used car dealership called Jim Gilbert's Wheels and Deals. They're a second-generation family business that's known as Canada's huggable car dealer. If you go out and visit them, you will get a hug. I can guarantee this. I did when I visited them. Jim Gilbert picked me up at the airport. The first thing he did is he gave me this huge bear hug. I'm like, whoa, that was intense. And then you go to the dealership, and every time I met somebody, I got a new hug. And soon it became an expectation. It was a delightful part of their brand. And I asked Jim afterwards, what is going on with all these hugs? And he said it's a metaphor for service. They want to wrap their customers in service. And what Jim described is that when somebody buys a used car, they think of it as a new car. It's new to them, but it is a used car, so it probably needs new tires and brakes. It needs servicing. And so that becomes really frustrating after a purchase. So what Wheels and Deals does is they service their cars to 150% of the provincial standard, and then they wrap it in a warranty, and they support their customers to create a really hassle-free customer experience. And that's the backbone of their brand. And that's why they have the hugs. And I'll come back to that in a moment. The other part of this, though, is they build relationships constantly. There's 2 points in your year where you're really receptive to new ideas. New Year's and your birthday. In New Year's, this is when we set New Year's resolutions. We think about the year ahead. What are we expecting? We're going to be doing this in a few weeks from now. We will be looking at the past year, what's happened, and then we will reflect on what we want next. Hopefully we can keep on to those resolutions, but we will be receptive to an idea in that moment in time. You do the same thing at your birthday. You will look at where you are in your life, and you'll be receptive to ideas. So if you can connect to your customers in these moments, it becomes a very powerful time of change. So if you don't have a New Year's campaign right now, maybe consider one. Now in Wheels and Deals case, what they do is birthday gifts. Every year, they send out birthday gifts to all their customers, past customers, and prospects. They send out over 15,000 birthday gifts every single year. They send out so many birthday gifts, in fact, they are a registered post office. If you want great CRM data, become a post office. You'll have the best data you could possibly ever imagine. But what's so cool for me in this is how people react to it. They will get calls and emails all the time of people thanking them. They'll hear things like, everybody forgets my birthday, but you never do. And they'll be truly grateful. I'd like to read for you a short letter that one of their customers sent them. The customer's name is Ruth. She said, yesterday I got a dog leash in the mail from you. My second one, which is great because we have 2 dogs. Anyways, I'm writing to thank you for that and for the other little surprises we've received from you from time to time. We've never had a used car buying experience quite like the one we had with your company. It was exceptional, and the exceptional touches like the leash just keep coming. I thought it right to say thank you. You can be assured that we recommend you to anyone we know who's buying a car. Isn't that awesome? So a simple point of gratitude can build a lasting relationship. You buy a car every 3 to 7 years, but you keep in touch with them over time. And that's actually the point of your marketing. When you look at your social media, your email newsletter, your content marketing, it's about filling the space between your customer purchases or between your customer interactions. How do you nurture that relationship early and often so your customers know you, like you, and trust you, and they choose you first? And it's a marathon. This doesn't stop. It doesn't give you short-term results to build a relationship. It's a constant commitment. Jim Gilbert is a wealth of quotes and ideas. One of the things he said to me that I've held on to ever since is, he says, I assume my staff forgets the brand every single Friday, and I have to reteach it every Monday. And if he forgets to do it a week, it costs him 2. And if he forgets to do it 2 weeks, it costs him 4. It compounds. And the first thing that falls is those hugs. And he says it's like a canary in the coal mine for him, because as soon as he sees the hugs falling off, he knows other parts of the service are falling too, and they're not living up to their brand promise. That commitment to growing their brand and serving their customers brilliantly to be helpful is an ongoing journey and commitment. And sure, it's work, but if you love your brand, you love your staff, you love what you do, this isn't a chore. This is just part of that commitment and that fulfillment that you're working towards all the time. And so this is a process that you just never stop. And the more you invest in it, the more it will pay you dividends. Once you figure out what makes you amazing, you got to share it. The next principle tonight, the third principle, is be everywhere. You have a brand. Everybody in this room has a brand. You have a personal brand, you have a business brand, you have product brands. Simply by existing, you have a brand. It's your reputation. But if you want to be in branding, you have to amplify it. Your brand, Jeff Bezos actually has a brilliant quote. He says, your brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. That's your reputation right now. When we talk about branding, we're talking about how do we amplify this? How do we reach greater people? How do we increase our influence? How do we affect change? How do we let people know what we are actually doing or what we want to do? And this goes beyond your customers. This can also go to your council and community and other stakeholders. So it's an amplification process. And that takes us to marketing. And this is where it starts to get a little bit tricky. John Wanamaker, sorry, I'll hit this one too. If you don't blow your own horn, nobody will. So this is key to you to be pushing this. So John Wanamaker is an famous industrialist. He created the department store, which is kind of apropos when you think of Black Friday is happening this Friday, and it's projected that we'll have $11 billion of sales this week with a 10% growth year over year. Consumers are spending a lot of money. But what he said is so interesting. He said, half the money I spend on advertising is wasted. The trouble is I don't know which half. Do you feel that in your marketing a lot of the times? It feels like you're throwing money into your black hole. You don't know what's actually working. I know I feel that way a lot of the time. And the reason for this is it often feels like marketing looks a lot like pee-wee hockey. I love watching these little kids. They're so cute. They're adorable. And you'll watch them fly around the ice. And if we could take 10 minutes here, you'll notice they never score. And it's a beautiful metaphor for marketing because if every customer's treated the same, every prospect's treated the same, it's a lot like pee-wee hockey. We're flying around the ice, we're expending a ton of effort, and we're never scoring. So what we need to look towards is being purposeful and deliberate on how we are being of service. And the way we do that is by building relationships with the people that matter. And the way you will know that's happening is if you hear the 5 most beautiful words in marketing, which is, that's interesting, tell me more. That's interesting, tell me more. When you get someone to say that they're connected with you, they're engaged, they're having a conversation, and that interaction is what is starting to be the backbone and building blocks of a relationship because you can share opinions and get to know one another. And any business of any size can do this. It is a choice to connect with people. So let's take this as a little bit of an exercise here. Who here goes out for coffee on a regular basis? Where do you go for coffee, sir? A&W. What's your drink? Black coffee, love it. Who else goes out? Anyone? Yes. Tim Hortons, what's your drink, sir? Medium? Nice. I'm like a truffle pig for Starbucks. Whenever I travel, I will find one no matter what. It's not that it's the best coffee, it really isn't, but it's consistent. It's like McDonald's. You can get the same thing anywhere in the world that you want. And if you're into young professionals, for instance, are really into coffee right now. And if, according to Muldoon's Coffee, though, this act of going out for coffee, this act of young people seeking out the best coffees has turned into a productivity epidemic. And they argue that 6% of an organization's payroll is spent going out for coffee every single year. Now, if you have to drive longer than 20 minutes, that could be even longer than that. You could be talking about 12 or 15%. And if we were a group of CFOs or financial people right now, this is a big deal. 6% of your salary is equivalent to 3 weeks vacation. So if you've got 100 employees in your business, that's 300 weeks of coffee runs every single year. But let me ask you, when you see this statistic, when you see this, what do you think? Do you agree with it? Do you disagree with it? Anyone here call bullshit? What do you guys think? Grab a mic or tell me what you're thinking in this stat. Agree, disagree, challenge? We got quiet. Yes, go grab. Yes, speak out on mic first so we can hear you. Your priorities aren't in the right place. Tell me more. Get your coffee outside of hours. I love that. So don't spend your time. Yes, Chris.
So I agree with that. But I went out and spent $3,500 on a Mealy coffee machine for the office, set it up and thinking just that, great, it's going to keep everybody in. But what happened was half the people stayed that would normally go out and the other half continued to go out.
Got it. So you split it. You're down to 3% now.
So down to 3%. So it was a move in the right direction. So if your number is correct, then I probably paid for the coffee machine in about 6 months.
Nice. Anyone else? Anyone disagree with this whole premise? So here's the thing about this stat. You can agree with me, you can disagree with it, it doesn't really matter. What it does is it triggers a conversation. And this is an example of a brand storyline called Why Go Out for Coffee? Muldoon says that if you give your employees crappy break room coffee, they're going to go out and leave the office. And if they leave the office, that takes away serendipity. It takes away the opportunity for building relationships. Now, this is more from a pre-pandemic level. Now it's even harder to keep people in the office. But this was their premise, and it got picked up. The National Post ran an article on Starbucks is the new smoke break, and they challenged this. And it created a lot of dialogue with people thinking about what is the value of having a corporate culture where people stay in and work there. And this is what we would call a brand storyline, which is a communication device that is designed to engage your customers in a conversation. And any business of any size can do this. You can be a small business, you can be a large business. One of the most famous examples of a brand storyline is the Dove campaign for Real Beauty. Dove has been challenging convention of what women in cosmetics look like for years. And they have provocative ads like ugly spots or beauty spots, wrinkled or wonderful. And in these ads, it creates a dialogue. Every dollar they spend on advertising has a multiplier effect in public relations, earned media, and social media as people engage with this. But what's really cool is it took a bland, boring soap that we grew up with, that was that pure soap that we knew, to a category leader and a global identity in terms of the voice of women and beauty. And this is the power of a conversation. When you find something that connects with people, it creates an opportunity to build a relationship. I'll give you a Canadian example. Scotiabank. They say you're richer than you think. This has the highest recall of any slogan in the financial service sector by a significant margin. Think of any of the other bank slogans. It's really hard to think of what theirs is. But you're richer than you think is incredibly effective. Now, the funny part of this story is the original campaign was based on real math. And they ran it for a little while, and then they realized there was a mistake in their math. So you're poorer than you think. Which I don't think is a surprise for anybody. But they stopped running it for several years, and they brought it back. And the reason that it is it's such an effective campaign because it is a communication device. So people can go into their branch and talk to their bank manager about what does wealth mean for them, whether that is saving up for their first home, putting their kids through college, maybe their retirement, whatever it is. When you can talk about your needs in an open and safe way, you are more receptive to problem solving. Conversations build trust. Conversations build engagement. So if you can create that opportunity with your customers and your partners, this allows you to build a much more authentic and powerful brand. And a storyline that is incredibly valuable, especially in this room, is if you're a family business, say it, tell it, because customers trust family businesses more. This is one of the interesting things that we've seen in the data. There was a long-term study by the Kennesaw School of Management that profiled over 2,500 family businesses. And they found that the companies that declared that they were a family business became a differentiator. 68% said it was a point of pride, not only for the family, but for the organization. 64% said it helped differentiate them against the big giants of their industry. And 64% said it enhanced their reputation. So if you have an opportunity to share that you're a family or a family business, by all means do that, because it may not be the reason people buy, but it creates a connection to your employees, to your customers, to your community, because there's real people behind this business, and that creates a very valuable layer that we can all leverage. Now, I have one bonus principle today. Let's call it the 4.5 principle, which is be proactive. There's been an underlying theme throughout this whole talk today that you have to get after it. You have to work for it, that warrior mindset. I truly believe that ideas without action are just dreams, and so much about what goes on in marketing and branding is dreaming. We have all these wonderful ideas, but if we don't act on them, it doesn't matter. So I want to challenge each and every one of you to make this AGM incredibly valuable for you this year. And so what I'd like you to do is either take a photo of this or take a piece of paper and write this down. Here's my challenge. I would like you, over the course of today or these next 2 days, is think of 3 ideas or concepts that you can take away and apply to your business in 2025 to achieve a bigger impact. What are 3 things? It could have come from this talk, it could have come from the entire conference. But at the end of this process, I'd like you to reflect on what can you use and apply. And then what I'd like you to do is to build a plan. And just look forward into 2025 into the full year. Break it up into quarters. So Q1 is January, February, March. Q2, April, May, June, and so forth. What are the specific actions and steps that you're going to take to implement the ideas that you learned at this AGM? Because if you act on it and if you push it, you have an opportunity to come back next year and demonstrate how you've grown and evolved. And that's the fundamental part of brand building. It's the innovation and the work you do every single day that is going to grow your business. I truly believe that successful businesses create successful brands and never the other way around. There is a clear thing that you could see is that the companies that have the best brands are the best executors. There's no magic to it, that they are doing the work all the time. So can you take these ideas and apply them? And I think the world needs this. The world needs you and your expertise so much right now. We need your place in this world. So be helpful and move fast. Take the ideas and apply them because there's so much that you can offer and your brands have so much potential. I'd like to leave you with a final quote. Dr. Seuss said it best. Why fit in when you were born to stand out? Why fit in when you're born to stand out? Isn't this why we grow our brands? It's that act to stand out. It's the act to do something remarkable. Your business has so much potential. So how can you take these ideas and apply them? Because it's in the work that we do that makes a difference. You have a choice. You have a choice to stand out, to serve your customers brilliantly, to innovate, to challenge the giants of the industry. And when you do that, you will build clear connections with your customers where they know you, like you, and trust you, and they'll choose you first. Thank you very much.
So a huge thank you to Jeremy. Huge thank you to Jeremy. A lot of great ideas about building your own personal brand, your farming or operational brand, and maybe even the brand of the sector. So maybe we give him one last round of applause, and then I'm turning it back over to Drew.
Well, thanks, Jeremy, and thanks, Ed, and thanks to the Greenbelt Foundation for their sponsorship of our keynote speaker this year. It's really greatly appreciated. I'd like to ask Gracie Walt to come up for the presentation of our bursaries, and as well, Mark Reeser, Crispin Colvin, and Vanessa Renaud could join us on stage for the presentation.
Yeah, no, you just. Okay, good afternoon. I'm Racy Walt, the MSR for Northumberland, Hastings, Prince Edward, and Lennox and Addington, and I'm pleased to be leading us through the bursary presentation. It's always a highlight of convention to showcase our winners from the program. So thank you to all of you for the funds that you raised at last year's convention through the silent auction. We are able to award 5 bursaries in the amount of $2,000 each. There's 3 awarded regionally to students in undergraduate programs, and then 1 to a student completing an apprenticeship. and one to a student pursuing either a postgraduate, veterinary, or leadership program. Our applicants are judged based on demonstrating leadership skills, involvement in their community, and their involvement in the agriculture industry. So we received over 60 applications this year, and I'm pleased to introduce you to our next group of recipients. So our first winner is our postgraduate category, Elena McDonald. She is from Wellington County, and she is completing her PhD in population medicine at the University of Guelph. She is studying the intersection of human, animal, and environmental health globally to better understand emerging diseases. And before pursuing her PhD, she completed her Doctor of Veterinary Medicine, and where she worked for 2.5 years at clinics. And she's very involved in extracurriculars as well, as you can see, Global Vets, Toastmasters, and she's also a teaching assistant with OVC. So congratulations.
Thanks, Racy, and thanks, everybody. I just wanted to share really quickly one thing, and that was sort of my thoughts as we hung up the phone after Racy gave me the news. And that's that my current PhD research is on emerging disease in places where humans, wildlife, and livestock interact. And I really enjoy it. And it's been pretty clear to us that we need an approach for these topics, for like pandemics, for example, that is a multidisciplinary approach. And so I need farmers, I need help, and I need help from environmentalists and livestock professionals, anybody from kind of any sector. And while it's easy to see why that's necessary, it's kind of also easy to get a little bit lost and to feel like I don't really know where to go next. And so my thought immediately after this phone call was, well, this is really helpful. I'm also feeling really professionally and personally encouraged that the OFA said, wow, this is a One Health project. This is multidisciplinary and it's global, and we're going to support you in this. So I just really wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you, Elena. Our next winner is the apprenticeship, and it's going to Bobby Robinson from Stormont County. He is doing the dairy herdsperson apprenticeship at Ridgetown. He's also an entrepreneur. He owns his own Baler Bob Custom Work, which offers custom baling and wrapping services. He's looking forward to growing his business by adding more equipment and thoughtfully planning ways to help farmers be more efficient in their harvesting and storing of their crops. And he's very involved in his family's Century Dairy Farm, and he enjoys showing cattle at fairs and exhibitions. Congrats, Bobby.
I'd just like to say a big thank you to everyone with OFA for allowing all these great opportunities for young youth to come into agriculture and supplying us with all these opportunities. Thank you.
Okay, our next recipient is in the undergraduate category and from the Southwest region, Kyla Lewis. She's from Middlesex County. She's doing her 4th year in the Bachelor of Science Animal Biology, where she's on the Dean's Honor List. She's very passionate about showing dairy cattle through 4-H and the open breed shows. She had an extensive volunteer resume with youth programs, the local fair board, and College Royal. And she had a very diverse work history with vet clinics, dairy farms, and Grover Nutrition. And she hopes to pursue a master's degree with a particular focus in the field of dairy nutrition.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here tonight. Agriculture has always been a passion of mine. It's shaped me into the person I am today, and I hope to continue making a difference in the industry and give back to the community that's, done a lot for me. So thank you.
Our 4th recipient in the undergraduate category, Central Region, is, I went backwards, Mary Brander. She's doing her second year Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, Animal Science at the University of Guelph. She has completed 62 4-H clubs in a short 9 years. She's worked with the OVC doing a study on calf health, and with Upper Grand Veterinary Service. She also had extensive volunteering with her 4-H program, church, Erin Fall Fair, and summer camps. She's also interested in animal health, pathology, and disease prevention.
Hello there. I would just like to express my gratitude to the Ontario Federation of Agriculture for supporting my dream to become a large animal vet or pathologist. So thank you to the OFA for supporting youth's dreams. Thank you.
And our final recipient couldn't be here today due to other commitments, but I'd like to congratulate Kaylee Wells. She's from Leeds County. She's doing her second year Bachelor of Science in Agriculture with a co-op at the University of Guelph. She owns her own herd of Hereford cattle, and she too is very involved in 4-H and is also a junior leader, mentoring younger members. She is very involved in the University of Guelph with the judging club, the Western riding team, the beef and dairy club, square dancing, and college royal events. And she's focused on beef genetics, nutrition, and herd health to optimize beef production. So congratulations to Kaylee. And just a final recognition of all of our recipients. We're very excited to see where your career paths take you, and hopefully you kind of stay within the OFA family and become leaders in our organization. And just a reminder that the funds raised today through the silent auction will support next year's bursary recipients. So thank you for supporting the next generation in agriculture. Oh my gosh. Oh, you want them on stage? Okay.
All right, thanks, Racy, and congratulations to all the recipients. Absolutely. So this brings us to the end of our official business today for day one of our annual meeting. Before we adjourn, I'd like to ask that you join me in thanking our sponsors. They're coming up on the screen here, of course, Cooperators, Farm Credit Canada, Farmers Markets Ontario, the Greenbelt, Princess Auto, and we'll get into a number of other sponsors here too. Egg Farmers of Ontario, of course, ACC, Ontario Pork, Canadian Propane Association, NWMO, Gay Lee, Dairy Farmers, Beef Farmers, and that's the last slide. So thanks very much to them. The silent auction outside will be ending in 10 minutes. Let's call that at 5:10. Again, as Racy mentioned, all the funds from the silent auction go towards our bursary recipients for next year. So bid high and bid often. And please join us for our harvest dinner in the International A, B, and C rooms downstairs by the truck. Same rooms where we've had lunch and breakfast. Drinks will be available in the foyer starting at 6, and our evening program will be beginning at 6:30. I'd ask for a motion to adjourn for today. Bill Orford, thank you. Thanks, everyone.